We haven't had these temperatures in 120,000 years.
Millions and millions of people need help when climate emergencies arise.
We have the solutions to solve these problems, but we have to do it together.
We're fighting, dark forces.
They are trying to kill us. It is not a joke.
What do you give your child when they can't breathe? You actually have to take action.
Action, not even ambition anymore.
And one of the actions is how we move the money. It really does mean moving those funding away from fossil fuels and putting them in better things.
Because if we continue to burn fossil energy, we will not meet our goals.
So welcome to our second day of live broadcasting from the June meetings here in Bonn at the World Conference Center. Before we go to the program that we have lined up for you, and which I hope you're certainly going to enjoy, I just want to remark on the fact that probably one of the greatest politicians who has contributed so much to the international environmental cause. It was announced that he died today. He's the former German Environment Minister Klaus Topfer. And as we look across the Rhine, most Germans remember him in the 1980s swimming across the Rhine to prove it was clean. But I think as the executive director of the UN Environment Programme, headquartered in Nairobi, he was a very special contributor to everything that we know and love. And he was also a deep personal friend as well. I was his spokesperson and his speechwriter for many years. So with Klaus going, bye-bye, Klaus. You were absolutely awesome, and I hope your legacy continues. We have a packed broadcast today. It's full of interesting guests, don't we, Katarina?
We do indeed. The upcoming COP in Baku, COP29, is dubbed the Finance COP. And also here at the June climate meeting in Bonn, there's been lots of focus on finance, of course. The Finance COP in Baku has already started to be prepared here in Bonn. And on our broadcast yesterday, we had a lot of finance in our focus, and we will today also have finance. And I'd like to introduce again Ingmar in Stockholm. Ingmar, we will be talking more about finance today, right?
Yes, we will. And finance
Ingmar,
is
we
my
can't hear
special
you.
interest.
Let's see if we can connect with Ingmar in Stockholm. Ingmar Rentzhog is the founder, one of the two founders of We Don't Have Time, and he's with us from a studio our studio in Stockholm. And I'd like to hear.
I hear you, but maybe you don't.
Yeah,
hear
we
me.
can hear you. Good, all good.
So I'm looking forward. Finance is actually how I started my career before I discovered the climate crisis. So I know the topic very well. And I will say finance is the big problem, but it's also the big solution. So we need to change finance and we will solve the climate crisis. And I'm very happy that we're going to discuss this topic today and dig a little bit deeper into the subject.
Excellent. And we also have a very interesting session today with Google, who has come up with a tool, an internet tool, that could make anybody and everybody interact and help save the corals in the world. I'm very much looking forward to this panel. And we also have a discussion with the Weather Kits. We'll look at the Weather Kits campaign, and it's a campaign founded by the UNDP. So this session is with UNDP, and we will dig deeper into how this disruption of climate communications took place and how it's going to still function in the world. And also we have a very interesting discussion on how AI can help businesses thrive within the planetary boundaries. So, well, I can go on forever.
Yeah, absolutely. But let me just say, I'm also looking forward to a debate this afternoon with 3 NGOs and a very leading journalist here in Germany on the outcome of the European elections and what that means for climate action. Europe, not just for Europeans themselves, but the European Union and the nations of the European Union are very important for the financing in developing countries. And because I'm a former journalist as well, I used to be a journalist on the Times newspaper in London in the 1990s, I'm also curious to hear what reporters covering these Bonn June meetings are actually thinking about the talks here. So let's have a see.
Well, I'm a journalist myself, obviously, so I'm really thrilled. We have great guests here waiting for us to enter the stage. And stay with us. We'll be right back.
Okay, I'm going to go.
The Bonn climate meetings began last Monday, and negotiations has been going on ever since in the buildings adjacent to our studio here in Bonn. So we're curious about what has really taken place during the negotiations here, the successes and of course also the failures. We Don't Have Time has an official partner that's called Climate Home News, and it's my pleasure now to introduce two reporters for Climate Home News to tell us about your findings, what you have dug into during these first days of the climate conference. So, Joe Lowe, news editor, Climate Home News, welcome here to join us, and Matteo Civellini, reporter, also Climate Home News. So, Joe, first of all, tell us briefly, what is Climate Home News?
Climate Home News is a media outlet. We cover global climate diplomacy. We cover things like this and the COPs, and we try and cover it from a global perspective as much as we can, and kind of try and make the link between what's happening on the ground and what happens in places like Bonn, and all this jargon you hear. How does it actually translate onto what's happening to people around the world?
And you're based where?
In London.
You're based in London. Okay. Yeah. So Matteo, as a reporter, you've been covering this event. You've been walking the corridors and interviewing people. What are the main topics that you've been digging deeper into?
So the topic dominating the discussions here this year is obviously finance. Countries need to agree a new collective goal on climate finance for developed countries to provide to developing countries. This is based as a starting point from the previous goal of $100 billion a year that countries had to provide, and the goal was sort of failed for a number of years and was first met according to some measurements in 2022. And now countries are sort of locked in these very heated negotiations, trying to agree on a path forward for this new goal. They are sort of very far off finding a common ground and an agreement. There is a very long list of options on all the various elements, from the sort of how big the goal should be, what it should include, whether it should include only sort of mitigation and adaptation or also loss and damage, and what should be the base of contributors that should chip in for this goal. Historically, for the previous goal was only developed countries, so the sort of richer countries. Now the developed countries are sort of pushing for the contributor base to be expanded to potentially other middle income kind of developing countries, countries that have higher emissions. The sort of developing countries are pushing back against that, saying the responsibility should be on the richer countries that historically have been responsible for the climate crisis. So there's more rounds of talks here, and sort of there's hope that there's going to be a bit more of a progress and a breakthrough, so they can lay the foundation for a goal to be agreed upon at COP29.
Thank you very much, Matteo. Joe, what would you say the highlights have been so far from your view?
I've seen a lot of interesting talk about not just, well, I haven't seen any talk about the quantity of finance really from developed countries. They just haven't said any numbers really, whereas developing countries have said numbers 1.1 trillion, 1.3 trillion. But I've seen a lot of talk about the quality of climate finance, which I think is really interesting, whether it's grants or loans, and if it's loans, what rates of interest, what terms, and who judges what is climate finance. I mean, kind of traditionally it's been the OECD, which is a group of just developed countries, so it's kind of marking your own homework. So yeah, it's been interesting to dive deeper a bit into those kind of issues of what finance actually is, climate finance.
Any surprises, any of you?
There's been some strange suggestions, I think, made about who should contribute. I mean, I saw one suggestion that any country with a space program should contribute to the climate finance goal, or any country with total emissions above a certain level, which would seem like a massive penalty against big developing countries like India.
Oh dear, that sounds like a surprise. Disappointments, I guess that's a connected question to the surprises, but any disappointments so far, Matteo?
I guess one thing I've picked up on is that the sort of conversation around fossil fuels has sort of disappeared a little bit from the talks. That was the main talking point last year, and we had the historic agreement in Dubai, where countries agreed to transition away from fossil fuels. And there's a feeling amongst sort of certain parties and observers that there isn't really a place now to bring this forward and sort of create some steps to implement this. And there were some sort of fights and sort of clashes last week over whether that space should be this new forum, which is the UAE dialogue on implementing the stocktake. And developed countries wanted that to include all sort of outcomes of the stocktake, so emission cutting as well, while some developing countries, especially the so-called sort of like-minded developing country group, which includes China, Saudi Arabia, other countries, they want that forum to be focused only on finance. So there seems to be not much of a place to discuss how to move forward on this sort of fossil fuel transition at the moment.
So how about fossil fuel subsidies? That was a big topic in Glasgow and also in Dubai and Sharm el-Sheikh. It's been talked about ever since. Not here?
There are a bit of talks, but there's been lots of promises, especially from the sort of G7 countries on fossil fuel subsidies, where I think they've promised to sort of phase out subsidies by 2025, which is it's next year, but the subsidies are still huge, and so I think most analysts say it's impossible that now they'll stick to this promise. So yeah, it's a bit of a tough one because they can't. The developed countries can't really lead these discussions because otherwise it would sort of smack of hypocrisy, and yeah, it's not much progress on that, I think.
That's too bad. Any comments on the fossil fuel subsidies, Joe?
Yeah, I mean, they just always have this caveat, inefficient fossil fuel subsidies, which just seems to mean, subsidies except for the ones that we like and we want.
It's a very strange way of putting it, I'd say, indeed. But it's still in there.
Yeah, and I think they've been promising it since Barack Obama was president in Pittsburgh, 2008. Yeah, I mean, Google that. But yeah, I think they've been promising it a very long time, and nothing's really happened on it.
How has the presence of the fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty been here at the Bonn conference?
I can't say that I've seen much, but that doesn't mean they're not there. I just haven't noticed them much.
Okay, so what should we not miss this next week?
I think yes, sort of tracking the progress on the finance question and see whether there can be any a little bit of a breakthrough, some more sort of fleshing out of the figures and finding a sort of a middle ground, so that countries can sort of lay the groundwork for the Baku. And another track that's sort of not always in the spotlight, but it's sort of an important one for this year as well, is the carbon market. So Article 6. There was a total breakdown in talks last year in Dubai, and now the different parties are trying to sort of pick up the pieces and come to sort of an agreement, COP29, and that should, in theory, pave the way to the creation of this new global carbon credits market under the UN. And yeah, there's still sort of quite a lot of technical things to work out there, and there seems to be quite sort of diverging philosophies on where this should go between certain countries that want quite a sort of tightly regulated market and approach, and some other countries that want a bit more of a light touch kind of regulation and market-based one. So that's going to be another one of those things that there will probably be sort of fights over, and they're going to rumble on until COP.
What is your take on the progress that will be able to happen here when it comes to Article 6?
I think from what I've heard from various observers and negotiators, the mood in the room is a bit more cordial than it was in
That's what I picked up too. Yeah.
in Dubai, where it was very sort of heated. And so I feel like there are hopes that there's going to be some progress, and they might be able to work through these issues that have been sort of lingering for a very long time, and there might be sort of a middle ground that can be reached.
And if we reach this middle ground on Article 6, what impact can this have on the progress in Baku for the final document there?
I guess this can help sort of slots in with the other sort of finance questions.
Important piece of the puzzle.
Yeah, it's an important piece of the puzzle. It's another, for some countries, they see these as a potential source of revenues to fund their energy transition or their adaptation or the sort of measures. And so, yeah, a breakthrough on this can help smooth things over in other tracks potentially.
Thank you, Matteo. So, Joe, what are your sort of best bets to focus on this week?
I think we need to be looking out for if we get. I think we need big shot politicians to come in from the developed countries and give their negotiators the power to spend. And
will they be coming?
I don't think so. I haven't seen any indications that they will. But you know, that would be a kind of game changer, I think.
Who would you like to see in place here?
I don't know, Joe Biden, or you know, well, at least a finance minister coming down would be good, or you know, a finance minister at least showing that they're aware of these NCQG talks. I mean, I watched the British election debate recently, and climate change was mentioned, and I don't get the impression that anyone on the panel knew about the NCQG and the finance goals, or maybe even the concept of climate finance is all very domestically focused in the UK, and I'm sure it's probably the same in other developed countries. So
for our viewers here, could you briefly explain the sort of the importance of this Bonn meeting when it comes to overarching importance to feed into the Baku process, and also the difference here between who are here? I mean, the heads of states, obviously, they're not here. Not as many lobbyists.
Yeah.
Anything else you'd like to add to the audience to explain sort of why this is sort of so important when it comes to the middle ground before or like a starting point before Baku?
Yeah, I guess this is just where all the preparations get done. I mean, the ministers turn up at COP, and you know, they fly in and they're like, right, where are we? And then you know, all this work goes towards where they are when they arrive, because you know, they're thinking about something else the previous week and something else the next week. So they need to be in a position where all the low-hanging fruit is picked, and they just have the really tricky stuff to do. So
what you're saying is that if we fail here, if this meeting is not functioning well and not reaching any great conclusions, it sets Baku up for not succeeding either. That is the case, huh?
Yeah, absolutely. There's not much time left between here and Baku, so there aren't that many more occasions for countries and negotiators to come together and find the sort of agreements and middle ground. So this is the place. This is the place where this conversation needs to be had and progress needs to be made.
So if you would rate the progress so far from 1 to 10, where is it at?
3 off the top of my head.
3. Okay.
Yeah, probably I would say 4.
4.
Yeah.
But we have a few days left.
Yeah.
So, well, thank you so much, Joe and Matteo, for joining us, and thanks for being our partner. And best of luck with your important journalistic work covering this event.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we'll now hand over to Nick to talk about, well, dive deeper and talk about it, discuss with a very well-known climate expert. So thank you very much, Joe and Matteo, and over to you, Nick.
Okay, we're still live, so that's really good. Normally we have little things called bumpers, which are like little videos that break things up, but we didn't have one of those. So we're still live, and we have a fantastic guest coming on, a person who can really help clarify in many ways why we are here at these June meetings, why they're important for Baku, and what it also means for the big COP, as they're calling it, in Brazil next year, COP30. So I wondered if the magic of Zoom could perhaps bring in Sandrine Dixon de Cleve, the president or co-president of the Club of Rome, who's coming in from Iceland. Is that right, Sandrine?
That is. I'm here at the Well-Being Economy Forum, Nick.
The Well-Being
Economy
Forum.
About how we can change things in terms of new economic thinking.
Wow, amazing. So Sandrine, really welcome. Great to see you. And not just co-president of the Club of Rome, but many, many, many other things. But Sandrine, tell us a little bit. You were talking to me before the shows here in Bonn that you felt maybe Dubai wasn't so sensational as many people thought it might have been when it concluded, and thus maybe we've got more work than we even thought as we stand here in Bonn looking to Baku in November. Give us your thoughts.
Listen, Nick, I think that we've now seen in the press what could have happened in Dubai, which is some of our wildest fears may have come out in the press, basically meaning that actually the oil and gas companies did continue to influence some of the outcomes of Dubai, but also continued their deals. And I think we've seen since Dubai and over the last year, the real impact of how oil and gas companies really have not enabled the shift that we need, and in fact are making about $2.8 billion per day in windfall profits. So I think from a shifting and a real just transition out of fossil energy, we're very far from where we need to be. We did have a deal on loss and damage, but clearly not enough money. So from a financial perspective, even the loss and damage fund, although it was a great way forward, is not enough in terms of really dealing with the adaptation struggles that we have. And we're seeing across the globe the reality of climate impacts, whether it be floods or high temperatures in India, etc. So really, what came out of Dubai was underwhelming in comparison to the challenges that we face today. And this is one of the reasons why myself and Johan Rockström and others have asked for COP reform. Your previous panel talked about the influence and the impact of Bonn and setting the stage for Baku. I think it's fundamental that we get a real momentum in Bonn with some good ambition between countries, some of the negotiations truly underway, so that actually in Baku, we sign off on, for example, making sure that the 100 billion actually now lands in the accounts of some of the most vulnerable countries so that they can deal with these adaptation issues, as well as loss and damage, etc. So not a great outcome with regard to Dubai. We do need to have a much stronger outcome in Bonn and subsequent bonds in order to ensure that when we do meet at these COPs, we actually get something out of them that reflect the challenge and the planetary emergency that we're facing.
When you talk about reforming these UN climate conferences, what are you and Johan Rockström thinking about, Sandrine?
Well, one of the big issues, obviously, is the fact that the size of the conferences and the amount of stakeholders have made it become a circus. 90,000 people attended in Dubai. We already know that in Brazil, that's not possible. So reducing the size, making sure that actually the stakeholder engagement is real and concrete around key issues, rather than just a big trade show type of event. Enabling also more regional meetings. So starting to have regional deals and regional COPs that we saw, for example, in Africa, continuing to have Latin American COPs, Asian COPs, where we also see that we have regions coming together around some of the key issues, both on finance and shifting capital, but also in terms of the ambition. And then one of the key points, actually, Nick, which Johan and I have been pointing to and continues to be problematic across all UN negotiations, is ensuring that we actually bring science into the room, into the negotiating room, so that we have updated scientific reviews, we have updated facts and figures. And when I talk about science, I don't just mean hard climate science, sorry. I also mean social sciences. Where are we on the economic transition, a just transition, ensuring that we actually bring people on the journey, et cetera, et cetera.
Sandrine, we're just having a short conversation here before we go to another section that you're also involved in, which is great. But just a brief heads up, what was your first take on the European elections? And as I was just saying at the beginning of this broadcast today, what happens in Europe is also important for what happens to the world in terms of climate action, not just the emissions reductions, but also the support that Europe can give to so-called developing countries, poorer countries. What was your take on the EU elections in terms of climate?
Well, I think all of us were pretty devastated, obviously, with the outcome, but we knew it was coming. I think it's a real wake-up call. It's we know that we will now have bigger far-right coalitions, but the good news is limited influence. So in particular in the European Parliament, we do have a much stronger far right, but we also have the potential for more alignment between the socialists and the EPP party and the liberals and the Greens. And I'm very hopeful that that's the type of coalition that Ursula von der Leyen, who is slated to become the continued president of the European Commission, will actually opt for. What's really interesting is that on the one hand, we saw a shift towards the radical right, but on the other hand, we saw a real growing important role of the S&D party and the fact that delegations in Italy, Spain, Germany, Romania, and France were really in the driving seat. So this is positive news, but it does show that Europe is torn between a growing radicalization on the left and the right. And so we are going to, all of us as a community of actors who want ambition, both in Europe and abroad, are going to have to figure out what is the way to pull these parties together around a joined up narrative.
Yeah.
And that's absolutely key.
Interesting, wasn't it, in the Netherlands? Because in the last national elections there, the far right took power in the Netherlands, but in the European Union elections, it looks like the far right actually didn't do very well. In fact, it was the Greens and the socialists. So, I mean, you get these swings and roundabouts, don't you, in these kind of European elections as well?
You do actually, Nick, and I think that's what we're all hoping is the Macron gamble, right? We're hoping that actually he's made the right move to open up for new elections in showing Europe and France that does it truly want a radical far right? Does it want actually Le Pen to become the new president of France? Or do we all now stand behind democracy and freedom and not fall into the trap of this radicalization that we're seeing?
Right. So it's a kind of wake-up call. Many things I've read, and we're going to have a debate about this later in the day with some NGOs, but I have been reading the fact that for a lot of commentators, they think actually when it comes to the European, Green New Deal and things like that, that actually there's a good chance that won't be particularly harmed by the elections of the European Parliament, that there are other issues that some of these parties want to deal with rather than deal with undermining that kind of action. So I suppose it's kind of wait and see a bit, really. Yeah.
Nick, to say that I think is slightly naive, to be frank.
Okay.
I do think we have to be on the ball. We are in the midst of the highest inflationary impact that we've seen across Europe. We are seeing a pushback from farmers and citizens, and I think that's what was reflected in the polls. We need to think about the economic costs of the transition. We need to come up with real scenarios of how we can enable people to continue to thrive across Europe while we transition. We need to address the real issues around competition with regard to China and the United States and this kind of starry-eyed look towards the US IRA and how can we have an equivalent industrial policy in Europe. I think we can do all of that. There are many solutions. There are many ways in which we can readdress our taxation policies and our economic policies. And I find it an incredibly exciting challenge, which is also why I'm here at this Wellbeing Forum in Iceland, because I think a lot of the answers are how we address new economic models and financial models to enable us to transition and to invest in new technologies, but also in new governance.
And also, Sandrine, I think sometimes I just get a feeling right now in the discussions that what's being slightly forgotten by some of these people who say investing in climate action is expensive is they seem to have forgotten quite quickly what is the cost going to be if we don't deal with climate change as we go forward with our economies. It's going to be far more expensive to let climate change damage the global economy than to actually invest in that transition, which is good for jobs and good for the economy too.
We've just seen the report that's come out of the Potsdam Institute, Nick, exactly to your point, published in Nature, clearly indicating that at 1.5 degrees, we will lose global GDP values of about 10 to 15%. And as we move towards 2 degrees, a potential of 26% income loss. So the cost of inaction is absolutely upon us. That's why we have to buffer our economies in a very different way. We can't continue to just think that growth and business as usual is going to get us out of this mess. It won't.
Yeah. When does this well-being conference in Iceland end, and what will it maybe conclude with, or will it have a conclusion, Sandrine? Is it more a discussion?
So the Wellbeing Economy Conference that's been actually called by the Prime Minister of Iceland is because Iceland is part of a coalition of countries called the Wellbeing Economy Governments, and that includes Scotland, Wales, New Zealand, and Finland. They've been working together on knowledge exchange, and they've invited a series of economists and those of us working in this area to see how we can up the ante on bringing forward some of their great work, both in terms of policy translation, but also new economic instruments, and bring it out to more countries. So I actually think this is the right time, because this enables us to think through how can we actually join up the Wellbeing Alliance discussions with the way in which we think about this just transition across Europe, and we link it up also to our new climate narratives from a COP perspective. It all needs to be joined up. And the other point that I'd like to make is, this is not some pie in the sky economic thinking. This has actually been integrated into their accounting, into their budgets, and it has enabled many of these countries to actually be quite resilient to shocks and stresses in comparison to other economies. So there's some fantastic models out there. There's some new fantastic case studies that we can bring forward at this time of doubt, and in particular, I would say fear-mongering against the just transition that we're all working so heartily for.
Right. So Sandra, I think we're probably coming quite close to the end of this section now, and we're going to go to another section. I'm just waiting for some signals from the team here that we're ready to move to the next section. Yes, we are. So please stay with us because we're going to have a fascinating discussion here about the Earth for All report, about knowledge and science, but also about how we bring that knowledge and science faster into change. So just stay with us a second. So we have many solutions to solve the climate crisis and to stay within what they call planetary boundaries. There's no lack of innovation. We have so many things that we can implement in terms of these big challenges the world faces. But one challenge that perhaps hasn't been fully resolved is the body of knowledge, based on often brilliant but massive reports by the United Nations, say, or universities or research institutes, and so on. It's vast in terms of the last 20-odd years of knowledge that's been accumulated. How do we navigate this knowledge? How do we bring this knowledge into action? And how do we actually tailor all this knowledge to the circumstances of a country or a city or a company indeed, so that they have a tailoring that suits their circumstances, both in the medium and short-term and long-term goals. Artificial intelligence is getting a lot of bad press at the moment, but could it have a silver lining in respect to taking the vast tome of knowledge that we have on sustainability and environment and climate change, and taking those solutions and tailoring them more directly and swiftly to someone's goals, and in a way that is simple for a president or a prime minister or the CEO of a company to understand, with a menu of simple but straightforward and impactful answers that meets the Paris Climate Change Agreement's targets and keeps us within those planetary boundaries. We're going to invite 3 experts to discuss this. We have on Zoom Jenny Marie Larsen, the CEO and founder of something called Planetary Intelligence. We have Sandrine Dixon de Clèves, co-president of the Club of Rome and one of the leaders of this very impactful and very interesting and very useful, let's put it that way, report Earth for All. And we have Owen Gaffney. He's also co-author of Earth for All, which its full title is A Survival Guide for Humanity. And he's also the Chief Impact Officer at the Nobel Prize organization, as well as doing much science for things like the Potsdam Climate Impact Institute in Germany, or certainly has done in the past. Owen and Sandrine, we'd like to base this conversation at the opening on your project, The Earth for All, on how humanity as a whole can prosper within planetary boundaries. And I suppose we'd like to know a little bit from the Earth for All work. How is it going in terms of implementation, which is kind of what we're talking here? How do we get knowledge out, and then how do we get knowledge used? Who would like to go first, Owen or Sandrine?
Owen, you go first.
So thanks, Nick. So with the Earth for All, basically we brought together a group of leading economists from around the world and system dynamics modelers to look at 2 scenarios this century. The too little, too late scenario. So the scenario that we're implementing right now, where we are making some progress on some of the big issues facing humanity. We are, there are strong, climate agreements in many countries now for. And so where will that take us by the end of the century? Will that be enough to stay within planetary boundaries? Will that be enough to stabilize Earth? And will this give all people a high quality of life? And then the second scenario we were looking at is the giant leap scenario. What happens if in this next decade we make a huge investment in our future? And not just in terms of climate, but also in terms of nature, also in terms of poverty, in gender empowerment, in inequality, on our food systems. What would it take to do that? And what does that look like? So in terms of implementation, what does a real systemic solution look like in terms of policies, in terms of tax reforms, in terms of emissions reductions, in terms of pollution reduction, and empowering women and giving more people workers' rights, etc. So to create our implementation isn't just about a sort of technical fixes of reducing emissions. It's about actually strengthening democracies and improving our institutions so that there's a sense of solidarity in the world, in that we're all in this together and we all need to move together at speed. So what do we need to implement to get that movement? And that's foundational. That's what we've been looking at. But over to Sandrine for more.
Yeah. Maybe to build on that great introduction, I think what's one of the key aha moments from the Earth for All initiative and the work that we did with economists, but also through our system dynamic model, was the interrelationship between social and environmental tipping points. And the fact that they're truly inextricable. And I think that the key there was our realization through this analysis that the speed and scale of actually reaching the planetary boundaries and staying within a safe operating space is directly linked to poverty and inequality. And this has enabled us to, through this initiative, start to work with countries and actual continents, regions, because we've actually also been commissioned by Secretary General Guterres to do further analysis for Africa and also for Latin America, to think through then, okay, so if we are going to maintain economic development and ensure that we bring more people out of poverty and inequality, we then can start to work with, in particular, small and medium-sized income countries in both anchoring a poverty alleviation and inequality aspect into their shift towards protecting the environment and ensuring that we actually have ambition on climate. And this has been a very important message that is anchored in knowledge. So we were talking about knowledge and science before, but also then very much in a new narrative that we have very much been working with, myself and Owen and the others, in the way in which we then communicate this, both at the international level and how that translates into new instruments and calls for change in terms of the financial architecture, moving beyond Bretton Woods, bringing in the Bridgetown Initiative, thinking through debt cancellation, through other wealth distribution and, for example, wealth taxation as a key tool in progressive taxation, but then also how we bring more people on the journey through citizen assemblies and translating that knowledge and that science into something that's meaningful for them. And that's also why, again, Nick, I'm here at this Wellbeing Economy Forum, because it's very relative to the types of thinking that some of the governments here have been thinking about in terms of how they translate the well-being economy as really the way in which we can move forward and anchor both these 5 key turnarounds that Owen has talked about that need to happen, this giant leap, and ensure that we stay within the planetary boundaries.
So if I was trying to play devil's advocate here, I mean, I have some personal experience of this. I worked for the UN Environment Programme for 13 years as communications director and released several of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change reports, particularly in 2005. Some of UNEP's global environmental outlooks, many reports on coral reefs and great apes and ecosystem management and you know, the green economy and how we can factor economics into looking after nature, and so many reports. And yet I'm not saying that people on the bus should be chatting about these reports and saying, what do we do? But I still feel somehow that all that volume of knowledge has informed reports afterwards, but hasn't really settled. I mean, for example, with the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, you would think all the governments have signed up to those reports. They must be well ahead now in dealing with climate change. Why do you think that we're still, in a sense, blocked with the knowledge on one side, but the implementation on the other side? Is it just human nature, or is there some trick that we're missing?
Well, I think it's both. I think the trick we're missing is we've done a very bad job of translating that knowledge into why it's important for individuals. I had set up actually a communications analysis for the European Commission, bringing in Owen and others, and together we started to unpack the European Green Deal. And one of the big insights that we saw in looking at all of the material is that it didn't talk about the individual. It didn't talk about why the European Green Deal was good for me. And I think that is part of the problem. And this is what we need to work on at the broader scale. So yes, all of those reports are fundamental because we need the science and it's evolving incredibly fast. But we all need to get better at translating that into what it means for individuals, what it means for communities, what it means for particular policy parties, players, power mongers, etc. It needs to be translated in what this means for a variety of different types of actors. And let me just say that the fact that we have not been good at this, and I will speak about this today in my presentation at this forum, is why we've had the European elections that we've had. The European elections have been an emotional election. They have not been a knowledge-based election. And we will see that in the US, we have the same with the Trump effect. We have to get better at translating this into the emotion, not into fear, but into hope, into giving people a sense that actually this is a journey that they can jump on, not with incredible sacrifices, some of course, but mostly with this is the biggest challenge we're facing, and this is the only way we can move together is by starting to implement and put in place some of the key solutions that we have before us.
Let's just hold it there a second, because we've got Jenny Marie Larson with us, the CEO and founder of Planetary Intelligence. Jenny, I think towards the end of this dialogue, you're going to give us a little demo of how this thing works. But just give us your take. Why did you feel that you needed to bring something like artificial intelligence into this discussion to translate knowledge into action? I think particularly in your case, focusing on companies. Tell us a little bit about the background of this. Tell us who's involved and what you're hoping to achieve.
Hi, Nick. Thank you so much. Yes, it was actually precisely as Sandrine just said, is many, many years ago, looking at all of the knowledge, all of the books, all of the reports, all of the science. And once you begin exploring, you realize nobody knows about this in the general population. And if you keep exploring, you realize there are so many solutions out there. And it was the discovery of Project Drawdown a number of years ago when we realized if we already know what all the problems are, and we already know what all the solutions are, has anybody identified where all the solutions need to go? In which combination? With which predicted impact? So it was all about trying to harness and bring together all of this intelligence that we in this community know is out there and are really familiar with, but it doesn't make it outside of this community necessarily. They are just subjected to the media, reports on disasters. There's no, here are the solutions. We know how to address this, and this is why it's going to make your life, your business, your city, your community a better place to exist. So that really is the origins of this. And it wasn't can we develop an AI platform to recommend solutions? It was, how do we democratize access to climate intelligence, access to all the solutions? How do we, with speed and scale, deploy these solutions? And AI is an interesting tool to derive actionable insights from masses of data. You know, how do we provide access to those insights? What are the paths to providing the signals through the noise?
But Jenny, in practical terms, I mean, for example, are you working with companies on this? Or are you working with research institutes? How are you bringing all this knowledge of, it's decades of knowledge, right, on sustainability and climate and environment and things like, how are you bringing it in? And how is the plan about translating that into something very practical? I know you're going to give us a demo just towards the end, a demo of a particular sector of the economy that could benefit from this, but who's involved? Just give us a glimpse.
Well, 3 or 4 years ago, when we began the R&D phases, we really tried to figure out what was the 20% that we could focus on that would have the 80% impact. And doing the math on emissions, you can cut it in so many ways. But if you look at cities, that's 73% of emissions, and that's where people live and consume and vote and interact and communicate. So we chose cities as the very first place to understand, you know, what suites of solutions are working and where can those suites be repeated for predictable impact. So for example, the story of the city of Oslo, how did they get to net zero construction? What were the policies? What was the financial instrument used for that? How did they communicate to the community that enabled them to deploy this suite of solutions? And where else on the planet could that be repeated? And there are a number of examples of well-meaning policies that have been deployed that have had negative impacts, but were intended indeed to have positive impacts. So as we started with cities, and slowly but surely realize that that's a very challenging user to scale with, although cities are, thank goodness for all the great work of ICLEI and C40 and the Global Urban Development, GUD, cities are beginning to share and scale best practices. And business, on the other hand, you could also cut the emissions, that's the majority of sources, but that's also where there isn't enough democratization of best practices.
Yeah.
So we've done a pathway of learning where can you address the largest impact with the smallest focus. So we've now moved into looking at business as a user and helped largely by finally the regulatory environment supporting that. So we're focused on supporting business transitions by sharing best practices and suites of solution in the transition. But you can't divide the impact because we're all citizens.
Okay.
So we have scope of impact across cities, across business, across voting.
Okay, super. I mean, as I say, Sandrine, Owen, Jenny's going to give a little demo because we've got about 10 minutes left of this this session. But somehow, do you think AI, Sandrine, Owen, is a bit like a knife? You know, you can butter your bread, but you can also cause quite a lot of harm in the wrong hands. I mean, is it one of those technologies that we're talking about in terms of translating knowledge, or yeah? What do you have a view on AI, Owen?
Yeah, well, so I published a paper earlier this year in Nature on one factor of AI that, you know, we know it's going to have a huge disruptive impact on the global economy. And there's, you know, many predictions on the scale of its impact on GDP over the next 10, 15, 20 years. We don't know the emission scenarios. Is it going to be positive for emissions or negative for emissions? Is it going to, you know, if you just take the data centers alone, you know, there's a lot of media around the number of data centers we're going to need, and they're going to be more resource intensive, so higher emissions if they're not built sustainably. But beyond that, how's AI going to affect consumption and production in the world? How is AI going to affect societies and, you know, polarization in the world, and how will those two things affect you know, policies on emissions trajectories, you know, consumption towards you know, more fossil fuels? You know, will AI be helping the oil companies extract more oil? Will AI be developing more products based on fossil fuels and getting and selling them and marketing them to more people?
Yeah, or can AI synthesize all the knowledge of the world and bring it to better use? I mean, that's another possibility, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, the scientific advances that we can get from AI could have a massively disruptive effect on emissions. You know, for genetics and food systems, for example, and you know, carbon storage in the biosphere, to, you know, new materials, so new batteries, all of these things. So although it's still not clear to me with the large language models, you know, they're sucking up all the world's data. But as you started off talking about, Nick, the scientific research, you know, 2 to 3 million papers are published every year. This is the most valuable, important body of knowledge we have as a species. It's not clear how much of that knowledge the large language models, beyond the abstracts of these papers, is using. And it would be really useful to have a better handle on that. But yeah, but you know, in some areas, you know, I'm absolutely sure when it comes to, for example, you know, wind and solar, you know, a lot of the big challenges there are about scaling, about, you know, the processes we need to, you know, it can be 10 years from first application for a wind farm to actual completion due to the amount of paperwork and bureaucracy. I think large language models can really condense that down to you know, maybe cut that time in half.
Right, Sandrine, I'm gonna. It's just like a one-word response, and I'm gonna let you go because you have to go back to the meeting. We have to see Jenny's presentation. But do you have an opinion on this?
No, absolutely. I think we can't not have an opinion on this.
Yeah.
I mean, as Owen has indicated, AI for good, AI that actually does assist in us transitioning, ensuring that we have low carbon solutions, not actually create more of a problem. The ethical aspect of AI, let's not forget that I fundamentally believe these European elections were driven largely also by bots and by AI. There is so much data now that is showing the same effect that we had with Cambridge Analytica with regard to the Trump election as to what's happened with the European elections. So AI has to be transformed into a tool that is going to enable humanity to meet its challenges, not to become the ultimate challenge.
Right.
And I think that would be my last word.
Got you. Okay, Jenny, give us a glimpse into how this thing could work for a sector of the economy. Over to you.
Indeed. I just wanted to respond to AI for good ? It's very exciting to learn about the future innovations and future applications of AI. And indeed, we are seeing really, really important applications, such as in medical technology, identifying disease. This is very exciting, but it needs to have a job. It's meant to be a tool to support and solve problems for humanity. So this body of scientific research, which if you expand that to include books from thought leaders that we know and trust and believe in, the Earth for All book, Planetary Boundaries, this is planetary intelligence. This is knowledge that we need to harness. So large language models, as they grow, they're including all of the internet. And we know that that does not include only climate truths. In fact, it's largely not climate truths. So this is specifically the mission we've set for ourselves, is to respect the direction of AI laws that are going, that it should be open, transparent, trustworthy, that you should be able to go back and understand where did the output come from. So we've been collecting this very knowledge base that keeps coming, and it goes as far as podcast transcripts from these thought leaders. So there's so much knowledge out there, but there's no one group that can say this is the intelligence of the planet. So this needs to be open for the peer review, for the feedback loops, so that we can decide together, yes, that's climate truths. Yes, we see why that worked and why that didn't work, because the lessons in what didn't work are equally as valuable, because that means that the next deployment does not have to waste those resources and that time. So this is, our mission is to indeed develop a responsible and ethical, and in French they call it sober AI. So this is an open data set that you are all welcome to look at, and I hope that this presentation will invite the entire broader community to begin contributing to this knowledge base, because this is meant to be shared knowledge to be used.
Jenny, I'm going to have to rush you now a little bit. Can you share your screen so that the audience can actually see what it's? We've got about 5 or 6 minutes, really, so I'm going to have to push you through this presentation.
I'll do my best to go quickly. So indeed, planetary intelligence, we have based the recommendations, frameworks, the vectors, the prioritization on planetary boundaries, and indeed the Earth for All framework. And we were so grateful when you released the data set, because that's exactly what we need, is to harness the pathways that have been identified and agreed upon. So it's a platform to recommend solutions, and you have multiple ways to use it. You can either select, we've got a pre-prepared demo here. You can select your location and search for human and planetary challenges, problems, high waste, lack of education, soil degradation, poverty, and it will recommend key interventions. That does not mean technologies, that does not mean companies, that also is actions, citizen-driven waste collection, plastic waste repurposing. And it will give you a predicted, cost and timescale of deployment. And then it will recommend different tools that can help you understand your progress. And the second path using the solution recommender is we're using an AI methodology called decision intelligence. And decision intelligence creates an actions to outcomes framework of a decision, which is a way to limit the emissions and the processing of AI. So this is more minds than it
There's
is machines.
no clock on my
So this
iPad.
is the limited language model that we're developing. And you choose your context, you choose your use case. And for the purpose of this demo, we have just 4 use cases, and we'll choose cities for this purpose. And PyBot asks you, what are your objectives? I would like to, increase renewable energy use. I would like to increase composting. I'd like to reduce energy demand. So let's reduce water waste, for example. And Pi will have a think about this, take a minute or two, or hopefully less. Those in the technology industry know that a public demo is always a challenge. And so it's referencing our knowledge base, which is the solutions as described, which are the key metrics that we need to address, prioritized by sector, prioritized by challenge. And decision intelligence breaks recommendations into 4 parts: my objectives, my intermediates, and my intermediates are what would I measure to determine my progress or lack thereof. And that's where you attach data. And the actions, what are the solutions that I need to deploy to achieve my objectives? And so you'll see, some of these will provide you additional information on how to use green roofs, rainwater harvesting. And I can either decide to continue with this decision and begin to monitor my progress, or I can regenerate it. And now I'm going to the dashboard, which is what businesses, and of course, in fact, cities as well, can use to understand their progress on key objectives. And as you can see, the key metrics are the same across UN SDGs, across ESG reporting frameworks, across CDP reporting. They are, people and planetary health signals. And so this is where you are able to understand, progress that I'm making in a very specific objective that I have set for myself. I'll stop if there's any questions.
No.
No? We're okay? And we've
Let's move on. We've got about 3 or 4 more minutes actually, Jenny, just to get through this because we have a next show coming up. Sorry, but you press on. We've got 3 or 4 minutes. I think we can just take.
Yeah, I think the key to all of this is we have all the solutions. They keep coming. If you start looking, they just keep coming. The Earthshot comes out with 15 amazing, brilliant, innovative finalists every year. And the point is to help scale them. And the Solar Impulse, which we are incredibly, incredibly impressed with. And we would welcome the industry at large to consider finding a central source, a central home to validate solutions, to share them broadly, because that means we understand what works where. Who has tried this? What is the projected impact? There are so many databases of solutions. The Go Explorer, which has 15,000 solutions. There are just solutions everywhere. All we need to do is start recommending where they need to go.
Yeah.
Because that's not broad knowledge.
Yeah.
There is limited understanding. People think, oh, we must fly less. No, if you were an agricultural player, don't worry about how many flights you take. Don't worry about how many people are working from home. You have key metrics to focus on: care for land, care for people. And it's the guidance against the key metrics to attempt to provide signals through the noise.
Yeah, I like that concept actually, Jenny, because you might get a large private oil company saying that we've electrified all our gasoline pumping stations and every employee has the right to an electric car, but that's not really dealing with the problem of a large oil company. Their emissions are connected with the product they make rather than some of these other measures they might claim are really beneficial. You're talking about focus on the core business and how to reduce the emissions out of that rather than the flim-flam that goes around the edges.
Well, the planetary Hippocratic oath, do no more harm to people and planet. So if you are, whatever sector you're in, what your key areas of impact are. That's where the focus needs to be. I think ESG reporting is great, but emissions as a proxy for progress in measurement, it's not enough. Health of soil, people, wellness, drinkability of water, you know, breathability of air, these aren't emissions accountable. We need to be focused on the key metrics by sector, by area, and perhaps we've actually been going about it wrong. Maybe we're not doing very well talking about the problems. Maybe it's time to shift focus and start promoting and talking about what are the key solutions and what will the impact be and what will be the improvement, as Sandrine said, what is it in it for me? How will my life be better when these solutions are deployed?
So, Jenny, we have to wrap it up there. We knew this was going to be a glimpse into this this new development that you and your team are working on. I know Owen's there and Sandrine probably had to go, but Owen, in one final thing, potential?
Oh, huge potential. Yeah, I mean, I love the idea of sort of place-based solutions. And the demo was brilliant at really capturing that. I guess the next stages are, you know, languages. How do you make sure that sort of all languages are encompassed so anybody in the world can get hold of it? Regulations, how do people just, you know, be able to get through the red tape to actually implement the solutions? And financing, you know, how much is it going to cost and what are the financing options to finance it? So those three things, I mean, this is a brilliant foundation to start moving into that space.
We have to wrap it up here. Jenny, we really liked it. Owen, thanks for being on the show. Sandrine, too. We've got to move to our next program, our next slot with other guests. And I think this is not the end of hearing from Planetary Intelligence. I think we can have another look at this in New York and in Baku. Thank you very much indeed. Bye, everybody.
Thank you so much.
Exponential Race to the Top session of the day. And with me here in the studio, I have the CEO and co-founder of the Exponential Roadmap Initiative, Johan Falk.
To be here.
Great to have you with us, Johan. Yes. Exponential Roadmap Initiative gathers companies that are innovators, transformers, and disruptors in order to halve their emissions until 2030. And among your clients, you have big companies like Apple, IKEA and Scania, just to mention a few, and also H2 Green Steel, the big new steel company coming up in Sweden. And all of these companies are working with you to meet the 1.5 climate target, of course. So Johan, what does it really mean to set a target, to set a strategy and take action in line with 1.5 degrees in your initiative?
Yeah, thanks for being here. Starting with the 1.5 ambition and what that means. Well, that is basically to keep global warming as close to 1.5 as possible. And to achieve that on a global level, we need to about halve emissions by 2030 in every decade, while protecting and restoring nature. So how do we translate that to business and company strategies? Well, the framework that we developed since the last 5 years is based on these 4 pillars. So for a company to be aligned with this 1.5 ambition, we mean that the company should cut its own emissions, about halving by 2030 towards net zero by latest 2040. But it should also cut its value chain emissions. It needs to work across the complete value chain. It's the second pillar. And the third pillar is also about scaling up the solutions, what we call the climate solutions, to transform its portfolio in a new direction to be aligned with the future. And the fourth pillar is about contributing to climate action in society. So when we are onboarding company to Exponential Roadmap Initiative, we assess all companies on all these 4 pillars, and we provide strong strategic recommendations to the companies how they can step up their strategies.
Thank you, Johan. And your work is all about scaling, exponentially scaling solutions. Why is that?
That's right. Already 2018, we published the first exponential roadmap, the first global exponential roadmap. And that showed that we do have the solutions to take us to the first halving if we implement them in parallel. You know, it's both about the energy transformation, it's about the material transformation, land and food transformation. Has to happen in parallel. It won't happen automatically. They need to be accelerated exponentially, and we do that through climate leadership, finance, technology, and policy. However, for companies, so far the focus has primarily been on the down curves, you know, how we cut emissions, setting science-based targets. We think it's now really essential that companies also set targets, plan, and actions on scaling up the solutions. As well, the up curves. And companies are really motivated by the up curves. And that is the reason why we're developing this climate solution framework together with Oxford and partnership with Race to Zero. We'll talk a bit more about that later today, so we can actually qualify climate solutions as well as climate solutions companies.
You talk about net zero value chains, and we'll be hearing more about this later on in this segment from Exponential Roadmap Initiative.
Yes.
Why are you focused on the net zero value chains, please?
I would say initially companies talked very much about setting halving targets, the net zero targets, and doing that based on their own strategy. But it's absolutely clear that you can't achieve that without working in partnership with your complete value chain. So that is the reason that we see basically all of our leading companies, like we heard from IKEA, from Apple, from Ericsson, and so on, are working across their value chains to really achieve this halving towards net zero. And just to give one example how you can think, let's talk about personal mobility, how we basically move. How should we cut 90% of the emissions and the nature impact? How should we do that? Well, of course, electrify all the vehicles. That's one part of it. But they also need to run on renewable energy. But that's not sufficient. They also need to be produced by circulated material, fossil-free material. But we don't stop there. We also need to share the vehicles, integrate them in mobility as a service. So that's a complete way of thinking.
It's a very holistic view of
exactly.
thinking, yes.
Yes.
So you also talk about the exponential race to the top, which is the title of this session here. Why is that?
Obviously, we are in a climate emergency. So we need to have, of course, a laser focus on cutting emissions. But we will not succeed to cut emissions by just focus on cut emissions. We actually need to scale up the solutions to shift out the fossil economy. You know, the fixed phone didn't disappear because we wanted to get rid of the fixed phone. It was because we scaled up the mobile phones. So that is the reason why we need to shift these solutions curves to the left. And this is the tremendous opportunity both for businesses to be aligned with the future, to be able to grow and prosper, but also for regions, for cities, as well as for countries to build wealth and the new economy. So it's a tremendous opportunity. And we want to shift the narrative from sharing of burdens to this tremendous opportunity for all the actors. And that is what the exponential race to the top is about.
Well, thank you so much, Johan Falk, for joining us here in the studio. Thanks so much, and best of luck with your important work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
To the stage here, Andrea Lindblom, She's head of communications at the Exponential Roadmap Initiative, and she'll be taking over and heading some of the sessions coming forward.
So welcome back to another Exponential Race to the Top session. This one is on accelerating and funding the energy and materials transformation through the value chain. So some words and terms there that will be familiar to you from the session that we heard before with Johan Falk. It's all about money, of course, at this UN climate meeting here in Bonn, and also at the next big UN climate meeting at the COP that will be happening later in November this year in Baku in Azerbaijan. Countries are negotiating a number. How much money can they commit to mobilizing, to supporting developing countries in adapting to the impacts of climate change and making the transition to renewable energies? Whatever the number is that they'll at the end agree to, it is clear that new and innovative sources of finance will be needed outside the process, as the Executive Secretary of the UNFCCC Secretariat reminded us the other day. This session will showcase how companies are accelerating and funding the renewable energy and the materials transformation through their value chains. And with this, I'd like to welcome Sriram Rajagopal of Inter-IKEA Group, who will be joining me here on the stage. We have coming up Doti Bach-Tuyed, Woodsland Furniture, that's a supplier to IKEA. We have Johan Mandarik-Roinanen of H2 Green Steel and Fredrik Nielsen of Scania, who are comfortably seated at our studio in Stockholm, I see. And are hopefully hearing me as well. You are hearing us, that's great. We need to bring up on Zoom Doti Bach-Tuyed joining us from Vietnam. And here we have Sriram Rajagopal. Welcome to another session, another Exponential Race to the Top session, Sriram. Yes. Let me just check briefly whether we have our guest from Vietnam with us on Zoom. No.
Yes.
Yes, terrific. Now, magic does happen. Sriram, let me put my first question to you. What are you at IKEA doing to transform energy and materials and the value chain more widely?
Sure. Thank you so much for having us here. Just to start by setting a context, IKEA is committed to halving emissions by FY30 compared to FY16 baseline, and then getting to net zero by FY50. Materials and energy as such, materials, food, ingredients, and energy, they constitute around 67% of our overall footprint. So when I talk about energy, it's both production plus transportation, and then materials and food ingredients, roughly about 50%. So if I just start off, moving towards 100% renewable energy is a key enabler to us getting to our net zero goals. So if I start off with production, which is 10% of our footprint, we are around 60% of the energy is consumed as heat, and we are really working with suppliers to phase out natural fossil fuels as such. We are moving towards complete electrification of production processes. We have set short-term goals. By FY25, we would have already phased out the use of coal on site and also the use of fossil fuels, oil-based fossil fuels on site. And then we have an ambition to phase out natural gas completely by FY30. So we have an ambition on the production side to reduce our emissions by 80% by FY30 compared to our baseline year FY16. We are at 32% reduction now, so there is a job to do in the next 5 years from now. And then on the material side of things, which is the biggest part of our footprint, we have set a goal of halving emissions by FY30, and we are at 7% emission reduction now. And we are working on various initiatives, moving towards using materials with lower footprint, moving towards more plant-based food when it comes to food ingredients, but also aiming to use only recycled or renewable materials by 2030. So these are some of the main movements that we are really on to transform materials, food ingredients, and then the whole energy systems as such.
And you mentioned a big part of that work goes on in the supply chain, right? And,
Yes.
and we're very happy to have one of your suppliers here today, and that's Woodsland Furniture, represented by Doti Bahtuyet. I'm pronouncing that halfway right. So Tuyet, your company, Woodsland, you make wood products including for IKEA, so there's a shared interest in bringing down the carbon footprint. Through, of course, introducing renewable electricity. Can you tell us how you've been succeeding with that?
Yeah, hi everyone. Thank you for taking us here to have chance to speak out in this event. And Woodsland is a private joint stock company in Vietnam, and we have been an IKEA supplier for about 20 years. Supplying the wooden furnitures, which made from local plantation wood. And as you might already know, that the IKEA has been continuously taking many actions in their business agenda to reduce its climate footprint. And Woodsland, as one of IKEA suppliers who participate in this global supply chain, we also have our commitment and action to minimize the negative impact of to the environment from our activity by using the renewable energy electric for our production. And for us to produce a furniture product, the electric cost takes about 2 to 3% of the total cost of the product. So it is very important. And to transfer to the energy renewable energy source, Woodsland has made some investment by invest into the solar panels in the rooftop of our buildings, factory buildings. And I can say that for IKEA production today, we are using 100% of the renewable electricity, which is 70% of that come from the solar rooftop, and 30% come from through the buying the IREC. Buying IREC is just a temporary solution for now, and we will explore the opportunity in the future to move up to the renewable electricity staircase. Yeah.
Thank you. We'll hear more about the investment behind that a little bit later in this program. I'd now like to turn to Frederick to find out what Scania is doing to transform materials and energy.
Thanks a lot, Andrea. Great to be here. Thanks for being a part of this panel. I think the starting point needs to come from also what Scania is, a heavy vehicle manufacturer for many years. Obviously, take a lot of pride in making sure that the engines are as efficient as they can. But also looking into our decarbonization journey, we put out a stake towards 2025 already to make sure that we drive down our emissions in our operations, but also in the use phase. And concluding that in terms of emissions, we have 96% of the total emissions in the tailpipe perspective when our customers use our vehicles. So in that sense, it's a huge task to shift the sales to electrification. And we target to have 50% of our sales already in 2030 in Europe towards electrification. But with that said, shifting from combustion engine over to electrification, we also see that there is a shift of where the emissions come from. And with that said, we have our hotspot materials. And the hotspot materials are for sure steel, cast iron, aluminum, and batteries. And they, in fact, constitute almost 80% of the total emissions then from that manufacturing process. So those are important. And since a couple of years back, we have also looked into how in the world can we decarbonize these materials. Also acknowledging the fact that fossil-free steel, for example, is not available in the market. There were limited demand, but also very limited supply. And therefore, one of our strategies has been to also sign off-take agreements with with partners that are keen to make that supply happen. So I think that's one thing to conclude here. And over to you, Johan, then later on that. Second thing around energy, I think what we have done over the last years is to really make sure that whatever we produce, it needs to come from green electricity, and making sure that that's almost the easy thing. It's not easy, but it's almost the easy thing. But the energy that goes into our production and the overall operations of the company need to get down. And we're on 43% now towards our target on 50% for 2025. But it doesn't stop there, right? Every 10th year, we need to halve the emissions in order to follow the carbon law. So that will, the direction is clear, I would say, but also concluding that we cannot do this alone. We want to drive the shift towards a sustainable transport system, but we cannot do it alone. We need to advocate across the ecosystem.
Thanks, Fredrik, and you made that transition there almost to Johan, who is sitting next to you from H2 Green Steel, a company that set out to produce green steel with a carbon footprint 95% lower than the steel that we have today. Johan, can you tell us a bit more about how the product that you'll be producing is transformative?
Sure, and thank you, Fredrik, and thank you for inviting me and us to be here. I mean, indeed, we are one of those partners that are keen to make this happen. Just a bit of background. So our purpose at H2 Green Steel is to decarbonize hard-to-abate industries, and we start with steel. And the reason being that steel is one of the dirtiest industries out there. It accounts for roughly 7 to 8% of the global emissions. Mainly coming from the step before the steel production, which is actually the iron. And now, so we have a lot of circularity. We use a lot of the scrap that is available, but that's not enough to cover the immense need for steel in the market. So roughly every year, 1,900 million tons of steel is produced, and there's only roughly 700 million tons of scrap. So we lack 2/3 of the scrap, right? So we need to focus our attention on the iron making step, which is the vast majority of the CO2 emissions in the entire steel value chain. And we do by looking at how can we produce iron by using green hydrogen instead of using coal and coks that is traditionally used. And then how can we use electricity in creating the steel, which is what really abates those 95% that you mentioned, Andrea. And now with this, we need a lot of renewable electricity. So the first plant that we're building is up in Boden in Sweden, which will at full capacity produce 5 million tons each year. And this is really part of creating a new industry logic. So before the iron making plants and the steel plants, they were close to where you could get easy access to coal, where you could get easy access to coks. But now we need to establish these sites where we have access to green electricity, right? So we get a new logic of global ecosystems and value chains for these materials.
Thanks, Johan, for explaining how that works and what the thinking and doing there is behind H2 Green Steel. Now, this company, H2 Green Steel, it started, let's say, pretty much with, I don't know, a website, a vision, not much more, certainly not any cash in the bank. It was completely new, yet you managed to pull in considerable amounts of funding to set up this completely new production site with a new way of producing steel. And I'd like to know, since you're also seated next to a truck company, essentially, or a representative of a truck company, what role did other companies in the value chain play in making this happen, making this finance happen?
Thank you, Andrea. Yeah, I mean, I usually tell people who are curious about H2 Green Steel. So roughly 3 years ago, there was 5 people and a PowerPoint. So how could we get access to the finance needed to build the world's largest hydrogen plant, a DRI tower which produces the iron, and a steel plant at somewhere around 6.5 billion euros? Well, I mean, we have no balance sheet, we have no cash flow, there is nothing really. So what we had to do was to project finance this whole project, and that cannot be done without any collateral. Investors would not have invested money in us. The banks and other creditors would not have loaned us the money. So what we needed was a customer offtake. And having bold companies, companies that really do take the climate crisis for real, that take it seriously, and that, for example, commit to Science-Based Targets Initiative, that set really ambitious climate targets for themselves, and want to decarbonize their value chains. And as Fredrik mentioned, once the shift from the combustion engine to electric vehicles is done, then looking at the hotspot materials, and steel being one of them. And for us, that was a great match, being able to get these long offtake agreements, 7 to 8, 9 years. And with that, we could unlock the funding that was needed. That is one of the key essential pieces of the puzzle.
And of course, Scania, with Fredrik sitting next to you, is one of these off-takers. And I'd be interested to hear a bit about the business case, essentially. So green steel is going to be more expensive. It is more expensive than the conventional steel. So what makes you want to have it? And also, if your electric trucks then, with more costly green steel in it, are more expensive for your customers, what makes you confident that they will buy those more expensive trucks?
It's a great question. But I would say the starting point for us is that we're confident that we're doing this change as a global community. There is no doubt. And with that said, we believe that there will be a time, especially here in Europe to begin with, but we also see that in other markets. We don't want to be there in a couple of years where we pay just as much for conventional steel, together with taxes and CBAM mechanisms, as we were about to pay for fossil-free steel. I think that would be a waste for many reasons. So the business case, I would say, is a combination of de-risking our future, but it's also a matter of knowing that we're building this society. So we're building our business for tomorrow. And then you could argue that it's really, really hard to tell when there's cost parity, right? Between conventional and fossil-free steel. We don't know either. Will it be 30, 32, 34, 36? We don't know. But we're confident that there will be a lot of other companies out there that will also need to, but also want to, make sure that they decarbonize their value chains. And then we will all hunt for that material that is being produced in that new way. And sitting there will be a lot more risky if you don't have anything in your books. So I think that's for sure a big part of the business case. And then maybe the remaining question being, will the customers be ready to pay extra for a truck that is made by this steel? That we don't know either. But we do know that there are transport buyers around the globe that are also committed to this transition, to their decarbonization targets. So this ecosystem that I talked about before, we know that they file already today requirements on how goods are being transported. And that concludes that the carriers out there, they will also need to deliver fossil-free transport services. And we believe that it's not only tailpipe emissions that will be included tomorrow there, but also, in fact, what goes in the vehicles that are being produced. So there's a strong business case, but for sure, the incentives in the ecosystems for taking these steps, we believe can be far stronger tomorrow than they are today.
Thanks, Frederick. We've covered this aspect of accelerating the energy and materials transformation through the value chain a little bit. Let's go into the funding, the financing part of it. At IKEA, Sriram, you have a program, financial program to support suppliers and switching to renewable electricity. How does that work?
So IKEA works with a whole type of different suppliers around the world. Some are as big as IKEA or even bigger than IKEA. Some suppliers are typically small and mid-sized companies. We did a survey around 5 years ago with our suppliers, and we found out that typically with the small and mid-sized companies, it was not lack of intent to accelerate the renewable energy journey, but it was also financing, which was a barrier because many of these companies already had loans for various capital goods, including building, machinery, and all. And then it was it was difficult to gain access to a big corpus of money to put into renewable assets. So in 2019, in the run-up to COP25, we put together a program with a €100 million corpus to finance renewable energy investments for suppliers. So we engage with our suppliers on business cases, and we finance various type of investments, which can be PV panels, it could be wind turbines, it could be CHPs, it could also be electrification, for example, movement towards heat pumps or electrified internal transport, for example. And then we have a steering group looking at these cases, and then we structure loans to our suppliers then to really accelerate movement towards 100% renewable energy by 2030. So as of FY23, we recommended 33 million euros out of the 100 million euros corpus to our treasury to give out these loans to our suppliers then.
And one of the suppliers that made use of this offer is Woodsland Furniture in Vietnam. Tuyat, how did that program, how did that help you accelerate your transition to renewable electricity? Hang on a second, we can't hear you. Now
Yes.
you're on. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. For us, we have invested our first solar panel in the rooftop in 2020, and that is from our finance. But in 2022, we have to got the finance support from IKEA for 3 years loan, which is about $2.2 million. And for that, we invest into solar panel on the rooftop with a capacity about 4.4 megawatt peak. And this solar system can generate clean energy for IKEA production and help us to reduce about 4,000 tons of CO2 every year. Up to now, so we are still in the payback period because this is 3 years loan, and up to now we had total 10 megawatt peak and in covering about 80,000 square meter in the rooftop for all the factories. Yeah, and the benefit for this investment is not only reduce the carbon dioxide, but also give us the source of the clean and free energy in the future. And this is help us to consolidate our competitiveness in the market in a sustainable way that we believe.
Thank you. I'd now like to ask a question really to all of you, and that has to do with this idea that we have of the race to the top, right? The exponential race to the top. When currently accelerating the energy and materials transformation comes at a cost, what advantage do you see for your companies to be doing it anyway, and to be doing it now, and to be doing it fast? Anyone who wants to start can start.
Sure.
For us,
what's the advantage for your company? The competitive advantage. Do you find it Do you think that it already now is an important step to take because of what you're seeing in the future, and where you're willing to take that hit, let's say, on the cost because of the essentially the bet on that it plays out in the future? Shri.
Yeah, it's very much as I was mentioning in a panel yesterday as well, it's a part of our corporate strategy as well, because we definitely see this as a source of competitive advantage, being a first mover in the space. Fredrik was also mentioning about access to materials. In the future, companies will anyways move here. The future is here to stay. It's not that in the future we will need less of these green steel, for example. The demand will only outweigh the supply will only the demand will outweigh the supply as such. And then I think being early movers in this space can secure access to these critical capacities. And then it also moving towards this helps in building business resilience as well, because for us as brands, we also need to secure the durability of the brand. IKEA we have been around for 80 years, and we need to secure our existence for another 80 years, and hopefully even more. And this is a really important tool to make that happen. We need to change and transform our business, and to really see this as a competitive advantage as such.
Is that a view that you share, Fredrik and Johan, over there in Stockholm?
Yeah, I just want to echo what was said right now. I think the competitive advantage, I mean, we're building our future together here, and we're building a company to survive tomorrow. But I think it's something more soft around it, as well as we have put really driving the shift into our purpose. That's the cornerstone of our company today. And that attracts people that really want to make change and bring the best brains to the table. But I also think that it matters to show that we believe in this future. Because if we put a bet, if we put our company at stake, then hopefully also partners around us, not only upstream, but also downstream. We need customers and transport buyers and other parts of society to lean in, to be the bold, be the brave, but also really, really stubborn. And not being a company driving the shift, not being a company at the forefront, not being a race to the top competitor, that doesn't work. So I think there's something there as well. We need bold and brave leaders and companies from all sectors of society, in fact. So I think it's there's no choice. It's just to go. We can do it.
And here's an opportunity for a call to action. What other players, whether that's policy, whether that's finance, other companies, cities, regions, what other players could help you make the investments to accelerate your transformation even further? Anyone?
Yeah, sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so I mean, I can say so. I mean, for example, we have had the EU election, and hopefully we will still have a very ambitious climate politics in the EU to kind of lean against. We see that there needs to be a price for CO2, a polluter pays principle that will really accelerate the shift that all industries need, and especially the hard-to-abate industries. And just connecting back to the last question, I mean, our whole reason for being is to decarbonize these hard-to-abate industries, and with that, we get to be part of shaping new markets. We get to be part of shaping green premiums, and we get to be part of impacting policymakers in making these bold decisions to be able to really enforce ambitious climate policies that we need for our survival. I mean, this is really important that we drive this shift together.
And I take the opportunity to jump in there again. Obviously, that ecosystems around transports tomorrow, it needs access to renewable energy. It needs access to a grid that has capacity where it's needed. It also it's also a matter of making sure that there is charging capacity out there when it's needed. But last but not least, if there isn't a reasonable money logic in this, if it's still a lot cheaper to use fossil fuels instead of using renewable energy, then scale, I'm afraid that scale won't come. The hockey stick in the transition curve won't come. So I think there's a big role to play here from the political side of society as well.
Thank you, Frederick. Just wondering too yet, Sri, do you want to come in?
Yeah, as I said before, that we are using clean energy now, but we expect to enjoy the clean and also free energy in the future, and this future will be about 7 to 8 years when all the investment today is returned. And I think I hope that if other manufacturers like us who can have the opportunity to approach the finance support like IKEA and gave to us, it can help this transformation progress faster.
Thank you. Any final thoughts from you, Sri?
I think it's a fantastic opportunity in the form of NDCs, NDC 3.0 for governments to really help through policy. To reflect.
And that's, just to chime in, the nationally determined contributions, so the national climate action plans that countries are committed to delivering again next year under the Paris Agreement.
So in that, the ambition really needs to come clear in terms of phasing out fossil fuel, not locking in money and investments in new assets, which will become stranded in some years, and to really rather incentivize through policy investments and really scale up renewables as such. And also, in a sense, relook at the risk premiums in many of the countries with very good preconditions. Because of risk premium, the internal rate of return is quite high, which prohibits new projects in many countries. So how can we sort of also, solve for that? But also for not to outsource everything to the governments. I think private sector also has a role to play. And for example, we have started doing a small initiative that, through our 100 million euro financing program. But similarly, we can have a lot more of players joining in, and together, all of these small droplets will make a big ocean, so as to say.
Thank you very much, Sriram Rajagopal of Inter-IKEA Group, Do Thi Bach Tuyet of Woodsland Furniture in Vietnam. Thank you, Frederick Nielsen of Scania and Johan Mandarik Roinanen of H2 Green Steel. And with that, let's wrap up this session, Exponential Race to the top session. But do stay tuned for the next one, where we look even closer at some financing questions. Stay tuned. Welcome to this Exponential Race to the Top session on new financial models to exponentially grow climate solutions and net zero value chains. Lots of big words in that one. So let me unravel a little bit. Exponential Roadmap Initiative is founded around the Exponential Roadmap report that in 2018 found we can actually have emissions by 2030 through scaling, exponentially scaling solutions. Since then, 2018, we've done lots of work, and part of that work consists in trying to take down to the product and services level this definition of what actually is a climate solution, and also to the level of a company, what makes a company a climate solutions company, and then on net zero value chain. So these are value chains or systems that link up companies delivering products and services that meet the needs of all of us on the planet, but while staying within the carbon budget and the planetary boundaries. So we'll discuss this in a little bit more detail, or well, let's rather say we won't discuss in more detail what climate solutions are or what net zero value chains are, but we will discuss how to finance them. And with that, I'd like to welcome Matthias Frümery, the head of the UNFCCC, head of Swedish UNFCCC delegation and Sweden's climate ambassador. Welcome, Matthias. Welcome, Benedikt Libanda, CEO of Namibia's Environmental Investment Fund, Nasmira Mouli, Chief Sustainability Officer at 91, an investment asset manager. And we also have Otto Gernand, the Chief Financial Officer of H2 Green Steel. Welcome, everyone. Everyone can hear us, so that's, I'm assuming. Otto, we already heard from your colleague, from Johan, a little bit, how you'll produce steel that will have 95% less emissions than the steel that we have today. We heard also how you started from scratch with this company, and we heard a little bit about how this finance came together. Obviously, huge investments needed. You're the Chief Financial Officer, so tell us in a little bit more detail, how did you manage to pull in the finance that was necessary to get H2 Green Steel off the ground?
Hi, thank you for having us again. So it's been 4 years since we started, more or less, today, and we've concluded now a financing of $7 billion, or just above $7 billion, which I think has obviously been challenging, but I think where we very early on, what we realized was the need for project finance, so the need to really debt finance what we were building. The traditional sort of startup financing obviously does not include debt financing in its sort of the suite of products that's available to you for natural reasons. You don't have a balance sheet, you don't have annual reports to show, you have no revenues, you have no cash generation, and so on. So setting out 4 years ago, we really intended and we designed and we built a company specifically to be able to be financed. And I think that is what was key to us. And what it sits and it's based on many different pillars, but the first one and the critical one was the ability to secure offtakes. And I think when you look at the really unique parts of this financing, one of them is the fact that you have, for the first time, long-term contracts with customers that are committing to what we call hard take or pay. So it essentially means a volume commitment and a buy commitment for products with no outs. You have no ability to leave these contracts as long as we supply the products that you have intended to buy, with one very specific element. You are paying a green premium. So there's a lot of talk today about green premiums, and there has been, but we have then sort of legally binding commitments. And the unique part is that the product is exactly the same. It's a brown steel coil, green steel coil, it's the same quality, it's the same physical properties, etc. But the green steel coil, people are willing to pay a premium for, and they're willing to sign, in our case, 7-year contracts for that. And that is really unique, and that is what sort of we built upon to then create the full financing package for the plant.
Thanks, Otto. Nasmira, you're at an asset management firm. You're based in South Africa. You have a focus on emerging economies. Can you see a similar case of a similar company, similar to H2 Green Steel, happening in the emerging economies? So the case where a company like that pulls together finance like that.
I think it's more challenging for several reasons. So as a starting point, one of the things that had underpinned H2 Green Steel, aside from the super important offtake agreements that we've just discussed, was a grant from the European Innovation Fund. And that sort of capital is not available for most emerging market countries. We're seeing some nascent signs come through in some of the larger economies at this point in time, but it's not the quantum that you're seeing available in developed markets. What you've generally seen is the fiscal space in the average emerging economy is much more constrained. Emerging countries don't have the luxury of responding to crises like COVID by effectively printing money, as we saw in Europe and the US. And therefore, as they deal with the climate transition, they are having to fund at higher interest rates, and they are not able to subsidize their local industries in the same way. Having said that, what is within their control, where you're seeing some countries do much better than others, is put in place supportive regulatory environments. And I think that that's where countries need to increasingly focus, is if you are going to try and encourage the more green industries, you have to make it super easy to get renewables built out and removing all of the internal regulatory blocks around that. And I think that's the area in terms of renewable energy build that we have seen the most progress to date. So it's now slowly starting to get to the point where in some of the larger economies, you're talking about more industrial projects. And I think aside from China, which is its own case study and is the largest investor in clean tech globally at this point, but in the emerging space, India is probably furthest along.
Thanks, Nasmira. I'd like to turn to Benedict now, CEO of the Environmental and Investment Fund in Namibia. So green steel that Otto's company is set to produce, green steel needs green hydrogen, and that's something that you're looking to develop in Namibia. You've set up the SDG Namibia Fund 1. Thank you. I got confused on one and fund, but that's the one that you set up. And the word there is blended finance. How are you trying to make green hydrogen happen for Namibia?
Yes, thank you. I think the narrations from the previous speakers resonates very well with our experiences in Namibia. Now, when we talk about green hydrogen, it requires a large ticket size of investments. Just to give you a context, we do have a pipeline of $20 billion project under the SDG number 1, and that is 2 times our GDP as a country. So you can imagine on how to attract different sorts of capital towards financing such assets. As a public institution, again, touching on Astria's comment, is that we are so constrained with our physical. So the challenges of debt to GDP are extremely, high, and there's a lot of, competing priorities for investment in our space as a country. So we came up with this blended financing platform with a view to really attract different sorts of capital, targeting concessional capital, mainly from donors, and also use public, seed capital to de-risk and attract private investments. So this is how the genesis of SDG number 1, came into place. Then we partnered with the climate fund managers from Netherlands, and in that partnership, which was conceived at government-to-government, relationship between the Netherlands, the Dutch government, as well as the government, we formed that partnership. And this fund has now been seeded with about 40 million euros from Invest International, as well as we're about to close another 60 million euros for the development fund. So it's a blended financing structure where we have a development fund, which is more for de-risking, which is $100 million. Then we are working on a construction fund, which is more for commercial investors, as well as an operational fund, which is more for fixed income investors. All these kind of funds have got different risk appetites, depending on investors, investors' choices. So where we are at the moment, we've established fund managers to manage the SDG number 1, which is called Namibia Hydrogen Fund Managers. Again, this is a partnership with the climate fund managers and the Environmental Investment Fund of Namibia. We have already made some investment decisions at early stage. We have invested in a high iron project in Namibia, more on green steel. We've also invested in Hyphen, triggering 24% equity on behalf of the state. That's about $23 million at development phase. We're also investing in a feasibility study for a pipeline between Namibia and South Africa. We're working with our counterparts in South Africa. They've also put a blended financing structure called the South African Green Hydrogen Fund.
Matthias, you're negotiating on the hot potato topic in these climate negotiations on finance. And of course, there is this commitment under the Paris Agreement that all finance flows should be compatible with the goals of the Paris Agreement, should go to low carbon development. When you hear stories like these, of blended finance, but also of lots of finance coming together partly through offtake agreements, does that sort of go into the right direction of what people don't yet quite know what they mean by making all finance flows compatible with low carbon development?
Indeed, I think these are really great examples. I mean, both what we heard from HC Green Steel and what Benedict was just sort of portraying in terms of what's being done in Namibia really points to what you're saying, that this is 2.1c in practice.
The article of
Paris Agreement,
the
Article 2.1c in practice. And let me also say that I think over the past couple of years, we've seen a development in terms of the conversation on finance within the UNFCCC context. I mean, from being very much focused on the kind of finance that we as developed countries are providing to developing countries in terms of supporting their climate action, and of course the 100 billion being sort of the pillar of that, but also then moving towards seeing, for example, the commitment or the call we had at COP27 to the multilateral development banks to reform their business models to be able to provide the kind of finance needed for the transition, and now becoming more and more engaged also in this in the implementation of Article 2.1c and what that actually means for countries. And I think what also we heard previously here, that the importance of a regulatory environment to attract the kind of investment necessary, which goes for all countries, you know, for Sweden, for Namibia, for South Africa. We all need to make sure that we have that kind of attractive investment climate to secure the investments necessary for the transition that we're doing. And I think that's a welcome development within the UNFCCC context, sort of moving from that singular focus on the kind of finance that we as developed countries provide to having that conversation on the wider financial flows and how we ensure that those are moving towards implementation of both the temperature goal and the resilience goal in the Paris Agreement. And of course, not everything is within the mandate of the UNFCCC itself. I mean, much of this is going on outside the UNFCCC. What we can do here is, of course, provide that kind of platform and overview to highlight all these various channels which are becoming increasingly available for countries globally to accelerate their transition.
Thank you, Matthias. Otto, one of the things that we want to talk about is climate solutions, but also funding value chains, and that's where your off-takers play a role. Can you explain that a little bit further? How does that work, this idea that entire value chains transform, and through the finance that they're putting towards a climate solution, transform the entire value chain? So essentially, what role, more specifically, did your off-takers play?
Yeah, I think where the value chain is the big, well, there are two big changes that come from our offtakes, specifically if you talk about the offtakes. One thing is the buying behavior of the customer. So in the traditional steel industry, at least in Europe, you have never had long-term binding volume commitments. You've had long-standing relationships with your preferred suppliers on the steel side, but you have really negotiated on a quarterly basis or an annual basis, and you've retained a lot of flexibility as a customer. You've been buying really a commodity. I think now that we are shifting from brown steel to green steel, you have a very supply-constrained product in the green steel space. You have a product with some kind of differentiation against the rest of the market. And so we've been able to create a different balance between buyer and seller in that sense. And that's what's unlocked and enabled these types of longer-term offtake contracts. And so that's a changed buying behavior, which also changes our business model as a steel company, you could say, in having that sort of revenue visibility, volume visibility, and also ability to production plan for a much longer period of time than a traditional steel plant. Then when you look sort of more sort of upstream in the value chain, I think where the value chain is changing is more tied to what it means to produce a green steel product. And in essence, it's a very, I mean, steel is a very, very energy intense industry. And the vast majority of that energy today is provided by coal. And so in decarbonizing the steel industry, you have to shift from that source of coal to a source of renewable electricity generation, basically. And the change in the value chain there on the upstream side is simply that you need to relocate, in this case, the iron production part of the value chain, what is today a blast furnace, to locations where you have access to cheaper renewable electricity. Because that becomes the driver and that becomes the differentiating part. And so if you are a traditional steel plant, you're located, based on a logic of having access to coal, you're maybe next to a coal mine or you're next to a port where you can get access to coal, then that's been the big driver for you. I will make one other quick comment, I think, on the offtake side, tying back to sort of, when you think about it from a developed market standpoint, or developing market standpoint, so the subsidy part in our financing is very, very small. It's significantly less than 10% of the total funding need if you combine all types of sort of grant-related funding sources that we have. But I think what the bigger hurdle is in putting this together somewhere else will be the offtake side. So how do you think about, let's take South Africa as an example, building a green steel plant in South Africa, securing the willingness to pay for that green product, securing that premium, long-term offtakes, and that sort of revenue side, it will be more challenging. And where I think customers and the private actors can play a bigger role is to allow us to disconnect, the abatement or the saved green tons, the green element from the steel production from the brown element of the steel production, to essentially then market and sell certificates, because a ton of CO2 saved in South Africa is as much valuable as a ton of CO2 saved in Sweden. So to be able to sell certificates, maybe on one hand, and then to sell a cheaper product in the domestic market where maybe there is no willingness to pay for green. I think that would be a very powerful tool that the private market can provide, basically, to unlock more financing in developing markets.
Thank you, Otto, for that reflection. Benedict, I was going to ask you something else, but do you have any thoughts on what Otto just said there?
Yes. I think it's interesting what Otto is doing in Sweden. We're also looking at how to really unlock certain income generation streams for these green hydrogen projects that we are developing. One of the areas we're looking at is from the carbon market perspective, looking at green premiums and green attributes. So we have just concluded a study with the assistance of the World Bank, also working with McKinsey, on the potential of expanding, revenue generation streams for these projects, so that they get to realize their feasibility. And I think it holds certain potential, although it is at early stage. A lot need to be unlocked. There's some hurdles to overcome. One of the approach we're undertaking is again government to government, discussions. Our offtake process of these goods and services that we are putting on the market are being led between bilateral discussion between the government of Netherlands and Namibia, Germany, Japan, and South Korea. So these, are some innovation that we're trying to bring on the fore and see how we can close the much needed financing gap that is required.
And there's a fair bit of value chain thinking going on there as well, right? Because you're not only focusing on the green hydrogen production, but you have much bigger plans.
Oh, most definitely, because what we're taking advantage of is that Namibia could potentially produce green hydrogen at a low cost of capital because of our endowed natural resource of radiation and wind speed. But most importantly, green hydrogen is not an end to itself. We are taking that advantage to transform our economy as a country and also diversify our economy into a low carbon economy using the renewable energy resources as a conduit to our economic development. So we're looking at creating, much needed jobs in the country from green hydrogen constructions and development. We're looking at, closing the Gini coefficient of the country. We're looking at, expanding the physical revenue of the ministry, etc. So it's really not merely production to only assist the global north to decarbonize, but also to transform and benefit the countries.
Talk about race to the top and seizing opportunities, right?
Yes.
That's how you see it.
Yeah.
Nasmira, as a private investor, you need to deliver a return, right, to your investors. So at what point can you come in when it comes to financing these kind of solutions and really value chain transformations? And in which markets?
So I think it depends on the mandate. So we are an asset manager. All the capital we manage is on behalf of our clients, and it depends on the mandate they provide us. So we have developmental funds with anchor investment from various European Union governments that allow us to fund infrastructure across the African continent, which would be very interested in some of the earlier stage funding. We tend to operate on the debt side rather than the equity side, but there are funds that will do the same on the equity. They struggle to get to the size that Benedict is talking about because these are very large projects now, whereas these sort of more developmental funds have been set up to do smaller projects or to do the larger projects in conjunction with many others. I think the challenge right now is how do we get broad-based developed market private capital interested in investing in emerging markets? Because we've spent the last 2 or 3 years talking about the importance of it. Earlier on in this discussion, there was a mention of the increasing refocus of the development finance institutions and the MDBs that are now trying to facilitate this flow a lot more. But the reality is the average developed market pension fund or insurer has very little interest in investing in projects in emerging markets. And how do we begin to bridge that gap? And that's why Otto's example of creating alternate revenue streams, I think, is very important. I think some de-risking at fund level from the MDBs and the DFIs are potentially quite important because part of the problem is just a lack of familiarity. There is a big part of it that is higher risk, but there's also an even bigger part of it that's higher perceived risk versus realized risk. The IFC's GEMS database, our own experience investing across many of these markets is that realized risks are a lot lower than expected. So how do we get more investors into the space to increase their familiarity and therefore have this experience firsthand?
What are your reflections on that, Matthias? You are nodding.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think it's a very good point in terms of the familiarity of the markets. I mean, if we just look at the Swedish or European investors and where their capital flows are directed, I mean, it's mainly within those markets they already know. And so I think that there is definitely work to be done in terms of increasing the awareness of the potential of markets globally for making these kinds of investments. And of course, it goes both ways in that sense. I mean, how can investors from, for example, European countries raise their own awareness, and how can countries like South Africa and Namibia also be part of raising that awareness? So, how do we make those sort of two ends meet in that sense? Maybe that's not for the UNFCCC to do. There are other fora where that could be done more efficiently, but I would definitely think that is something, an area to work on, which would in the end also benefit the work that we're doing here, because there is increasing certainty that the investments will be flowing, that the finance is there for these kind of projects, to support the kind of transition that countries are doing globally.
But another way for countries, for national governments to accelerate the transition to low carbon technologies is to put an effective price on carbon.
Absolutely.
Which is something that...
Phasing out fossil fuel subsidies.
Exactly.
But of course also setting, I mean, now since we're in the era of new NDCs, the nationally determined contributions, having all countries globally to come forward, and especially the G20 countries, coming forward with new ambitious NDCs, also setting that kind of bar in terms of what is it that we as a country want to achieve, and how can we sort of convince investors that this is an achievable goal, and also how investors and various types of companies, across the sectors of the economy can also make that point that, these are projects which are doable. We can, as you're doing in Exponential Roadmap, saying that the solutions are out there, the finance is there. It's just, we need to make sure that all of these various strands in terms of policy development, finance, and technology are coming together to ensure that these investments are actually flowing.
But how have countries been reflecting this? Well, really, it was a commitment to put money into low carbon technologies. So, and then there's been this really loud call from the UN Secretary General to please put a price on carbon and phase out fossil fuel subsidies and all this. So that's a tall order. How have countries been reflecting that here in Bonn?
Not sufficiently, I guess, is the easy answer to that. But there are also, again, other platforms where that conversation is maybe have had more in operational terms. We have, for example, the Coalition of Finance Ministers for Climate Action, which comprises some 70 or 80 countries already. Now, where one of the strands there is discussing carbon pricing, and I think we have some 60, 70 countries globally who have introduced some kind of carbon price. That obviously needs to increase, we would say, at least from a Swedish perspective, because it actually helps pricing the sort of the externalities of how you're dealing with your transition to net zero.
I would have one last question, since we need to wrap up this question, that we go back to the exponential race to the top. Where, from all your different perspectives, where are you seeing that in countries, in regions, in companies, in cities? Where's that competitive spirit that you see when from the financing perspective, right? Not the development, but really from the financing perspective. I'm betting on a solution that's going to win the new economy. Where are you guys seeing that?
I think we saw good examples here. I mean, both from H2 Green Steel and from Namibia.
I think from where we sit, we see the offtake mechanisms to be one of the best, avenues to unlock investments. If we can establish the pricing of green hydrogen within the next two years or so, and secure those offtakes, that will give impetus and investors confidence. And from an investment and fundraising perspective, and participation of pension funds, as several asset managers, that will be a good call to the market.
Nasmira, Otto, any thoughts?
I think two things. On the one side, I'm most excited when I look across emerging markets, whether that's Latin America or Asia or South Africa, Namibia to some extent, but Namibia is more coordinated. Benedict and James and the team there have done an amazing job in coordinating it. But across emerging markets, I'm most excited by what private companies are doing, because in many countries you see companies acting ahead of their governments because the governments are reluctant to make overly ambitious pledges. And so companies that face the global markets, that sell into Europe or face global financial institutions, are taking ambitious action. The fastest growth in SBTI sign-up and verification over the last couple of years, certainly in percentage terms, has been in India. And the country's NDC is 2070. So that excites me. The other thing, which is more recent, is I have finally started to see DFIs start to talk about adjusting their business model and start to do something. And it's not translated into a floodgate of money as yet, but it's a whole lot further than it was 2 years ago. So that's in its early stages, but both of those things, corporates putting their balance sheets to work and DFIs starting to take some positive steps.
Thank you, Nesmira. Otto, what movement are you seeing that's exciting you?
I think, first of all, we're very proud to have been able to put the whole thing together. And I think people view it as a sort of a positive signal that you can put together a very, very largely privately funded climate project today, and a large-scale one. It's possible. It's not easy, but in a way, it should not be easy to raise $7 billion either. So I kind of I feel like we've seen a big change. We've been, continuously fundraising over 3.5 years. I think the biggest thing we are missing right now, I think if you properly structure a project, if you really piece together, the technology, construction contracts, the infrastructure, the offtakes, the team that's going to execute it, and so on. If you properly put that together and structure it, you will have senior funding available. You will have export credit agencies available providing credit guarantees. I think on the equity side, I would still like to see a widening of mandates. I think that's where we are lacking participation from certain actors, because let's say certain equity funds or pension funds or whatever it may be, they do not take construction risk. They do not invest pre-revenue. They do not invest, whatever it may be. And I think here, and you hear that even from climate-focused funds, surprisingly enough. And I think if you want to be a climate investor and you really want to drive climate change and climate actions through your equity fund, you also have to have a mandate where you invest in these types of assets. And I think there we've seen change over 3.5 years, but that is really moving slow, I would say. So if there's anywhere in the capital structure, I think we need to see change. It's there, but otherwise, I think we've seen that it's possible. It's difficult, but it's possible, and it's working. So I'm very happy. And last thing I'd say is from a European perspective, I mean, we're now really seeing the Fit for 55 ambitions being turned into legislation. And so that's also very, very central to our financing, will be very central to other similar type of projects in Europe completing their financing. And I just hope Europe will now continue, which I think we're happy with on the whole, we're happy with the result of the election in Europe, but stay the course, stay true to the Fit for 55 program, and don't waver on it, because that will create uncertainty in the markets.
Thank you, Otto Gernand of H2 Green Steel. And with that, I'd like to wrap up this session, and thank you to all our other speakers, Nesmira Mula of 91 Investment, and Benedikt Libanda of Namibia's Environmental Investment Fund, and Matthias Frumery, Sweden's Climate Ambassador. Thank you all for joining today, and stay tuned for our next Exponential Race to the Top session, in which we'll talk about scaling climate solutions, coming up just after this short little element. Welcome to this Exponential Race to the Top session on scaling climate solutions through Race to Zero. Now, the solutions exist to solve the climate crisis. The solutions exist to halve emissions by 2030. If we scale them, that was the finding of the Exponential Roadmap report. We've talked about it a little bit earlier. And a finding that the reports from the UN climate science body, the IPCC, have then confirmed and stressed over the past years as well. But while we know what the solutions are on the sectoral level, on the global level, we haven't really been able to pin it down to the product and services level. And that is an effort that Exponential Roadmap Initiative has undertaken together with Oxford Net Zero. And we've just today published a framework for climate solutions, the Climate Solutions Framework, that offers a definition of what climate solutions are and what makes a company a climate solutions company. So that's some of our work on climate solutions. But there's also more work to be done when it comes to scaling climate solutions, and that work goes on also in the Race to Zero. Welcome Tessa Ferry, lead of the Race to Zero, and welcome Johan Falk, CEO of the Exponential Roadmap Initiative. Now, the Race to Zero is the largest global network of non-state actors committed and actually taking action to halving emissions by 2030. Tessa, we've just talked a little bit about the collaboration between Exponential, or we've talked about climate solutions and the role that Exponential Roadmap Initiative has there, but also hinted that we have a collaboration on this. How would you describe the collaboration between Exponential Roadmap Initiative and Race to Zero on climate solutions?
Thanks, Andrea. And nice to be with you. Thank you for inviting me from Scotland. A little bit jealous not to be in Bonn with everybody. It sounds like you've been having some fantastic conversations. So I think really, the spirit of Race to Zero is really about how we collectively move forward and how do we, all work together as non-state actors to contribute to halving emissions by 2030, as you've said. And that requires innovating, and that requires thinking about the new frontiers of climate action. And how do we incentivize that action, and how do we come up with appropriate safeguards and guardrails to that action? So it's really exciting for me to see the work that Exponential Roadmap Initiative with Oxford Net Zero have been leading, to really look at this question about how do we incentivize greater action around climate solutions. And I see that as an important part of the race, and something that we can all learn from as we think about taking these steps forward. As we're in this, phase of implementation, we need to start really thinking about what this means, and what this means in both the short and the long term. So very pleased to be collaborating with Exponential Roadmap on this. I think we've got a really important role to play to support that innovation, support that thinking, to connect to the wider community. As you say, Race to Zero is a multi-stakeholder community. We're working with businesses, cities, subnational governments, financial institutions, and many, many more. So how do we think about this from a multi-stakeholder perspective? But also, how do we think about how this supports the ambition of parties as well? And lastly, I think in terms of a kind of formal part of the collaboration, we have an independent advisory group to Race to Zero called the Expert Peer Review Group. And they are very much, I think, working as partners of Exponential Roadmap Initiative as you expand this work, to really think about how this relates to what Race to Zero does about setting criteria, setting those guardrails, and then setting that way forward.
Johan, maybe you can explain a little bit more about this collaboration from your perspective, and also where you see this going.
Yeah, Exponential Roadmap Initiative, as Tessa said, we are an accredited partner of the Race to Zero, and we have a very close collaboration in many areas since the last year. We have also contributed to the criteria, Race to Zero criteria, and we're also applying that as part of our 4-pillar framework when we onboard companies. So it's a very strong collaboration. It's also part of our own exponential scaling strategy, because, as we said previously, we're bringing together some of the absolute leading transformers and disruptors in the world. But our intention is to develop together with these companies the best practices to be able to scale that openly to any company. That is also what we're working together with Race to Zero on, and some of the other business networks. But also to comment on the climate solutions, why do we need a stronger focus on that? Well, we heard a lot about the value chain transformations, and we need really an exponential transformation of the value chains, not of the companies, of the complete value chains. And to order to accelerate that and shift the solutions curves to the left, we need to really drive innovation and recognition of these solutions and really rapid scaling. And we heard some examples previously, like H2 green steel, for example, steel where you can cut out 90% of the emissions. That would be an example of a climate solution.
But how does the collaboration with Race to Zero, how does that enable scaling?
It's our thinking with the climate solutions framework is basically we started to develop that last year. We have put it out on review to a lot of experts, both from the business community, the NGO community, and the finance community, and capture the feedback in order to launch the updated criteria. And now we will apply that to onboard companies. We see this as the first, well, both to Exponential Roadmap Initiative as well as Race to Zero. We see this really as a stepping stone to also influence the bigger frameworks and the standardization in the long term, because we will be able to capture concrete feedback in what we're doing practically.
And Tessa, your reflections there on Race to Zero as, let's say, a tool for scaling climate solutions.
Thanks, Andrea. I really, picking up on what Johan has said, I think part of what we need to be collectively thinking about is how do we take these ideas and these kind of new frontiers and move them from a phase of, I guess, idea generation into something that becomes more mainstream, something that becomes more normalized, and how do we kind of move on this journey? And I think that's something where we're really interested to keep exploring that conversation, is how does this this concept that you're working on become something that is not only being delivered and worked on by Exponential Roadmap Initiative, but actually is something that then becomes part of the net zero conversation more broadly. And I think this work and this collaboration, I think, plays to the various strengths that we bring. Obviously, Race to Zero is this global campaign led by the UN Climate Change High-Level Champions, and Exponential Roadmap are bringing this innovation, but also, as Johan has said, that really practical examples of trying to roll this out with the leading companies, looking at what this means, learning, building the best practice around it, which I think is a really important lesson that we can then hopefully try and scale up and point to others that are already thinking about this journey and about this conversation as well. And then also thinking about how we link to other conversations that are happening around sector transformations, and how we bridge the net zero part of that conversation, which comes to Race to Zero, and how do we bring that with the kind of systems transformations that we need. And I think there's a lot of synergies that we can build on, and a lot of convenings and conversations that we can be thinking about. So I think it's a really exciting proposition to try and advance some of this work.
Thank you, Tessa. Johan, the framework, which was then sort of built on through the consultation. So this framework that is now launched, what are going to be the next steps on this framework, applying maybe this framework on climate solutions?
Yes, and just 2 words on the actual framework. We, as I mentioned, we captured a lot of feedback, and we concluded that there is very strong support for the basic idea. It's basically anchored in the carbon law. So to be qualified as a climate solution, service or product, a solution should at least have 50% less footprint compared to the market average solution, but preferably much more, as we talked about, 80, 90% and so on. 2 things are really important: the sharpness of this framework, but also the simplicity. We get that feedback that can we keep the simplicity and sharpness, and then we ensure transparency in all communication from companies. We believe that is a very good equation. Then there are, of course, guardrails, but our strategy is not to overcomplicate the guardrails, to keep it reasonably simple, which could be developed over time. What we are doing from our perspective is, of course, scaling out and spreading the framework. We're also working with other partners like in the venture capital and the finance industry to see how we align, because that's the other part of the equation, of course. And we will start onboarding companies practically, of course, and setting up also concrete groups with climate solutions companies. And just to mention, we have one set of companies which we can qualify as climate solutions companies, which would have more than 90% of its revenue qualified as climate solutions. But we will also push that transformative companies, like the big one existing, they should also set targets on scaling up climate solutions, just as they have targets on cutting emissions. So that will be the next steps.
Thank you, Johan. Tessa, what can you mention on next steps on the collaboration on climate solutions?
Thanks. So I think, one thing that I'm really interested in is how we show what is possible, and how do we really show where this is working and what people have learned. So I'm really excited to kind of continue to work with Exponential Roadmap as this is rolled out, to try and amplify some of those successes, because for every company that might already be engaged in this topic, there's going to be many more that are beginning to think about it, and how do we share this as a really useful tool, and then continue to talk about how we kind of more practically think about this within Race to Zero. I think that's a conversation that we will continue to have. I know that it's something that, as I mentioned, the expert peer review group will be continuing to partner with and to learn from. And I think this is just such an exciting time. And it's actually, I think, a fairly new way of working within Race to Zero, where we are thinking about what a partner is doing to explore this particular topic, and then how do we amplify it, rather than something where we've necessarily kind of gone away and thought about it from the perspective of within the campaign directly. So I think it's really a really interesting model and a really interesting thing to be involved in at this time. And I really hope we can have maybe some real practical examples, let's say by COP, maybe more of a challenge to think about where we can draw on these really practical examples by the end of the year.
Thank you, Tessa Ferry, Race to Zero lead from the high-level champions. Thanks for that, and we'd like to be wrapping up the session. Do stay tuned for the next one. Thank you also, Johan Falk, CEO of the Exponential Roadmap Initiative. You can stay put, because you'll stay with us for the next session, in which we'll talk in more detail about funding net zero value chains. So do stay tuned for that, coming up right after this short little break. Welcome to another Exponential Race to the Top session, broadcast live here from Bonn, from the UN Climate Change Conference. This session will take another perspective on the question of financing climate solutions and net zero value chains. And at Exponential Roadmap Initiative, we've started some thinking really around these net zero value chains. So what can they be? They're really systems connecting producers and consumers and delivering products and services to meet human needs. But in a way that is, and now I really have to look at my notes because this is so new, circular, renewable, regenerative, and waste-free. So that's our thinking around net zero value chains. But at Vargas Holding, there is, I would say, maybe similar thinking, but what's more, there's also investing going on in value chains. Vargas calls itself an impact company builder. Welcome, Carl-Erik Lagercrantz, CEO of Vargas Holding. And again, welcome Johan Falk, CEO of Exponential Roadmap Initiative. Now, Carl-Erik, the impact companies that Vargas has built so far, most well known, maybe internationally, are Northvolt green batteries, or H2 Green Steel, who we've heard from earlier today, that will produce green steel. There's also Polarium with battery storage. There's IRA for heat pumps. How is Vargas using its investments to transform value chains?
Well, first of all, thanks for having me on board, and thanks for driving change and bringing people together who all provide an opportunity and who bring the right solutions for a coming society. And I hope to be, and I'm glad to be here. But since I really want to make sure that we play a role from a Vargas Holding perspective. And so what we do believe in is that we have an opportunity to develop not only a decarbonized value chains, which are circular, which provide a more efficient platforms, sort of independently of verticals. That's how we look at it. We are very agnostic to what we, when we look at, is there an opportunity to develop a next generation platform? And we look at it very systematically. I think one of the greatest opportunity of our generation, and I would say maybe more the coming generation, is that there will be a whole new sort of industrial platform that needs to be developed, which we talk about a lot, and we are going too slow. But I actually think that platform that will be developed is a fantastic opportunity from a business perspective and from a societal perspective, of course. We need to have it there, and it needs to be built. There's a different logic to it. If you look at it vertical by vertical, it needs to happen. The big emitting industries, if we talk about the hard-to-abate industries, of course, the ones that are heavy on capex and emit and with high emissions, those are part of the verticals that we like to look at and like to develop. And I think one needs to think very thoroughly on how to go about of how to orchestrate a change or to be a part of that change in a vertical. And I think here we like the approach of having a greenfield approach and that systematic approach, meaning that we look at all of the reasons for building that new value chain in a certain geography, creating competitiveness, aligning with customers, close collaboration with technology suppliers, very, very close relationship with the financial community, knowing what they want to see, knowing how you create bankability, and a very, very close alignment with the policymakers in different geographies around the world. And I think by doing that, and my experience is that, not going into the individual companies that we have founded from scratch on that approach, brought in capital, our own capital and other people's capital, and then creating that bankability, meaning that we can scale so that we actually make the impact on a volume perspective. All of that is relevant as part of the changing world and developing the next generation platforms. So that's just a little bit of a snapshot on how we think.
Thank you, Carl-Erik, for that snapshot. Johan, why would you say is it important to take a value chain approach to transformation?
I would say moving forward, it's all about exponential transformation of value chains. The previous thinking has very much been looking at the individual companies, and this idea that you can achieve net zero by just looking at your company or your suppliers and so on, I think that is gone. The way to do this is to take a completely new approach, and that's the only way to actually accelerate the transformation. We need, and we heard that from the examples previously, how IKEA is working, for example, really closely with their suppliers on the upstream, on the energy material transformation, but also downstream in terms of transforming the business models. But also from some of your companies like H2 Green Steel, which is of course part of the value chain together with companies like Scania, as an example, and how that is tied together. And what is, as Carl-Erik said, what is essential is that to take a complete approach, both in terms of radical innovation, how we actually completely reinvent the value chains, but also that we need completely new ways of thinking in terms of financing and funding, where I think Vargas is in the front line. So I think you're incredibly interesting examples that others can copy in this transformation.
Carl-Erik, maybe you can explain that a little bit more. How is the way that you build companies that you invest in? How is that new?
Just to touch on it, sorry.
Yeah. How is that new and different? How is your impact company building? How is that new and different to the investment that we know?
Well, I think it's, first of all, as Johan said, I mean, you have the legacy, the legacy industry, and I have to say this, legacy industry have the hardest time of everybody to disrupt themselves, of course. It's very hard to sort of, totally revamp if you are carbon oriented, and most of the, large companies are carbon oriented because that was the past, and we know we need to go into the future, and that creates, then you need to have new value chains, and I think then reflect on what is then we're going to build. Well, there's plentiful of technology out there which is low carbon, but you need to, and that's, I think that is an opportunity for a company like us, where we come at it with a totally, we have no presumptions on what you can do and should do. We actually see, hang on a second, this is what society wants. This is what the demand side wants. If it is IKEA, or if it is Mercedes, or if it's Scania, or if it's Microsoft, whoever, they want to have and be supported by low carbon value chains. And that is for all of the aspects of their products. If it is polyester, or if it is steel, or if it is aluminum, or if it is batteries, whatever it might be. And that is going all too slow for them. Therefore, they are perfect partners. And the way we set about it was that create that partnership from a customer perspective very early on, so that you in a way enable their strategy. But they don't want to build a steel plant. They don't want to build a battery plant. They don't want to do, build a polyester recycling plant. But they dearly want that low carbon material, which is sustainable for their long-term success. And I think this is where we come in as an enabler for that. But we are also an enabler for the policymakers, the ones who say, we need to go in this direction. And we are providing support in different dimensions. A lot of the legacy players in respective industry will say, it's very hard, we need more money, we need more support. But then, if you look at it from with a greenfield approach, that's what you provision. Totally, and I would like to say this here, when you look at the opportunity for, I would call the Western Hemisphere, which in a way outsource a lot to outside Western Hemisphere of I would call it manufacturing, either a heavy industry or lighter industry. Now we have an opportunity to build back the new type of platforms that's, in the right geography, with the right low CO2 footprint, which is also highly efficient because we're building with the latest technology. So on top of the decarbonization, I think we're providing excellent cost competitiveness, and also and what you also have an opportunity to do is something that has not been done in a long period of time, and that is to integrate the value, the industrial value chain that we're looking at. Over many years, it was the fashion was to sort of be only good at a certain part of your value chain. But I actually think that the world is changing now. So in order to be really competitive, you need to go big on scale, but you also need to be very vertically integrated in order to capture the value in the value chain that you're working with. So it becomes, in a way, complex. But when you are able to do that, I think you're able to unlock so much value, which your customers want, because they want that low carbon product at the right price. Then they really want to go all in supporting you. And also on top of this, very, very close collaboration with the technology suppliers. And I'm back again to say, it's not about developing a technology, which is not existent today. It's actually going into and establishing with the right technology in the right energy geography, a value chain that can support big-time decarbonization for especially these hard-to-abate sectors. And we have, so far in our companies that we have started from scratch, we raised more than, I think, $23 billion US, you know, with fantastic partners all across. And we're going to continue to do that. And I think it's you know, and I love doing it because I'm getting the feedback from our customers and I'm getting the feedback from the policymakers that, hang on a second, you are all actually part of that, you know, amongst many others, of enabling this transition.
Thank you for these insights. Johan, any reflections on what you heard? You were very engaged.
Just to highlight what you said, the next generation value chains, it's all about partnerships. That's absolutely essential. And if companies are not part of the next generation value chains, they will disappear from the market. They will very soon understand that. So it's about survival and being able to grow over time. There is a tremendous opportunity for business model innovation, and you work with that as well as financial model innovation. And to scale, I think, to showing by example and show that it is not only, of course, good for the planet, but primarily a good, strong investment. That's incredibly important. And to be able to show these examples so they can be duplicated, maybe unlock some more blockers in terms of unlocking funding from institutions and other type of things which can enable even more capital and also investments in the global south. I think that's incredibly exciting.
Thanks, Johan. Carl-Erik, I do have one question there on your mission to reduce 1% of global CO2 emissions, or to decarbonize 1% of global CO2 emissions. What would make you start or build an impact company in India or in China or in maybe other emerging economies? Because most of the companies, or all of the companies, I believe that you have founded so far, are located in Europe.
Yeah, well, yes, we have also in North America, we have interest amongst others in Quebec, which is also, Canada is very forward-leaning and of course really wants to drive change and on both, in our case, both battery manufacturing and steel. But I think it's a great opportunity actually for other, you know, we call it developing regions to, you know, build a next generation industrial platform in some of the regions where it makes sense. And it has to make sense. Very hard to do something which doesn't have the industrial logic. But there are actually plentiful regions, locations where you were able to establish next generation industrial platform, low carbon, and which it could then provide societal growth, meaning that you are adding value by of course, you know, creating jobs and all of the aspects of how a growing industry impacts society. And I would say a region like I really like Brazil. Brazil has a fantastic, actually a lot of an abundance of power, and there will be a lot happening in Brazil. I think they have a forward-leaning approach. I think they could be a powerhouse for low carbon industrial platform for both South and maybe Middle America. I think that type of sort of situation which exists there is where you have abundance of power. In relative terms, a stable society. You have raw material that you're able to, in this case, iron ore, that you can actually, build into another more value-added product. Very important. And I think there are locations around the world where, if you get this right, there's a great opportunity for developing countries as well. But it is harder, of course, because you need that stability. It's very large investments, and you want to make sure that you know, in order to have all the prerequisites in place, you need amongst that political and societal stability.
Thank you, Carl-Erik Lagercrantz, CEO of Vargas Holding, for joining us today. And thank you, Johan Falk, CEO of the Exponential Roadmap Initiative, for this conversation about funding net zero value chains. Before we wrap up this session, Exponential Race to the Top session, we'd like to look back at some of the highlights of the Exponential Solutions sessions at Stockholm Climate Week last year in April. Also an event that We Don't Have Time, an Exponential Roadmap Initiative, put together.
Everybody's here because you all know that we stand at a moment of choice.
The window is still open, but rapidly shutting. There is still a small global carbon budget remaining, some 300 gigatons of carbon dioxide.
The science is clear. For us to have a livable planet, global emissions must be halved by this decade.
Nature is our life source. It provides a stable climate, food, and overall well-being. But right now, nature is not being valued as much as it should.
We should be multiplying by 3 for our current efforts. Probably things do not change in a linear manner, but we need to accelerate the transformation.
To reach the targets that we have in Europe in 2030, every single year from today till 2030, we need to build 16 gigawatts of offshore wind in Europe. That's almost a 6-fold increase from what we managed to do last year. And I can tell you already in 2023, we're not going to hit the 16 gigawatt target.
All the major models that stabilize around 1.5 with some overshoot end up with, by 2030, reaching net zero for the land sector. That's just in 7 years' time. So it's phenomenal. It's only on an exponential trajectory can we actually manage that kind of scale of change we need.
To drive out the fossil economy, as you can see on the slide, we need to scale up the climate solutions. But that can only happen at the pace we need if we push these solutions over the tipping point into rapid exponential acceleration.
We can act as a lighthouse by showing that it is possible, showing that we have the customers, and also showing that there is a market for green steel and green iron. And by doing that, we will be able to help the rest of the steel sector to transition.
The lever one is to secure that we fully transition to zero emissions vehicles by 2032. So after 2032, we can basically not sell fossil fuel cars anymore. Lever two is securing that the charging grids around the world run solely on fossil-free energy, preferably renewable. And lever three, to secure that we radically decarbonize the way that we produce electric vehicles. We need to reduce supply chain emissions by 81% until 2032.
If we should succeed, we need to collaborate between peers in value chains in completely new ways to break the boundaries, to go much, much faster.
We set aside 100 million euros as a financing option for our supply partners, so removing the barrier of financing.
And we, of course, used our own green transformation from a fossil-based company to a renewable energy leader to develop these best practices and very 3 simple engagement levers. These are also simple and clear because our suppliers were, of course, at a totally different maturity level than we were.
The only way that we can get that exponential change that we need is through collaboration. Just by sharing best practice, leading by example, and spreading the message.
We can put the requirements on our suppliers,
But when we put requirements on suppliers, we also have to help them meet those requirements.
Every institution and company needs to realize that they have a financial supply chain as well as their material supply chains. And that composes their financial activities, assets, and relationships.
Companies are also, of course, clients of banks, and they often have a lot of money, and they are maybe more important, each an individual company. So they can play a role here in accelerating the banks transitioning.
It's the markets that will solve this, and it's our as customers that we can do the change. But the policymakers has to be clear on where we're heading, the target.
So just creating a level playing field at the very minimum, I think is a starting point. Removing taxes and VATs which are clearly distorting, and subsidies.
Protect people, not industries. So rather than saying let's protect these old industries, no. Withdraw support for those incumbents, but protect people, protect workers.
We need to start pricing in many different types of externalities, not just carbon. We are not pricing land, we're not pricing air, we're not pricing water, we're not pricing biodiversity. And that's why you end up with market distortions. The problem is not that some poor people need some energy infrastructure and there is a lot of money out there, and if they only fix their domestic policies, the money would flow. The problem is that we have a global level market failure, a triple market failure that we're choosing to ignore. If we start fixing these market failures, all of which can be fixed in this calendar year alone, we will see a completely different exponential flow of finance.
There is no safe landing on an incremental linear journey. It's all about exponentials today.
The key technologies in the energy sector are wind, solar, and batteries, and we can see the exponential change happening.
Human beings do not change in a linear way. We change through exponential curves.
Things can happen very, very rapidly. You know, with the right incentives coming together, I could imagine diets could be absolutely transformed within a decade.
This future is not dull and deprived. We can indeed live different but rich and great lives.
Not only do we have the solutions, not only can they be scaled, but they give better outcomes.
We've never been better equipped to solve the climate challenge, but we must now move forward into high gear.
And those were some highlights from Exponential Solutions Day at Stockholm Climate Week last year that we produced in partnership with We Don't Have Time, an Exponential Roadmap Initiative. And I welcome back to the stage Nick Nuttall. Hey, Nick.
Yeah, hi, Andrea. Great. Well, great stuff that you're doing in the Exponential sessions. They're really good fun. We were just wondering, I think, when we were standing here, whether this plant needs a little bit of exponential development, because it's getting quite short. I think shorter every day. It needs to grow, doesn't it?
But it's not about the individual, Nick. It's about the global. Right?
Okay, that I made a big mistake.
You missed that
one.
one.
So sorry about
that. What's going to be happening with you?
Yeah, we're getting back to money again.
That one.
What's that old song? Money makes the world go round, the world go round. So it's not a singing
also
session.
these negotiations.
Yeah, and negotiations as well, exactly. So yeah, stay with us. We're going to be talking money again. We're talking move money. This is what we need to do. So stay with us.
Take it away, Nick.
Thank you.
Right after this.
So if you watched our show yesterday and have been watching today, you'll see we are constantly circling back to the question, and the very big question, of money. There are now legions of reports over many years by economists and other experts that underline that investing in a green transition, a sustainable present, and a future transformation makes total sense financially, as well as environmentally and socially. Think jobs. Think clean air, and so on. So, yet, far too many banks and pension funds seem to be playing both ends of the market. And while many invest in renewables, they also invest in oil and gas and coal and even tar sands. The report Banking on Climate Chaos that came out in May says these banks have, since the Paris 2015 landmark agreement, invested over $7 trillion in fossil fuels. And even more importantly, they have been investing in the expansion of fossil fuels. The very minimum that the bank should be doing right now is not expanding the amount of oil and gas and other fossil fuels coming out of the ground. Today, I have three guests with me to talk about this and what to do. And actually, the first one is Ingmar Renshog, who is the CEO of We Don't Have Time. And Ingmar, can you hear me from Bonn?
Yes, I can.
Fantastic. Ingmar, you've launched a campaign called Move the Money with the UN Development Programme, the Exponential Roadmap Initiative, and the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty. Can you tell us what is Move the Money all about?
It's all about moving the money. There is this a very long-standing debate on how we should look at investing in dirty companies like fossil fuel companies. And it's a debate that is always getting stuck into this. Yeah, we invest in those, but we are using our role as an investor and we are an active owner. That's often the excuse you hear from banks, you hear it from pension asset managers, fund managers, etc. And of course, sometimes that is true. There are some exceptions where you have seen active ownership played a difference. But mostly, when you ask those players, but yeah, give us some example on what you have achieved and what you do, they often can't say anything. And we can also look at the whole sector. There was a recent study that have gone through all big oil since the Paris Agreement, and the progress on climate action have been zero. And we all know that those players, they are not just moving too slow, they are using their profit to advocate for less climate action. So they are working against the transition. So by giving them more money, we're actually meeting more resistance. So what we try to do with the Move the Money campaign is to change the narrative. It's not about if it's moral wrong to invest in fossil fuel companies or if you're good at doing active ownership or not. We need to see where we need the money. And we need the money into all the solutions. There's according to a study from EAA, there is a lack of $4.5 trillion in investment in green energy, clean energy solutions yearly. So we have a lot of trillions invested in fossil fuel extraction. Why? I mean, even if they do some active ownership in one way or another, we still need the money better off into the solutions. So we need to funnel the money, we need to move the money from the problem into the solution. And this is also true for subsidies. We have too much subsidies for oil, fossil fuel subsidies. We need green subsidies. We need investment moved from the problem into the solution. So that is what we try to do with Move the Money. And we quite recently had one of the largest pension asset managers here in Sweden. After a dialogue on We Don't Have Time, we played a part of having them to end their investment in Saudi Aramco oil. So this narrative is already creating some active ownership, but we don't own anything. We are just communicating it.
So I was just saying before, Ingmar, that this report that just came out in May by this very large network of NGOs, including actually one I think that's providing some data to the Move the Money campaign. They're called Ergewald in Germany. I mean, that report, Banking on Climate Chaos, the key thing was that it wasn't just that they've spent like close to $7 trillion, these 60 top big banks in the world, on fossil fuels. If they were actually declining their investment in the fossil fuel industry, that would be kind of like active management, yeah? But they're actually, most of them are expanding their investment in the fossil fuels, which is like a complete no-no if you actually care about dealing with climate change and not wrecking the global economy.
Yeah, and I mean, of course, we can't sell all shares invested in oil overnight. It needs to be a transition plan, otherwise the market will crash. But it's so upsetting to see that they are scaling up the investment in those companies that are going in the wrong direction, when we need the upscaling of the investment in the solutions. So it needs to stop. It will stop. But if we wait too long, we will have all those investment in fossil fuel stranded. And the exit will be a crash, like the financial crash we had in 2008.
Yeah.
So it's also about financial stability. So it's totally irresponsible the way many banks and pension asset managers are doing it today.
Yeah. I actually wrote an article for a German newspaper on this and actually talked to some of those big 60 banks, or actually one of them, to be honest, and they didn't want to be actually quoted, but off the record, an insider told me that some of these big banks think they're investing in renewable energy as well. So they see themselves as being climate neutral because they're investing in renewable energies, but also investing in the expansion of the oil and gas and even coal industries. So, I mean, this is like totally crazy thinking, right? That you think you're climate neutral because you're having both ends of the market.
I totally understand it. The finance industry, I'm myself, my career is background in finance, and the finance industry has always tried to make money from everything. You can take a hedge position, make money from market going in the wrong direction. You can take another position, making money from money moving in the right direction. It's in their DNA. So they will never change if we are not changing legislation, and if not enough consumers, their customers, will push them to change.
Yeah.
And they will change.
Yeah, absolutely. So, look, we're now going to have two banks on the show that do not invest in fossil fuels. We've got Jacco Minar, who's the Chief Commercial Officer at Triodos Bank, and we also have Ivan Frischberg, who's Chief Sustainability Officer of Amalgamated Bank. Triodos are in Europe in several locations, and Amalgamated Bank is in the United States. Let's first have a word with Jacco. Jacco, I hope I've said your name right, by the way, there. Can you please tell our audience about your work? And I mean, you state on your website that your bank won't lend to any organization that puts profit before people and planet, such as the fossil fuel industry. How did this decision to not invest in fossil fuels affect your profitability?
Yeah, thank you, Nick. Now, Triodos Bank has been in operation for over 40 years. But when we got started, we really got started with the idea that too many people think that money is basically there to make more money, and they don't realize that the money that you put in a bank or that you invest actually has an impact in the real economy. So increasing that consciousness about money has been really the reason why Triodos Bank exists. And it means that from the start up till now, we always look at three aspects. We look at the impact, both positive and negative. We look at the risk, and we look at the return. So answering your question on how has that affected our profitability, to some extent is the wrong question. Because I think our return is the composite of the financial return, the positive impact return, and the negative impact return. And we strive for that total return to be higher than anybody's return, basically. And obviously, it is more difficult to quantify the positive and the negative, But we do that in every decision. So in every decision that we take, we analyze the positive impact, but also the negative impact, and we have minimum standards from an ethical point of view in terms of things that we don't invest in. Now, we also do have a financial return, because a part of long-termism is that you need to reinvest in the business and that you need to have a financial return. So we strive for what I like to call sort of a decent return, and in our case, that's 5 to 7% return on equity. And we distribute half to the holders of our capital, and the rest we reinvest.
Good. Let me just ask one other question. So, I mean, what about these 60 big banks that the Banking on Climate Chaos looked at? I mean, why is it so hard for the bigger banks? I mean, you started off with an ethical set of principles in the beginning, if I understand correctly. So you haven't actually sort of had to pull out of fossil fuels. You never really touched them anyway in the first place. But why is it so tough for the big banks to actually get off fossil fuels, get off the drip, drip, drip of oil?
Yeah, no, I think, I mean, there's different levels at which you can answer that question. So, but if we really go more first to the ethical and the impact level, then I want to echo what Ingmar already said, is that it is not in the DNA, because in the DNA is really a profit maximization mantra. So I think we do need to work, because I also know I meet a lot of people at mainstream banks and mainstream asset managers, and inside those organizations, there's lots of people who would like to change things, who take totally different decisions in their personal life than they take in their professional life. So there's a bit of a dichotomy that we have to change. So I think we should not only do it through the financial side, we should also continue to have these discussions so that we get another type of DNA in those organizations, and we ultimately change what they want to achieve, so that it is much broader than a financial goal. But I think in the meantime, we can also try to speak the language that they speak, which is the risk-return language. And so I think what is already happening at some scale, and central banks are pushing for that also, is to quantify the financial risks that you have from sustainability factors, climate probably being the most prominent one. And that language, I think they're starting to speak. But ultimately, it should also hurt on the profit side. And so then we get into a discussion how now the externalities of especially the climate, but also things like health, basically they don't have to account for. And I think that the health angle may be an interesting one to explore, because we really have to move the masses, and they may be more sensitive to the health element than the climate element longer term.
Super. Let's go over to, sorry, is it Ivan or Ivan?
Ivan.
Ivan. Okay, sorry. I live in Germany, so the I's are always E, so it's I get confused. You're from Amalgamated Bank. You call yourselves America's socially responsible bank. You're also a founding member of the UN convened Net Zero Banking Alliance steering group. Could you just tell us a little bit about your journey, just briefly, and then also comment in a sense on, it's a bit confusing, I think, for the public if they're even aware of the Net Zero Banking Alliance, the UN Net Zero Banking Alliance, why there are banks in that are still investing in the expansion of fossil fuels. How does one square this circle? But maybe just a little briefly on Amalgamated, please, Ivan, and then a little bit on the Net Zero Banking Alliance.
Sure. Well, thank you, and thanks for putting together this event. And fossil fuels really are at the core of the climate crisis, and so that is what we should all be spending our time trying to solve for. Similar to Triodos, we're a values-based bank, and so we have that in our DNA for more than 100 years. There were points where we did fund fossil fuels, and the moment where we started to look at this and look in the context of the Paris Climate Agreement and said, look, if we don't remove ourselves from this problem, if the industry itself doesn't address this crisis, then our clients and our businesses are at risk. And it's a very simple thing to be able to say, let's look at the impacts of climate change long term and understand how those externalities come home to roost. And so then we have an obligation to remove ourselves from the fossil fuel finance and to move, more importantly, to move the industry writ large in that direction. So I will say that turning to the Net Zero Banking Alliance, the premise there is that if you are a financial institution like any business, you need to measure what you want to manage. And so again, working with Triodos Bank and others, we've developed the systems to be able to measure financed emissions, right? That is the carbon or greenhouse gas consequence of the financing that we do. That was to an end, which was to set targets and to manage portfolios down. Maybe not the portfolios of, as importantly, Triodos or Amalgamated Bank, but the portfolios of the larger global banks that are centrally tied to the fossil fuel industry. And so that target setting work is the work of the Net Zero Banking Alliance, or also the Science Based Targets Initiative. We're the first US bank to have targets approved by SBTI in the United States. And so those banks, it was a big deal to get those banks into the room and at the table to say, we are going to set science-based targets, sector-based targets. They're going to align with credible scenarios like the IEA net zero scenario. And so they're at least in the room doing the work to try to manage that transition down and get to the point where we are at zero in 2050 and at a credible marker in 2030. The challenge, I think, that you've outlined comes that managing is harder for some than it is for others. And there are clearly activities such as the expansion of fossil fuel reserves, and infrastructure that are not consistent with any of the scenarios that we're all setting targets against.
Yeah. So let me ask everybody, I mean, I don't know if you're aware, Ivan and also Jacko, of the Move the Money campaign that we've been running at We Don't Have Time, that Ingmar kicked off. But what would you say needs to happen to move the money at the scale and the speed we need to support the acceleration to a green transition, a decarbonized economy, however you term it? And feel free to answer that. Where do you think we need to go from here?
Well, I'm happy to jump in, and maybe Ingmar, you mentioned the 4.5 trillion that needs to go into the solutions. In a little bit, there's a challenge here, which is that capital exists in the private markets, but it doesn't mean that all of the projects on the clean side are there to finance. Right. And so fully decarbonizing different sectors, whether it's cement or steel or aviation, or whether it's bringing a cleaner grid to emerging markets, or all of those things that we know we need to do, not all of the infrastructure is ready to be financed with private capital that responds to what ultimately regulators are going to require from a risk perspective. And so there's a gap here that needs to be filled to figure out how to mobilize that private capital. It's not as simple as saying, oh, you should stop doing it over there and start doing it over here, because you have an asymmetry of risk and return metrics. And so that's where there needs to be really strong government intervention, both to support the clean economy and to move those markets and to leverage private capital, but also to start to really manage the phase out of fossil fuels.
Anybody else want to jump in here? Is it about then there needs to be some public finance to de-risk some of these investments, particularly in emerging markets?
Please, Ingmar, go ahead.
I can say that I totally agree with that. I mean, money, if the return of investment will be lower in the green side than in the black side, the money will stay on the black side, as long as it's legal to invest in those companies. But I don't think we can, I mean, of course, we need regulation to be stronger for risk in investing in fossil fuel, etc. But what we really need is to make the green side win. We need to move the subsidies that are making fossil fuel cheaper and move those subsidies into green solutions so we make all the alternatives cheaper. And if we do that, the money will go in the same direction. So we need to phase out fossil fuel. Yes, we need a lot of long-term regulations so that the business community know how the play field will be. But we really need to phase down the fossil fuel subsidies and scale up green subsidies, helping the market to transition in a profitable way.
Jacko,
Yeah.
do you have a perception here?
No, but first, I mean, I'm not going to, sort of echo the comments. Just going to say that it is really the case, and people don't realize that the amount of fossil fuel subsidies is so much higher than we have for green subsidies, even though there's a lot to do about green subsidies in some of the countries that we are active in. I'm going to open up sort of a totally different angle, because I think on the opportunity side, I think what we see happening is basically that people tend to get stuck, and I'm talking banks and banks executives, in where we are now. So they think from the past and from the horizon one in terms of what is not possible. So at Triodos, we finance a lot of renewable energy, but we also finance culture, for example, because we need to actually dream up the world that we want to live in. And I think that's a very important point, because we need more people to start thinking about what are the things that I want to finance, that I want to be around in 10 years from now, instead of what is possible today. And banks like Amalgamated and ourselves, we have a role to have a demonstrative effect. Triodos Bank, in the past couple of years, almost every year has been the largest investor and financier of renewable energy projects globally in terms of number. We do many small and mid-sized projects, but it adds up to somewhere between 600 and 800 million a year, and it is needed to do that. But what we then see is exactly what Ingmar said, is that the big banks say, well, we also do something, and they also have a type of pledge. But the pledge tends to be so far away that it doesn't lead to any sort of action today, so it's comfortably far away. So I think we also need much more disclosures, not only on the green side, where especially in Europe, we have a lot of regulation that details what you can and cannot say about what you do well, but we have not enough regulation that forces you to disclose and to basically account for the things that are harmful to society. And then we get the reports like the one that Ingmar talked about in terms of that the fossil fuels is still growing, and we even get some banks that say we don't recognize the numbers. The reason why they don't recognize the numbers is because they're also very smart in doing certain things off balance sheet and don't account for those, even though it is very high. If you finance the bonds of an oil company, you're helping to get fossil fuel finance in place, and that's still happening a lot.
Do you see other banks starting to exit from fossil fuels? I see that in the Banking on Climate Chaos report, they did point out to me one bank in France, I think it's the post office bank, La Banque Postale, that actually has an exit strategy. Are you aware of other banks that have some kind of exit strategy on fossil fuels and that seem to be implementing those exit strategies?
Yeah, I have seen, I mean, several of the Global Alliance for Banking on Values banks have either exited or have exited during their lifetime, so they didn't always start as a non-fossil fuel bank. To be honest, I see it a bit more now with pension funds, who start to take that role. And what you see with banks that do want to do something, but that don't want to go all the way, is that they start to exclude certain technologies. Obviously, coal, we should have excluded more than 10 years ago, but also maybe no more drilling, but they would still do some of the other activities. So that doesn't go fast enough, if you ask me, but at least they do something, and some banks are doing nothing indeed.
Yeah, I would just add, there are now some of these global banks, even that operate within the Net Zero Banking Alliance, that have very heavy investments in the fossil fuel sector, that are starting to set sector-specific policies, including those that address expansion, Now, often the policies aren't strong enough. They have loopholes, or as Jaakko is saying there, they might only apply to their balance sheet when they're doing lots of capital markets work that is contradicts that. And so, but there is a move in this direction, and I would argue what we need to do is accelerate that, make it tougher, bring it into what is required by science, and that's, I think, the work that we need to be focused on, both as Jaakko is saying, from a demonstration project perspective, like what banks like Triodos and Amalgamated or other GABV banks can do, but also how do we move the whole global banking sector? Because if they don't move, the reality is it is our clients that will hurt, right? They the people who are in affordable housing or building renewable projects in low-lying lands, or those are the ones that suffer, right? And so and that's why we need to transition the whole system much more aggressively than we are currently.
I would say I think you guys as well need to do a better job in actually communicating to the public that you're there. Sorry to say that, but I actually
that's the goal with the Move the Money campaign. We want to get people, consumers, savers, and also companies, because they have a lot of cash savings in banks, to move away from the banks, at least ask difficult questions, and if you don't get good answers, move it to those banks we have on this show. Because there's alternatives, and when banks and institutions are losing their clients, they will move. No one likes to have their market share going down. So that's what we try to achieve with the Move the Money campaign.
Ivan, if all of the consumer accounts of, say, Citibank in the US decided to move to Amalgamated, could you absorb them?
No.
Okay.
not overnight, but I think the point is you have to move that. You have to move in that direction, and you have to help these values-based banks grow, and they will have to manage growth responsibly. But a lot of it actually comes down to not just the personal accounts, but it is about the commercial accounts. Like, this is where there's two parts to a bank, right? There's the deposits and there's the lending, and, to simplify it. And the lending is for many just as important. Those are the assets that allow a bank to grow its balance sheet. And so it's as much about, the bringing your business on both sides to banks that are building a better ecosystem for all of us. But we're not going to get rid of the banks that are out there, unfortunately, that are the $3 trillion balance sheet banks, right? They're bigger. This is the rule of science somewhere. Bigger banks just get bigger. And so we do need to figure out how to change them. And I think, as Ingmar is saying, part of that is to create pressure by moving your money. But we also need other mechanisms and levers of public policy, shareholder engagement, to be able to move them quicker.
Yeah. Just lastly, because we're going to have to wrap up in like a minute or so. Ivan, you've also taken a stand on climate justice. Just briefly, what is that and why?
Yeah, I think it all starts with people, right? This is about what Jaakko is saying. All of our lending, all of our finance has an impact in the real economy. And if we want to build a better world, a truly just and equitable world, we can't just decarbonize, but we have to be able to change the systems, and we have to be able to make the economy work for all people, especially those who have been historically disadvantaged and don't have the, they've been on the receiving end or the extractive end of a lot of how we've grown the economy. And so climate justice is really about not just decarbonizing, but about decarbonizing in a way that really is people-centered.
Yeah. Well, look, super guys, we could talk much more. I think it's really brilliant what Triodos and Amalgamated are doing, and the other members of the Global Alliance for Banking on Values. Martin from the Global Alliance was on yesterday. He said there are more banks going to be joining that alliance, and obviously we welcome that. Ingmar, that's part of moving the money, getting more banks in that direction. So, Thank you very much, everybody. That rounds up this session, and we will go to another one. Thank you.
Coral reefs are created over millions of years, creating structures scattered all over the globe. And they are essential not only for our economy, but for our health and for all planetary systems to really function together. They are essential for life below water, but also for life above water. They're just not beautiful. They help us sustain life on Earth. In this session, co-hosted by the Exponential Roadmap Initiative and Google, we will hear about Calling in Our Corals, a digital platform founded by Google Arts and Culture Lab. And it's supporting scientists to understand biodiversity in coral reefs and help with their reconstruction. So, I first like to start by introducing Jennifer Koss. She's director of the Coral Reef Conservation Program at the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, also known as NOAA. So wonderful to have you with us here, Jennifer. You are joining us via Zoom. Let's just get the sound check, see if we can hear you. You're muted now, but you will be joining us in a bit. So you're okay now? Great. So you have a few minutes for a keynote before we move on with this program. So you have our full attention.
Very glad to be here. I hope you can hear me now.
Yes, yes, we can. Thank you.
Wonderful. Are we starting now?
Yes, please. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. I will take it away. I'm Jennifer Koss. I'm the director of NOAA's Coral Reef Conservation Program. Very happy to be participating. And I've just got a few slides to share with you to sort of set the scene for the rest of what I hope is a very dynamic and informative panel session for everyone. So I'm going to attempt to do that.
Jennifer, could you please share your slides?
Yep, I'm getting to that right now.
Thank you.
Here we go. Can you see that?
In a second, not yet. It's coming on.
Okay, great.
Yes, we can see them now. Perfect.
Wonderful. Okay, I'm going to jump right in then. Just to give people a little bit of a setting in terms of why corals are so essential for the world's population and the myriad ecosystem services that they provide. Right now, what we know about corals is that in and amongst the corals themselves, there's over 2 million species. Some people like to call corals the rainforests of the world. I think the more that we explore coral reefs, it's going to be the other way around. Rainforests will be considered the coral reefs of the world. We're going to exceed our understanding of biodiversity in coral reef areas to be greater than what is in rainforests right now. Right now, there's a little bit more than 500 million people who are in some way dependent on coral reefs, right about that 500,000 mark in terms of millions of people. They are 100% dependent on corals, either for the lands that they live on, their livelihood, their source of protein, for coastal protection. So without these coral reef areas, we would see a lot more of people essentially having to migrate from their homelands. And we're already seeing that happen in Kiribati. And just most recently, I saw an article in Panama, some of their coastal island areas. Those people are being moved off to their islands onto the mainland of Panama because of sea level rise and loss of that coral reef infrastructure around those islands. And people just largely depend on corals, not just even so much for those economic and basic life needs, but also for the cultural and spiritual aspects of what corals provide. For Native Hawaiians, they have a life history that's done through an oral fashion. It's called the kumulipu. And literally the first living thing that they talk about in that chant is the coral polyp. It's the basis of the Hawaiian life and the basis of the archipelago as they understand it. So incredibly important for spiritual, cultural, and then basic needs of people all around the world, primarily in our tropical areas. In other, I talked a little bit about coastal protection. We've done a lot of studies with US government resources to understand the coastal protection values of coral reefs around the United States. And we understand that a healthy, robust reef ecosystem can absorb up to about 97% of a wave's energy, which is incredibly important if you think about hurricanes, tsunamis, typhoons, anything that causes a big disruption in the wave energy. Having those coral reefs offshore and slightly inshore really breaks up that energy that can be incredibly destructive during high energy events. And that's really been demonstrated recently through some studies that our US Geological Service has done and has now been factored into the way that our federal emergency management system is working. Even at the highest political levels, we're seeing our military, our environmental and emergency managers really thinking about natural infrastructure to protect coastlines rather than the traditional hardened infrastructure, which can ultimately be more deleterious than other ways to protect coastlines. So our understanding currently is that $1.8 billion in flood protection occur in benefits for the United States. We haven't had a chance to extrapolate that out around the world, but that's an enormous amount of coastal protection that Mother Nature is essentially providing us for free. An untapped area of research, which I'd really love for us to get into, is that of pharmaceuticals. There's been several different compounds found from either the corals themselves or animals that are associated with coral reefs that have been used in the biopharmaceutical industry, from treating asthma to curing cancer to reducing inflammation. And the more reefs that we lose and the less we have a chance to understand what's there, the cure for the next disease could be in coral reefs. So there's an untapped resource there that's just starting to happen. And I definitely would love to understand more about that if anybody has good ties into the pharmaceutical industries to understand the magnitude of those investments and what could be ultimately gained from pharmaceuticals. Just a few more statistics here for you. These are a little bit outdated. NOAA is undergoing a process to update all of these economic values for US, but roughly in the United States, $36 billion in tourism, 172 billion in global services. That's taking all of the ecosystem services into account in one figure, and then just breaking out for the United States, 100 million in US recreational fisheries and another 100 million in US commercial species. It's estimated that 25% of all marine life spends some portion of their life cycle on a coral reef. So if they were to go away, it would have cascading effects above and beyond just the loss of that structure in those particular areas. So unfortunately, the number one impact to coral reefs right now is climate change. It's been a growing threat over the past couple of decades. What happens with corals is when waters reach an abnormally high temperature over an extended period of time, the corals bleach. And what that means in terms of understanding what's going on is the corals have these algae in their tissue that are symbiotic, and that algae is what gives corals their color. When the corals become stressed because of prolonged exposure to too high of a heat, they spit out that algae, and what you're seeing is that skeleton underneath. It's important to know that a bleached coral is not necessarily a dead coral. If the temperatures come down, the corals can re-recruit those algae, but they've been severely stressed when that happens. If the bleaching period is too long, that coral will ultimately die because it can't feed. Corals get most of their energy from the symbiotic algae, and they do a little bit of feeding on their own, but they can't feed enough on their own to make it through a prolonged bleaching event. Another byproduct of climate change is ocean acidification. And put in simple terms, the coral can no longer net accrue more skeleton to make itself bigger. With increased acidification, the coral ultimately can't make that skeleton and sustain itself. And so you see some bioerosion of the coral because of ocean acidification, and that bioerosion happens through normal processes in terms of the types of fish that like to feed on it, and then just erosional processes in general. So kind of a two double hit there from climate change that makes climate change absolutely the #1 stressor and loss of coral cause right now. And speaking of bleaching, we are in the midst of the 4th global bleaching event. Waters are in the Caribbean and Florida are warmer now than they should be. This happened last year as a byproduct of El Nino, and we saw bleaching 4 to 5 weeks ahead of when we normally see it when we're in a bleaching cycle. And this is a product of our NOAA Coral Reef Watch program. We provide forecasts and warnings so that managers, if they want to take any sort of action for their coral reefs, they're able to do it. We can give them enough lead time to know how to do it. And some of the actions that people can take include closing areas to fishing and diving to decrease stressors. For those of us that have coral nurseries, we're able to move those nurseries into colder, deeper waters. There have been some advents in physically shading corals, producing biofilms on top of the water just to reduce the light stress. And I believe some other folks are even noodling around with pumping up colder water onto coral reefs. These are all obviously expensive and labor-intensive activities, and scaling these types of interventions up on a scale of something like the Great Barrier Reef is obviously astronomically expensive. So it's in our best interest to try to figure out how to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and do everything that we can to make sure that coral reefs have a fighting chance to persist into the future. But I did want to say it's not all doom and gloom. This is a time series of photos that we took in the Virgin Islands last summer. And you can see there in May of 23, this is a healthy head of coral, almost 100% bleached in October, and then almost 100% recovered in March. So there is enough resilience and innate strength in the system that if we take some additional interventions and wrap our heads around climate change, we have every reason to think that corals should and will persist into the future. But the time is very much now to make those interventions. We can't not make active endeavors into restoration. We used to think we could just ameliorate and mitigate local stressors, and then the corals would have enough reproductive capacity and innate resilience to withstand the worst of what climate change was bringing. But now we understand we really need to be actively intervening on behalf of corals. So we're going to head into what I hope is a great panel. And what I really want you to take home is that coral reefs are severely threatened, but not doomed. Stopping further declines is no longer enough. Replacing what we've lost is where we are in the United States, especially in areas like the Caribbean and South Florida, a little less needed in the Pacific. Those reefs are in better shape. And the time is to act now. Those interventions are being researched. There's a lot of really exciting international efforts underway. The advent of AI, greater opportunities to share data across shared platforms is coming online. And there's a real banding together of scientists and universities and governments that I've never seen before in the 20 years that I've been doing that. So I have every reason to think that with a few more smart people who are thinking slightly outside the box of the average coral biologist, that we stand a good chance of recovering these incredibly valuable ecosystems. So with that, I think we can kick off into the panel.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Jennifer Koss. But you're going to have a little bit of an intervention here in between before the panels. So stay with us. You'll be back on Zoom. And thank you. I'm very happy to introduce Claire Brooks, who is Program Manager at Google Arts and Culture Lab. And you have a presentation here to share with us that is part of this fantastic scheme to save the corals. And it's an interactive presentation, and we can't wait to see it. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And thank you to Exponential Roadmap and We Don't Have Time for hosting me here today. And also thank you, Jennifer, for your really insightful introduction. I'm Claire, and I work at Google Arts and Culture. We're a non-profit team part of Google who work with museums and cultural institutions globally to give people access to art and culture online. Within this team, I lead a program that focuses on sustainability, ecology, the environment. And our aim is to raise awareness and inform on climate science by creating meaningful bridges between scientists, artists, institutions, and policy organizations. We have two main focus areas. One is since 2019, and in collaboration with the UN Climate Change, we've worked with artists and scientists to interpret complex climate data as part of our science and artist residency, Heartbeat of the Earth. We also have a hub online on our platform and app called Culture Meets Climate that enables our partners that include NGOs, intergovernmental, scientific and cultural institutions such as NASA, UNEP and the Smithsonian to create tangible and engaging stories about our planet. Themes range from ecosystems to preservation and celebrate our relationship with nature and communicate expertise to global audiences. One of the projects under our Heartbeat of the Earth program focuses on coral reef restoration. To echo Jennifer's introduction, coral reefs cover only 0.1% of the ocean's surface, but they host 25% of all marine species. So it's really fundamental that we scale up our efforts to help preserve and restore them, as they're in decline, as we've seen, due to overfishing, disease, coastal construction, and heat waves. The UN has declared 2021 to 2030 to be the decade on ecosystem restoration, and we want to support these efforts too. There has been progress in finding ways to adapt, mitigate, and restore. Emerging research actually shows how eco or bioacoustics, which means the natural sounds that characterize an ecosystem, can help us better understand reef health. A healthy reef is actually incredibly noisy. You hear fish sounds like pops and chirps and whistles, which we'll go into in a bit. And that soundscape can tell us how healthy a reef is and also which reef is in decline. I've actually added a screenshot here on the right of a paper that shows the habitat degradation negatively affects auditory settlement behavior of coral reef fishes. And that just means that we can learn about the state of our coral reefs by listening to them and comparing soundscapes between damaged, restored, and healthy reefs to show their reef health. And now I want to introduce you to a further scientific discovery that takes these sounds and repurposes them. A few years ago, we were approached by Professor Steve Simpson, a marine biologist at the University of Bristol. And together with his team, he discovered a way to accelerate the rate of reef restoration. Actually, anyone in the UK can watch an episode on the BBC from Our Changing Planet that really shows Steve's work there. And when working with scientists to repopulate the reefs with native coral larvae, he tried something quite extraordinary. Sounds of noisy, healthy reefs were added to restored reefs, and the larvae was attracted to that sound. So we can say it's like a party under the sea. There's like all these sounds of fish from these like restoring reefs, and these coral larvae came spiraling down as they were attracted to that sound. I mean, it's pretty amazing. And how do they achieve that? Well, they recorded the sound of healthy reefs nearby, and they put these hydrophones in the restoring reefs that emitted that sound to that area. So they're calling the life back in. I wanted to show you also what a reef restoration looks like over a 3-year period. So on the left here, you see a reef restoration in Indonesia. You see the reef stars here, and the species will latch onto these reef stars. And on the right, you see a reef that's been restored after 3 years, and it's quite formidable to see. But of course, there are challenges to having all of this audio available. So with this discovery, they also had too much audio to actually monitor this process, because it's also a manual process, and they just don't have enough people to do this. So there's also another thing, is that means that many sounds on the reef have been remain undiscovered. So together we decided to create something that would ask people around the world to become a listening collective, and that would help track information and discover new sounds. But what is this platform? So we created Calling in Our Corals. It's an online platform that brings together marine biologists, creatives, programmers, and citizen scientists together to monitor coral reef health. And this was launched in April last year. It asked online users to listen to this audio that we have and help track the important information and discover new sounds from these reefs. And I'm about to do a live demo, actually, of the platform for you, where we get to meet Steve and Mary, the two marine scientists who worked with us on this initiative. The online platform can be accessed, actually, by you online via the Google Arts and Culture platform online or app. It's called just Calling in Our Corals. You can search for it and you'll find it. So I'm just going to launch the platform. Are you seeing the platform? Just a second. Great. Thank you very much. So with this platform, in just 3 minutes, we can help marine biologists attempt to bring life back into coral reefs. So here we're going to take you through to the Philippines. You can actually contribute to more sites if you like. There are about 12 sites around the world that you can contribute sound to, tapping to. And we always ask you to use headphones. It's a better experience with those. So here you're hearing sounds of a marine protected area in the Philippines, and that's what a healthy reef should sound like. You can hear croaks and pops from the fish. And next, this is what a sound from the nearby reef that's been heavily overfished. This is what it sounds like. You can hear snapping shrimp, but that's about it.
Hi, welcome. My name's Steve. I'm a marine biologist from the University of Bristol in the UK. My whole research group have discovered that when we listen to the sounds of the reef, we hear biodiversity, animals that live deep inside the reef, but there are too many recordings for one person to sit down and listen to. And that's where you come in.
So we're going to do some training on what reef sounds like. Steve's going to take us through what a spectrogram looks like and how you can hear these different fish, and then we'll actually go into a quiz.
So what does a reef really sound like? If you're lucky, you might hear the song of a humpback whale in the distance. Here's a spectrogram of that song. You can see in the picture the notes that the whale is singing. On the reef, you've got thousands of species of fish that are producing pops and chirps and croaks as they communicate with each other. And in the background, you've got the snapping shrimp, each making little popping sounds that together make the reef crackle.
So here I'm going to turn to the audience actually sat to my right, because I'm going to do a little quiz. Hands up for who thinks this sounds like a motorboat. No hands. Who thinks this sounds like bubbles? I have 4 hands. And fish? 2 hands. Okay, I'll go for bubbles. No, it was actually fish. Well done. Next, I don't know if you can hear this sound. Who thinks it's a crab? 2 hands. Who thinks it's a motorboat? 1 hand. And who thinks it's snapping shrimp? Okay, most people. It was snapping shrimp. Well done. And next, I'm going to do these a bit more quickly, but these sounds are quite extraordinary. So this is also a fish. And this, when I first heard this, I thought this was divers, and in fact, it is a fish. And this, I think, is pretty simple. It is a motorboat. And this one is incredible. I thought it was shipping when I first did this, and it's actually a fish.
For the first part of this project, we're going to go to the Philippines, and I'd like to introduce you to Mary, who's been working in the Philippines for the last 3 years.
Welcome to the Philippines. My name is Mary Stipo and I'm a marine ecologist. And over the last year, I've been putting down sound recorders in 6 marine protected areas and adjacent heavily fished areas to compare them in order to get a better understanding of the effects of fishing on marine soundscapes, which are an important indicator of coral reef health. For each of these sites, the sound recorders are put down for 24 hours. So now we have hundreds of hours of recordings. But here's where you come in. We need your help and the help of others like you to form a listening collective. Your data will then be used to train computers to listen for fish sounds automatically. So even 10 seconds of your time can help to contribute to cutting-edge biodiversity research and supporting better protection of coral reefs. You might even be lucky enough to hear fish sounds that no one has ever heard before. So have a listen and tap when you hear a fish sound.
Here we get some extra training on how to look for the fish sounds.
So let's have a look
on the
at
spectrogram.
exactly what you need to listen out for. So let's start the experiment. So what you're seeing here is a visual representation of what you're hearing. It's called a spectrogram. So in the higher frequencies you can see here, it's the snapping shrimps, the kind of sizzling sound. And you can see down here in the low frequency range, that's the fish sounds. So the louder it is, the more pink it is. And if it's quieter, then it's blue. So this is where you want to be looking out for your fish sounds.
And here we get to finally contribute. So as Mary was showing us, we can identify the fish sounds visible in the spectrogram at the bottom, so they turn up in pink. But we can also hear them, so sometimes they don't actually turn up on the spectrogram, so it's also a good thing to have your headphones, the volume up to really hear them. And then we click when we hear the sound of a fish. Here we can select a location. So these are different sites around the world. We have Indonesia, Australia, Philippines, Kenya. There's even some in Belgium. There's also Sweden. I'm going to choose Indonesia today. Give it a few moments. I'll choose a different clip then. Maybe it's buffering. Let's choose Kenya. There's something happening with the Wi-Fi. I think it's either buffering or something's happening with the actual sound, the audio coming up with the spectrogram. But you can do this at home from your devices online on our platform. Just Google calling in our corals and it will come up. And yeah, we'd love for you to contribute to this and start listening and click when you hear a fish sound. So what were the results? That's really important. A year on, a bit more than a year on. Well, visitors listened to over 400 hours of reef audio that would have normally taken months for scientists to analyze. And by crowdsourcing this activity, we were also able to create a library of new fish sounds. And excitingly, last Thursday, we announced the results of this initiative. And Ben Williams, who is a marine biologist at the University College of London, and a team at Google Research and Google DeepMind, took 57,000 reef sounds from 12 different countries and trained an AI model. And the result is an AI model called Surf Perch. It's an AI-led system that is faster and easier for marine scientists to find answers to ecological questions. Surf Perch is going to help researchers worldwide with unprecedented unprecedented access to data, faster processing times, and labeling of species. And it's available open source on GitHub and Kaggle, as you see here on the right-hand side. And it has a tutorial. There's also a research paper that's currently underway. And also, the Calling in Our Corals contributions help to fine-tune this model and discover new sounds. Lastly, our first trial, combining Calling in Our Corals with surf perch, has already revealed a difference between protected and unprotected reefs in the Philippines, for example, and also restoration outcomes in Indonesia. We'll go into this in more detail with Ben, who's going to come along on the panel with us in a minute. And you can also listen and help still and contribute to the platform, because we've got new audio on the platform so that we can help further train the model as well. So wanted to thank you so much for listening to this presentation, listening to the fish and the coral reefs, and also hope that you'll listen to some fish in the future for us to help protect coral reefs.
Well, thank you so much, Claire. That was brilliant. Please have a seat, and we'll have some more people join us. So, Jennifer Koss, please join us again on Zoom. And you might need a new presentation if people jumped into the broadcast. You're Director, Coral Reef Conservation Program, National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. Great to have you on board. And we also have Ben Williams, that Claire just mentioned. He is PhD student on AI for coral reef conservation and restoration at the University College of London. So welcome, Ben. And we have also Ian Enox, a research ecologist at National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration at the Atlantic Oceanographic and Meteorological Laboratory. So, fantastic panel to discuss this topic. I'd like to start with you, Jennifer. What are you already noticing when it comes to economy and the social situation as an effect of the coral reefs suffering already?
As we study reefs more, we have much more firm understanding of those economic ties and social and cultural ties to coral reef areas. So I briefly mentioned earlier on, we're seeing, unfortunately, some lower lying islands that are needing to be evacuated, and those people moved to other areas. We're also seeing a greater articulation of what those social and cultural values are to coral reefs and why it's important to conserve and restore them, and also incorporate traditional ecological knowledge or local and indigenous knowledge into the management of those reefs. People have lived in harmony with reefs for thousands of years, and incorporating the understanding of the cycles of coral reefs and fishing and the impacts of land onto corals is becoming much more of a topic for holistic conservation, not just trying to conserve the corals independent of the land masses. So you're seeing that echoed in a lot of international policy with the recent 30 by 30 efforts, 30% of land effectively managed and 30% of marine resources effectively conserved. So there's a much greater understanding and much more knowledge about what those ties are, and we're seeing increased investments into conservation efforts.
Thank you, Jennifer. Can you give us some examples of how the corals are reacting and acting? How are they adapting to the hotter situation?
As I said before, we're in the 4th global bleaching event. So unfortunately, we're seeing bleaching happening on a more recurrent, faster basis, and the bleaching events themselves are more destructive. Corals have bleached for millennia. Before, the corals would bleach, and then it would be decades to a decade, 2 decades before the next bleaching event would happen, and the corals would have enough time to recover in between those events. Now we're seeing those events pile on top of each other, and the corals just aren't having enough time to fully recover. But even with all of that mortality of corals, we're also seeing that some corals are resilient to these thermal events, and those are the corals that we are using to breed and propagate and do restoration efforts with. So we're understanding the resilience of corals all around the world by sharing data across different platforms with managers, with governments, with scientists, and really trying to harness that innate resilience that some corals have to be able to use them for future mass restoration efforts.
Thank you very much, Jennifer. I'm turning now to you, Ian. Could you tell us briefly about your background and also what you see in terms of impact of climate change on the corals?
Certainly. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can.
Wonderful. I'm the lead of the coral program at NOAA's Atlantic Oceanographic and Meteorological Laboratory in Miami, Florida. I'm the principal investigator for monitoring the impacts of climate on reefs in the Atlantic and Caribbean, principal investigator for monitoring climate as part of Mission Iconic Reefs, which is the largest US reef restoration project to date. And my research focuses on the persistence of reef habitat, that complex structure that provides homes to countless species, along with goods and services that protect our coasts, provide food for families, and create billions of dollars of economic value annually. And as Jen mentioned, this habitat is imperiled from global warming and bleaching, from ocean acidification, from coral disease, from poor water quality, and from overfishing. And so my team is working to monitor reefs and understand the impacts of global change, to identify mechanisms of resilience and develop technologies that can be used to flip the trajectory of reef decline. As Jen also mentioned, we are currently in the 4th global bleaching event. Think about that. Bleaching and corals are dying across the planet. This year, as summer is just starting here in Miami, and in Florida, we are already breaking temperature records. And so we have a sense of urgency, and we are worried about what is to come in the months ahead.
Thank you very much, Ian. So you saw Claire's fantastic presentation. What reflection do you have on this program? What solutions it can bring?
So one of the things that really resonates with me, and something that I've been thinking an awful lot about recently, is the matter of scale. Coral bleaching was once a really small scale and really obscure phenomenon. And it was only really discovered about 40 years ago. So in living memory. And now, again, we are in the 4th global bleaching event. And reefs are spread across hundreds of thousands of kilometers across our planet. Much of it is hidden by water and waves. And if we hope to monitor, manage, and understand and protect our reefs, we need technologies. We need technologies like this one that are scalable, that allow us to rapidly assess reef health and persistence. And so ultimately, I am encouraged by these partnerships that have led to multidisciplinary teams attacking these challenging issues. We are in the 11th hour of this reef catastrophe, and it is not too late. And it's the time now to do something about it.
Thank you very much, Ian. I'm turning now to you, Ben. In terms of potential solutions and also the practice here of listening to the reefs, how can this matter?
Yeah, well, firstly, thank you for having me here. And I think Claire highlighted so brilliantly how we can learn about the state of reefs by listening to them. So on a healthy reef, we have this rich and diverse soundscape, all these different fish sounds. But on a degraded reef, that soundscape is greatly diminished, and we hear far less complexity of the acoustic soundscape. So there's a lot we can learn about those reefs, and it's not just us who likes to do that, but it's actually the juvenile fish and corals and other invertebrates that in their first few days of life, they drift out into the open ocean. And then after they've developed, a week or two later, they return to the reef by listening out to it. So having a healthy soundscape is an important ecosystem function in its own right as well.
Thank you, Ben. What would you like to add when it comes to AI and the possibilities that AI holds in terms of saving the coral reefs?
Yeah, so there are so many ways that AI can support coral reef conservation. And of course, my own work has been leveraging it to support us in understanding acoustic data. So I think Ian touched really importantly on the scale that's needed to monitor these reefs. So the gold standard is still that we have an expert team of divers on the water who are writing down everything they see and taking pictures of small areas of the reef. But that's really hard to scale to a large amount of places over repeated surveys. Whereas we can turn to technology, so things like low-cost acoustic recorders that we have now, we can scattergun these across a reef. We can leave them down for months on end, collecting a huge amount of data on the pulse of the reef. And the last bit of that we haven't been able to make much progress on yet is the automated analysis of that data, up until very recent years, where we've been leveraging artificial intelligence to do that for us. So we can do this with acoustic data, we can do this with image data from coral reefs, and there's also other approaches. We can create predictive models of what reefs might look like in the future, or even where we're finding them and what state are they in now. So those are many of the ways that AI can support coral reef conservation and restoration. But crucially, as well, as Jennifer mentioned, getting a grip on greenhouse gas emissions is key. That is the #1 threat to these habitats at the moment. So AI can help us understand how to implement conservation, but broad picture, we also need to get a handle on global warming challenges.
Indeed. So Ben, how was surf perch trained, and how is it already benefiting scientists?
Yeah, so to train surf perch, I was fortunate to join Perch, which is Google DeepMind's in-house bioacoustics team that they have. I joined on the student researcher program, and we started by first assembling this large data set of expert annotated coral reef sounds from 12 countries, 16 different individual locations. And we used this to train our model to recognize different reef sounds. However, we actually found that this was still a modest data set compared to other acoustic domains. So bird bioacoustics, for example, which the team had worked on, had over 3 million recordings that they could work with. So the secret sauce, if you will, to developing surf perch was actually mixing together our reef sound with the recordings of birds that were available, and also entirely unrelated audio. So things like fire engines, dogs barking, car noise, just to give this model the essence of what sound is, what bioacoustics is, and then what do reef bioacoustic recordings sound like. So this gave a surf perch that can be rapidly fine-tuned on new sounds. And the last piece of the puzzle that we need is finding those new sounds from any given data set. And that's where we've been working with calling in our corals. So there's a wealth of information from a number of countries now where we've tested this out on a preliminary set of data, taking sounds that citizen scientists pulled out from recordings in the Philippines, in Indonesia, in Australia, to start monitoring differences between protected and unprotected areas, or healthy, degraded, and restored reefs at each of these. So we've done a preliminary trial on those 3, and it's working well. And actually, very recently, I've run this on a full scale, 6 months of raw audio from Indonesia across 18 different sites. We detected over 100,000 different fish sounds across this data set that were based off those sounds that citizen scientists found. So there's more to come on that work in the future. We're expanding globally, and anyone's help will be absolutely paramount to success of this. We need more people listening to this data and giving us those annotated recordings that we can then fine-tune the model with for each new location in the world. So absolutely check out the Calling in Our platform, Calling in Our Corals platform that Claire shared with us.
Well, thank you so much, Ben. It's a great platform. Claire, thank you again for your presentation. In terms of synergizing efforts, how can we do this, and why is it so important?
So at Google Arts and Culture, from our perspective, we put science and technology in people's hands through our platform, through culture. And obviously, we're faced with very hard facts, complex data, very complex reports. So it's a great idea to distill those reports and make that complex data more tangible for people. And how can we do that? Well, we collaborate with artists, we collaborate with creatives to create platforms that engage, that are simple to understand, to use, but also kind of come full circle with solution ideas and, like, you know, kind of giving people agency and empowering and enabling people to make more sustainable choices, for example, you know, through expertise from our partners. So it's really important that we synergize efforts between different sectors such as policy, technology, science, and culture. So yeah, that's our platform.
It's a beautiful, beautiful marriage of these different aspects of society, indeed. So Claire, what is the potential next steps for this?
So these types of projects, so at Google Arts and Culture, we innovate all the time with partners. So, you know, the expertise comes from our partners. And so it's, you know, Ben mentioned Perch, for example. So Perch is a project that was, so it's an AI model that was launched recently. And for this project, as Ben said, it helped us train this new AI model. So as part of our next steps, it could be that this is actually quite usable to scale, to scale to different ecosystems, perhaps even different biomes, who knows, So for us, it's a really interesting kind of juncture here where, we have this template that we could perhaps use again and again for different things, different species, etc. And so on this idea of scaling, though, we also are heavily influenced by our partners. Our partners would decide on what is the most important thing to innovate on right now. What should we be focusing on right now? And so, yeah, we leave that to their inspiration and their ideas.
Just sort of opens up your mind here. Infinite possibilities, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
So turning to you now, Jennifer, do you have any more examples of conservation and collaboration that you'd like to share here?
Yeah, building off of what we've already talked about, Ben mentioned it briefly. Not only is there machine learning in interpreting the sounds that are coming off of reefs, there's also machine learning on visual images. And I think what's really important is that those individual efforts don't stay siloed, that we share our learning and we share platforms and we sort of democratize the science that we're doing in order to understand how all this information can be used for management purposes. So having partners like Google who have that huge computational force and are able to defray some of the public sector costs that are going into this is enormously important. I think at the global level, we're very much all in it together, but making sure that that information is free and open and the algorithms that are used to interpret the data can be used in other areas of the world in a way that's not expensive and doesn't require a lot of technological savvy, the better off that we'll be, because the average coral reef manager doesn't have time to read a ton of peer-reviewed articles or understand all of the different technological advances that are coming online. They need easy access to information so that they can make the decisions that they need to at the local level. So I'm really inspired and want to follow up more on the acoustic end of things because we're making really good strides on the visual end of things as well.
Well, thank you, Jennifer. Ben or Ian, would you like to add?
Yeah, I'm happy to come in. I think there's certainly so many other ways that citizen scientists can contribute to this work as well. There's loads of projects out there. It might be annotating image data. That's a big one. So we want to understand what are the different coral species, the growth types, things like that we're seeing on the reef. And these are always huge collaborative efforts. You see there's academic institutes, increasingly industry partners. I work very closely with Mars, who support the world's largest reef restoration program, and then also private individuals as well contributing to these. So there's so much collaboration that I think can really be a source of good and push AI into ways that it can help the environment as well. I think with the kind of unprecedented scale of a challenge facing the environment and global climate catastrophes happening at the moment, that the unprecedented pace of AI development means it's going to be a really pivotal tool in solving these challenges.
Thank you, Ben. Ian, what would you like to add?
Yeah, I'd like to echo what some of my colleagues here have been saying, is that the collaboration, the intersection of engineering, of technology, and of restoration is so critical and so exciting right now. We are facing such a large scale catastrophe. And really at the same time, these technologies are emerging to meet this catastrophe head on. So the intersection of opportunity and a challenge. And I think that's very exciting in the face of what we're dealing with.
Well, thank you, Ian. A question to you and also to the other distinguished members of this panel. What do you need to be able to speed this up and scale these solutions even more? I mean, Google obviously is a big factor here in making this happen, but what else can you need? Get more of policy changes, well, what else?
Well, the exciting thing is that we have a bunch of different technologies that are being developed. We have these tools that we know are working. And so scale is what is important. Implementing these at a scale that is currently not used traditionally in restoration and ecology. We know that this can work. We know that infrastructure projects happen on a huge scale. Billions of dollars are pumped into protecting our infrastructure. Coral reefs are our natural infrastructure. as we've seen, they provide billions of dollars of protection on a yearly basis. And so what we need is for humans to rise to face this challenge head on at a scale that is ecologically meaningful. That's what we need.
Well, thank you. Jennifer or Ben, would you like to add? What else do you need to create more speed? Jennifer, go ahead.
Sorry, I would echo what Ian said. It's greater knowledge of what we do as humans to the planet, changing our behavior in some ways that probably will require policy change, and then employing these new technologies, hopefully with investments from both the public and private sector, because these will be costly, but in the end, very worthwhile investments.
Thank you, Jennifer. Ben.
Yeah, I completely agree with what Jennifer and Ian have said. And I think what's key is being able to think long term in terms of policy, which perhaps we don't see as much as we should. And also seeing many of the contributors, not always thinking about this from an individual basis, but business and industry, how they can help, and ways that we can make it competitive to actually be contributing to the environment rather than a kind of burden that they have to take on and could hold them back against their other goals. So I think that's going to be really key in motivating the policy, the industry drive, alongside the individual contributions. I think those three are really needed to see solutions to all these different challenges.
Thank you. Claire, Jennifer mentioned the rainforest and sort of turning the tables here, that looking at the corals as a rainforest that is at least as important as the rainforest above ground. So in terms of narrative, storytelling, how can we sort of turn these tables and make coral reefs as popular to support as the rainforest has been for many, many years?
That's a very good question. So, I mean, everything's obviously all interconnected, right? And that's the idea, is how can we communicate that's interconnection between all these different ecosystems, and also how we communicate that it's important to us as individuals, right? So it's making these projects through storytelling create kind of this vehicle that touches people's hearts as well as their minds. It's using storytelling and culture to I guess get further into those ideas of ecosystems. What are ecosystems? How do they work? There's a brilliant book called Blue Machine by Helen Chersky that I'm reading at the moment, and it's all about how the ocean is a machine, and it's a machine that has this very delicate equilibrium, and any slight difference in that machine will just, really create so much destruction, but it will ultimately come to us also. It will be a domino effect on us. And I think that way of communicating is really important. So talking about rainforests and the way that how the rainforest can connect with coral reefs, for example, how it connects with the oceans and how the oceans create the rainforest, in fact. It's the salt water that goes up and then goes into the rainforest. Exactly. So it's looking at it from that point of view of these are living things. They're not just things that we see on the surface of the water. They're not just trees. They are living beings. And that, for me at least, that is something that touches me personally. So hopefully it would touch audiences as well.
And this, of course, has an aspect of, well, maybe not gamification per se, but it's playful and interactive. How important is this aspect of making it almost like a game?
It's important because you need engagement. So something that's over 30 seconds long needs to be interactive and dynamic. So using sounds, obviously with this project, it was great because we had sounds, and I think that's something that we don't use enough. Projects that utilize that sense, and also the interactivity is important. Why? Because we use technology. We're a technology platform. So we live online. Everything is digital first, mobile first. So we have to create projects that obviously enable people not to be passive, but also engage on that interactive level. But not just interact with buttons and click here and there, but buttons that mean something and that have a result. And that's why we create these projects that are interactive, but they do end up being purposeful.
I was thinking of students when I saw your presentation here of schools. So how are you? Because that would be a wonderful collaborator, students all over the world, I guess. So how are you thinking of reaching the younger population? Is there any collaboration in mind with schools, the school system, for instance?
It's a very good question. These are things that obviously we think about. We have, classrooms online through our platform, so we have an educational element for young people. So there are, lots of learning hubs for all of our projects, and we always accompany as well our interactive experiences, so such as calling in our corals, with online exhibits where you can click and then be educated on coral reefs in general, and then we have interviews with the marine biologists, to go into more detail on what they're doing, what their work is. Also, we have street views, street views in coral reefs where you can actually see the coral reef in 360, which is quite amazing. So we do have these educational elements that intend to inform and accompany the experiences like this. And yes, of course, we're always open to thinking about ways that we can engage with more youth.
Thank you very much, Carol. Excuse me. Any thoughts from the rest of the panel in terms of engagement and me reaching, for instance, students?
Yeah, I'll weigh in. We spoke a lot about economic value, all the benefits these reefs give us. But as a small kid growing up in a landlocked area, I didn't care about any of that. What I cared about was the beauty, the sense of wonder, the sense of adventure that are coral reefs. And so that, I think the answer is what originally called me to start to protect reefs. The answer is staring us in the face. Coral reefs are amazing and engaging, even of themselves. So we need to share that. And I think what Google is doing of bringing people there, we were just talking about the street view aspects, that has such power to engage people and to encourage them, to motivate them to protect these incredibly important ecosystems.
Thank you. Jennifer, with your perspective from NOAA, and education, of course, is an element of this.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd build on what Ian would say, in that at the heart of conserving any of our resources is really about behavioral change in humans. When we say we manage fisheries or we manage corals, we don't manage those critters. We're managing our behavior as it relates to those ecosystems, to those organisms. So anything that we can do to instill a conservation ethic, a stewardship ethic in teeny tiny kids all the way up into octogenarians is going to be what saves the planet generally. So the more sense of wonder, the more appreciation for the beauty that we can instill in small kids. There's nothing like a little kid shaming their parents when it comes to recycling or anything like that, the better off that we'll be. And Ben hit on it. Citizen science is really important too. More people want to go have meaningful vacations where they feel like they're contributing. So coral reefs are a little bit difficult. It takes a lot of technical expertise to understand what you're seeing. And the more that we can simplify data gathering and sharing and getting information into the hands of managers, the better off we'll be.
Indeed. We're nearing the end of this session here, this beautiful session, and I look at you, Claire, and I see the coral behind you. It's so inspiring. And if you have ever been close to a coral reef, I've been fortunate to have been able to scuba dive at actually one of the COPs in Sharm el-Sheikh. And I was happy to see that the reefs were in pretty good condition in parts of the ocean and the Red Sea. So Carol, it's almost close to the thing you're protecting here, your name. What would you like to finish this session off with in terms of call to action for people to use this beautiful platform?
Yes, absolutely. It's to use the platform, it's to contribute, be a citizen scientist. It takes 3 minutes and the actual audio is only 30 seconds long. And when you click, that gets sent back to the marine biologist who then can analyze that audio for you. And it will help this restoration process. And also there's this educational element that I mentioned before on the platform. There's a page called Coral Chorus that gives you a lot more information. And as Ian said, it takes you right into the coral reefs. And one of the main things for us is also that we'd love people to go out more and see. You mentioned you went to the coral reefs in Sharm el-Sheikh. I also went there, and it was absolutely glorious. And I'd never seen coral reefs like that in my life. But I was privileged to have that experience and be able to be in that space to be able to do that. But anyone who can't travel, obviously, it's nice to be able to experience them as well online in a digital form, because it's important that we care.
Indeed, and who wouldn't want to be a citizen scientist? I for sure. I'm going. I'm going to use this platform and contribute. It was a beautiful session, and thank you again, Jennifer. Thank you, Ian, and thank you, Ben, and especially thanks to Claire for showing us this platform. And citizen scientists, that's going to be all of us, right? Okay, thank you. We'll be right back with another beautiful session here that is related to climate, of course. So stay tuned. Earlier this spring, the UNDP, the United Nations Development Programme, in partnership with the World Meteorological Organization, WMO, and the weather company, took an unprecedented move. They interrupted weather reports on global weather stations in more than 400 channels in 80 countries. And they did it with a special weather forecast, marking the launch of the groundbreaking Weather Kits campaign. And the kids took over, as I mentioned, over 400 networks. It's amazing. And 80 countries. And they presented the weather for 2050, the forecast for 2050. And they also, of course, presented in connection with this calls for urgent climate action. In a minute, I will introduce a highly interesting panel to talk to, and I'll talk to some of the brains behind this special weather report. But first, of course, let's take a moment to watch the weather report.
I'm Kaylee with the very special weather report. From up there to down here, everything is crazy. If we don't listen to scientists, things are going to be even crazier when I grow up. Let's look at the forecast for 2050. Heat waves will affect 94% of children, making playing outside a thing of the past. Extreme droughts will wipe out wheat crops, killing the one food my brother eats, bread. Disasters will cost taxpayers almost $6 trillion. My parents hate taxes. Of course, all of this is caused by a blanket of heat-trapping pollution in the atmosphere that we could just, not put up there. But don't worry, there's still a chance of clear skies. Right now, clean energy systems are moving in from the east to the west, creating tons of cool jobs. And solar prices have dropped lower than oil and gas. Going to the satellite, it looks like a high-pressure system of grown-ups could still move in and protect kids from an avalanche of really bad stuff. Some gusty political winds ahead, but they're no match for the power of Hurricane Felicia. That's my mom. We'll keep you posted as we track if adults stop wasting time and fix this totally solvable problem. Because it's not just a weather report to us, it's our future.
It is now my great pleasure to introduce 4 distinguished guests for this panel. On Zoom, we have Paco Conde. He's co-founder and ECD of Activista, which is an award-winning creative agency based in Los Angeles. Wonderful to have you on board.
Hello,
I'd also
everyone.
like to introduce Vico Sharabani, founder and CCO of The Artery, which is a creative agency based in New York, and Artery produced this film. Wonderful to have you join us too. And of course, Boas Paldi, Chief Creative Officer, United Nations Development Program, who's also been very much involved in this campaign indeed. And on Zoom, we also have Brigitte Perrin, Head of Communication at the World Meteorological Organization. So wonderful to have this crew to join us here. So I'd like to start with a question for you, Boas. Can you explain what it's really all about, this campaign, and how it all started? Let's see if we can get some sound on Boas, please.
That was my fault, as usual.
That's fine. Good to see you both.
Thank you so much, Katarina. So nice to be here with you. It's always so wonderful to be with the We Don't Have Time community. We needed to find a way to reach a larger audience with the idea of climate action, we were thinking along the lines of how do we do that? We've done it once before. We used the dinosaur as our metaphor, as our avatar, and we needed to do it again. We wanted to talk about climate action really at the global scale. And what we discovered is that there is one aspect of climate change that is that resonates very, very, very much across the board, and that's the next generation. And for us, so we were trying to find a way to talk about the next generation. Luckily, I know Paco and his partner Beto, so I went to them, and they came up with an idea to have kids present the weather of 2050 when they're grown. This is to illustrate the cost of inaction on climate, the cost of us not taking the correct action today, and what will happen to future generations. And that's really that's the message that resonates. So for us, it was a very clear illustration of the cost to next generations, to all future generations, in case we don't do the right thing now. And so we know, as you know, we have a very short time to act. There is still a chance to impact this crisis and get it right, but we need to do it, all of us together, and we need to do it right away. And so that's really that was at the heart of this campaign, climate action, and trying to resonate with people in a way that hasn't been done before. And we decided to try and use the Kids Weather Report as that mechanism.
Thank you, Boaz. I've used shown this video in my keynotes, and I've seen the impact it has had on the audience several times now, and it's so thank you again for this fantastic work. So Paco, in terms of the vision and the mission behind it, could you tell us a bit how the idea how it all came about?
Of course. So yeah, it was like almost 2 years ago. It took a while to bring this idea to life. And I remember, the effects of extreme weather was always every day almost breaking news. That means that what the science had warned for a while, for years, it became a reality. The thing is, we get used to the news, to the breaking news. We get used to the effects. And even like we are becoming numb to these effects. So basically, we needed something, as Boaz said, that resonated with everyone. We needed some sort of Trojan horse, the same way that Frank the Dino was our Trojan horse, our outsider, let's say, that gave us a different point of view. We needed something else. And we always say that the best way to connect emotionally with people in communication is to find a universal truth. And there are a few more universal truths than that everyone wants to live a better future for our kids. So we thought, that's something interesting, right? Because, the kids of our lives are going to suffer the consequences of our inaction. So also there is this context of a war where even climate change and science is a polarized topic. And we found out that who delivers the facts is sometimes more important than the facts themselves. And also we found in studies that show that kids can affect parents' views on climate. So the mission was to change behavior, to encourage people, regardless of the ideology or where I come from, etc., to provoke, to take climate action. So to change the behavior, we changed the messenger. And our work with the UNDP in the last few years, including Don't Choose Extinction, that there were kids, is to help the UNDP to become a key player in the fight to tackle climate action. And they are an organization that they have access to world leaders and decision makers and lawmakers. So this kind of campaign have like two kind of audiences, let's say, the citizens across the world, but also we want to give the organization, Boaz, and all the people in the UNDP tools to go to the world leaders and tell them, give them reasons to change policies, to give our kids, to leave our kids the future they deserve.
Well, thank you. It's a fantastic campaign. I'm turning now to you, Brigitte. The World Meteorological Organization, of course, is a very important partner in this campaign. How come you decided to join? And what can you tell us about your involvement?
Thank you. Yeah, well, the World Meteorological Organization has always been and is still quite data-driven. It's a specialized and scientific agency of the United Nations. And we realized that our audience wants now a little bit more than just data. They want explanation, they want interpretation of this data, and not just figures. So when BOES reached out to us, of course, it was to provide some guidance on how to do an accurate weather forecast. I figured that it was a very good opportunity for us to, as we are anyway quite under the spotlight. Every day or almost every month, we release a report saying that it was the hottest May on record, the hottest year on record. All these bad news are our bad news. And we wanted to also provide a different vision of this bad news and make it a different voice through the children. As also we realized that the weather forecast is not anymore only used for leisure, for getting the weather for tomorrow, right? We need all the weather services and all the broadcast weather services as well realize that they need to include some climate components to help people understand climate change. So with the Weather Kits, we wanted to build a strong message, an accessible message, that if we don't act now, we are putting the future generations at risk. And as we are in the United Nations family, we needed to speak with one voice, and this was also an excellent opportunity to show a strong partnership.
So thank you, Brigitte. And incorporating the children in this message and having them actually be the messenger, what can you, afterwards you heard the reactions of this campaign, what importance did this have to use the children as the messenger?
Well, I think people listen to what they care about, and they obviously care about their children or children in general. And this is why the conveyor of this message needed to be someone who we care about. Today we are working also at WMO for future generations, both on adaptation measures, putting in place, for example, early warnings for everyone on Earth, and that is also quite linked to children, protecting children, and also some mitigation efforts. We are on both fronts. But in communication, our goal is definitely to educate people on the basics of climate and making sure that they understand what is at stake and they see a little bit more than just the weather forecast for the next day, right? So the campaign was, as Paco said, targeting more grown-ups. And they are the ones who can today engage, and they are also the ones who need to invest today in climate action. And this is why this relay through the children was so important to us.
Well, thank you, Brigitte. Vico, your production company, The Artery, produced this beautiful campaign. And could you tell us a bit about what it was like to produce the campaign, and also what do you think are the biggest success factors of the campaign?
Sure. Yeah, this was definitely not a standard type of production, right? There's so many components that needed to be considered. This campaign was actually picked up by 87 countries or more, and it's something that we had to carefully plan towards that. A lot of the parts of it were actually pure joy. Working with kids is always fun. I got kicked by an 8-year-old for one of the shoot days. You know, they're so energetic and they want to contribute, but we picked very young kids. So there was like very joyful yet challenging parts to that. When you work on pro bono work in general, Usually it's small teams that are trying to do the thing as efficiently as possible, right? And you never know who you're going to collaborate with. And working with Paco, with Boaz, Sonia, and Marianne, it was like almost like a superhero type of team that managed to do so much in such a short amount of time and with short little funds compared to what was done there. We had to come up with a visual language that was very, very specific. The kids couldn't be just too cute. They couldn't be alarmists. The visual language couldn't be overproduced and needed to have the authenticity of a weather report that appeals to every market in the world. Because we created, you don't see when you watch this particular video, but there were many, many versions in many different languages with different kids, skin tones, and races.
How many languages? I've seen quite a few of them, but I'm not sure I know exactly how many.
I believe we ended up with 20, that we delivered. Wow. But a part of what we delivered was also kits of backgrounds and content, visual content, that every location, every market could use a local talent with their local language and dialect. So there were many versions that we did not anticipate, or we did not even participate in the actual kid direction, but because we created very specific kits with very detailed direction, they all look like a part of the same campaign.
So Vico, it's not just the film, but it's a fantastic film. But also, could you tell us a bit about what happens when you watch it, and what happens and when you click further and on the website?
Yeah. So basically, it's an invitation to sign the pledge for the UNDP to take a climate action. And when you read all the things that you can pledge for, I think the Paco and Boaz did an amazing job of connecting it to your kids. You're basically signing the pledge on behalf of your kids. You signed the pledge, but you dedicate it to your kids. And they listed out different actions that you can take. So when you sign the pledge of, yes, I will take an action, then you get the choices of what actions can you take. And some of them can be bigger and smaller and dependent on your local environment or the age of your kids. I thought that this was a very powerful way to actually engage people and not only show them the work.
I did, and I shared it with my kids, and I took a pledge for one of my grandchildren. It was very emotional to see what their life could be in 2050. Brigitte, I know you need to leave in a minute, so anything you'd like to add from the VMO perspective?
Yes, definitely. I think what was crucial also in this process of getting specific films from all over the world, we had over 30 different versions of the weather kits that were not managed by the creative team, which is a lot, right? And in the first place, what we've done, we have connected the weather services, the national weather services, with the UNDP offices and the broadcast companies. And this was a really good mix of people, because sometimes they were working next to each other, but they never had the occasion to partner or to build something together. So what we created here is a new space where we can now definitely build a climate action around these three pillars of media, of development, and the expertise of the meteorologists. And I think this was probably the secret of having so many different versions of the weather kits. I know that the latest one was on the 6th of June, I think, or early June in Japan, where they celebrate the Japanese World Meteorological Day a little bit later. And it's possible that more of them will come up as we go. So this was a real success, and we didn't really expect it in the beginning. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Brigitte, and thank you for joining the panel. I know you need to leave. So, Paco, you are working with this, well, you are part of this fantastic award-winning activist agency and bureau. And in terms of wanting to create change, you are doing fantastic work. But some might say, isn't it just easier and more lucrative to, for instance, sell chewing gum? I mean, what drives you to do this? It's a really big campaigns you've been launching here.
I think everything is connected, actually, business and positive impact. Well, first of all, I think all of us have an obligation to do, to use whatever we do and apply to give solutions to this crisis that we are facing of climate change, right? I believe that creativity is humanity's superpower. So I use mine to provoke positive change or positive impact in my clients' business, but also in society and on the planet. And everything is connected, because if you think now how we consume, especially younger generations, they are going to choose brands and products that are aligned with their values. And because you have more access to information, you are going the same way that you used to choose products that are the design is good or the price. Now there is one more factor, that's the impact of that product. So I'm going to choose the product that provokes less negative impact on the planet, for instance. So we cannot keep going as business as usual, right? We really need to use our talent, our careers to provoke that positive impact. And it's going to be good for our business, because again, is everything is connected. So answering your question, I think the way I'm working on this line of work and teaming up with the organizations as like UNDP is going and working on these campaigns also is going to make my agency attract other brands that want to provoke the same impact, and therefore is going to be good for my business as well.
Well, thank you, Paco. Vico, is there anything you'd like to add from your vast experience working in this field of communication and media?
Sure. Yeah. I think that we worked on the greatest media hack ever, right? In a way, this idea allowed us to spread the message to 87 countries at prime time on a pro bono type of a campaign, not to mention all of the other media outlets that we got. I think, Buzz, you got like news channels and theater and in-game advertising. There were so many. So I think that's one thing that is not talked about enough. I mean, from the professional side, because obviously we're talking about the impact because this is what we're here to do, but there was something very, very innovative in the way that it was structured and executed. And for us, we work, as you say, on many campaigns for many years on feature films and stuff like that, and delivering something that the authenticity of the talent and the scenery and the message is kept, as opposed to being tempted to go for the high production value, high design that initially, is like very tempting to do, and keep the message and the kids' performance at the center of it. I think that was a very powerful part of the success of it.
Thank you very much, Vico. Powerful indeed. So, Boaz, how will this campaign continue?
We are going to be continuing this campaign throughout the year. We're gearing up to 2025, the big year of climate. We all know what we need to do in 2025. It's a 10-year anniversary to the Paris Agreement. We need to get 1.5 on the table. We need to make sure that countries commit to lowering emissions. We need to be constantly active. And I think the Weather Kids campaign is a great vehicle to be doing that. I think we have an incredible message. Just to add one tiny result that we had from the Weather Kids campaign. We were measuring the campaign not only quantitatively, which is how many people watched it, how many broadcasters. We're all so excited by the amount of views that we had, by the different media organizations that we were able to engage with, like Vico said, in gaming, in theaters, in movie theaters, on TV, online, but also we were also able to measure qualitatively. And what we found, there's one striking statistic that I just want to share with you guys. This campaign had 93 positivity resonated positively with people. 93%. Most climate campaigns resonated about a 50 or 55% positivity, because there's a political divide here, and the political divide shouldn't be really there for climate change, but it is. And so we were able to cross that divide. We were able to talk to everyone on the planet, no matter what your political beliefs are, and so unite in a way for the climate emergency. And so that's what we could continue. That's what we'll continue to do throughout the year. We'll be using that to really try and reach as many people as possible in as many opportunities as possible. Next week, we're going to be at the Cannes Lions Festival of Creativity. Vico is going to be there with me. Sadly, Paco is not. But we are going to be there. We're going to activate throughout the festival, trying to get as many voices out there as possible, as many viewers as possible, and as many media partners, creative partners, and PR partners as we possibly can, and that's how we move forward. But there's many activations planned throughout the year.
Great to hear. And I think we're going to watch a video now, right, Buzz?
We are going to watch a video, yes.
Quiero que presten atención a algo muy importante que les quiero contar.
We are on a highway to climate hell with our foot still on the accelerator.
We've seen a surge in temperature shifts. Warning the next few days
are expected to get even worse.
This year alone, we've seen a surge in temperature shifts.
Thousands flee their homes,
facing those massive fires.
It's a global initiative. They're calling it Weather Kids.
Cette campagne est diffusée dans plus de 80 pays.
Let's try and hear more from the weather kid herself, Kaylee.
I'm Kaylee. I'm Maya. Soy Esteban.
Je suis Noah.
It has been a bright start to the day, but that's all about to...
I'm Olive with the very special weather report. From up there to down here, everything is crazy.
If we don't listen to scientists, things are going to be even crazier when I grow up.
Let's look at the forecast for 2050. Heat waves will affect 94% of children, making outdoor kids a thing of the past.
Las grandes sequías destruirán las cosechas de trigo.
Imaginons les démonstrants de pizza. My parents hate taxes.
If there's one thing we can all agree on, is that we want a better future for our kids.
We'll keep you posted as we try with adults stop wasting time and fix this totally solvable problem. Because it's not just a weather report to us, it's our future.
Es nuestro futuro. Es our future.
مستقبلنا.
It's our future.
El nostro futuro. It's our future.
This is very emotional to watch, isn't it? Thank you again for your fantastic work. Any final words or calls to action from you, Vico, or Boaz and Paco?
I just want to give a shout out to all the partners that joined this campaign, like Paco from Activista and like Vico from Artery. They took a lot of their time and effort into this campaign, enormous amounts of time. This you took a year to create, and so they did it almost for no money at all, because we are UNDP is a poor organization when it comes to communication. So they did it because they believed in the cause, and we are so grateful to them. But we're so grateful to so many other partners that joined us, allowed us to be on air, allowed us us to show this campaign. It's going to take all of us together to sort this out. I think, you know, there's a solution here. We all know that there's a solution. We are already embarking on a transition, and I think the transition is happening. But it takes people like Paco and Vico to really make it happen. That they can, the private sector that comes in and puts their full work and muscle into it and making it happen. So just a huge thank you to all of our partners out there, and really kind of like this is a call to action to everyone to think what you can do to help the climate emergency and how you can really, you know, have impact yourself. So huge thanks, and you know, we want to do more.
Well, thank you so much, Boaz, Paco, and Vico, and may this campaign have a very long and impactful life indeed.
Thank you.
Half the world's population lives in a country that is holding general elections this year, and never before in human history are so many people have had the chance to head to the ballot boxes in a single year. In India alone, a record number of 642 million people cast their vote in the election that finished just last week. Mexico recently elected its first climate scientist as president. That's Claudia Sheinbaum. We've had elections in South Africa, Senegal, Togo, El Salvador, South Korea, Bangladesh, Indonesia, and many, many other countries around the world. And of course, here in the European Union, we've had the European parliamentary elections, which ended on Sunday with substantial gains in quite a few places for the far right, not least in Germany, but also in France. What will this mean for climate policy going forward in Europe? And could the European Commission's proposed target to cut net greenhouse gas emissions by 90% by 2040 compared to 1990 levels now be at risk? We've got some great guests with us here to discuss the European elections. They've had a couple of days now to think about it. And on stage, we've got Gaia Febre. My French is so bad, you know,
Perfect.
Gaia, that you have to come and smack me in the face if I get it wrong. You're head of international policies at Réseau Action Climat. We've also got Sven Hammerling, who's head of climate at CAN Europe. That's Climate Action Network Europe. And we've got Bernard Potter, who's the editing director of Climate Table and a very special and long-serving environment correspondent in Germany with many, many years of experience. I'm going to start first by asking each one of you a kind of quick question, maybe the same question. Give us your like 3-minute heads-up perspective on the European elections, and then we'll go into a chat. Sven, maybe I come to you first. So how was it? What do you think? What does climate action face now with this result?
I think at the first sight it looks relatively bad because there have been significant increases for some of the right and far right parties, which of course in many countries and situations are quite climate skeptic and don't really get the challenge of this. But as you already mentioned, France and Germany were particular cases, I think, which make a difference in terms of the numbers of the European Parliament because they are very big countries. And there this rise for these party groups is quite problematic and quite concerning, of course. But I also want to say that in a way it was 27 national elections, so to say, right? We have there are countries which basically some of the parties who are more active on climate policies and who want to go further have gained seats. For example, in some of Scandinavian countries, also in Italy. So it's a very let's say interesting pattern. And the more that we looked at it, also in our team with people living in different countries, we realized, okay, we now need to make the best out of it, and we also need to acknowledge that the right and far right, they don't have anyway a majority, right? So there's still a core group of parties, basically, the Conservatives, the European People's Party, Social Democrats, Greens, and the Liberals, which to a large couple of years, not in all detail, there's some differences in opinions, but we think there's no legitimacy at all to consider or to question the targets the European Union has set. There may be some difference on specific policies, but we will try to do our role to make the best out of this and see how this can help with the next generation of climate policies.
Gaia?
I think it's a little bit different for us because we are based in Paris, in France, and the score of the far right is extremely high, 32%. But if we take in account the abstention, we can say only 15. So we are like, okay, we can also think about the fact that not all the French vote for the extreme right, and for sure we will have a lot of work to do to be sure we are able to work for more ambition. And as Sven mentioned, there is other countries in the EU, and we can rely on them. But just after the results, Macron chose to dissolve the parliament. So that means we are also in election mode during 3 weeks. So we have to do a lot of work to be sure climate stay of the heart of the concern. And yeah, we are also in the international negotiation. We have to fight for justice and to be sure that France stay a leader.
Bernard?
Well, I agree to most of what Sven said, the analysis. So everybody thought at first sight that was really bad news also for the climate policy of the EU. At second thought, it seems not to be as bad because the Green Deal, it looks like they will be staying with the Green Deal as proposed, more or less. But then when I think about it a little deeper, I'm not so calm anymore because there's some features that are really interesting and in a negative way interesting. One is, for example, that you see now people also from politics, but also the NGOs come in and say, well, we have 70 in the polls, 70 to 80%, a stable majority for climate action, and we've had that for years and for decades. But then, and we also have that in Germany. But what you see then, even though we have these polls, when it comes to voting, it seems that voters decide huge losses for the Green Party. Which has to do with a lot of German discussions, but also because the Green Party in Germany is now considered, or has been considered, as the climate party. So it seems like anything that has to do with climate does not go well down with the voters, even though there is, and then people, or in the polls, and then how people vote when they go for voting. So that is something that kind of makes it a bit uneasy to look at and to say it's not so bad.
I mean, as you say, there were some areas where, you know, people were actually sort of quite pleased, right? I mean, we saw in the Netherlands, for example, they elected nationally, was it a year or so ago, a far-right government, but in the European Union elections here, it was more kind of Greens and left-centered parties that I think got the vote. Scandinavia, our friends here, I mean, we don't have time, is based in Sweden. They have a right-of-centre party that's been a little bit critical of climate action, but in the European Union elections, it went the other way. Even Romania, I think, was not with the far right, so I'm just mentioning that. But you're right, we've got France and Germany at the core of this, because the biggest two countries, almost in a sense the founders of the European Union. What factors do you think are at play in the psyche of the public right now? Is it that they're rejecting climate change, or they're rejecting the costs of things that they see hit them in the pocket, and climate is kind of somehow bundled up in that? Is that what's going on, do you think, or?
If I go with this, I think, at least I have an analysis for Germany, maybe it's the same for France. I think we are at a point where climate policy is not something up in the clouds anymore. It's getting real, and it means it hits home. In Germany, it really hits home because we were talking about heating systems. So people suddenly realized in their own home, there might be a change because they cannot have the old gas boiler anymore. So we are at a point, and all the talk about the combustion engine cars, diesel cars in Germany. So it's not like the public can lean back and say, yeah, climate policy, that's a nice thing to have, but I'm not really concerned about this. Now we see things are getting to get close to the people, and it seems that if you don't install social kind of buffering for the costs or a social kind of response to it, and if you don't communicate it well, which the German government, the coalition has not been doing very well, then it's very easy for populist parties to say, as you say, it costs a lot of money and it's going to ruin us. So it is quite a risk, I think.
Building on that, I mean, I totally agree that this is one of the points that we're moving forward with climate policies in practice, and people feel it more. I think they feel it in different directions. There are also more and more people, for example, who install solar PV in their houses and so on. There are also positive benefits, and people pick up on it. But I think at the moment we're also in a situation where there are other crises which people feel as being very close to them, right? I mean, there's the whole situation with the Russian aggression against Ukraine, and this feels much nearer. This has economic implications. There have been inflation. There has been the cost of fossil fuel energy increase, which I think generally the parties in Europe, which were looking at this from much more as we need to move away from fossil fuels, were doing better than in other countries, for example. But voters don't necessarily have a very long memory, so to say, and think back what the situation was 2 years ago. And maybe that was also a challenge in some of the campaigning or the messaging going out. But I think we titled our press release yesterday as New Parliament, Old Planet. So the people who come in the parliament now and have responsibilities to solve problems which people are exposed to. And I mean, we just can look around southern Germany, other regions in Europe where people have been facing the impacts of the climate crisis year and year. And I think that's something which people feel much more closer, but as I said, it's part of a bigger, let's say, mix of very immediate crisis at the moment, and we need to, going forward, I think, need to also find ways how an intelligent and socially just climate policy can help us dealing with those problems.
But do you think it's interesting you mentioned climate disasters, because I always used to think intuitively that if you'd been a victim of a climate disaster, that you would be much more in favor of climate action. But it was quite fascinating with some of the studies I think in New York, remember Hurricane Sandy, and that a lot of the people that were rebuilding those communities didn't want to even think about climate change because they didn't want to imagine that all their efforts at restoring their community would suddenly be destroyed again by another extreme weather event. So they put climate change far away from their day-to-day reality because they didn't want to kind of deal with it. So they kind of weren't climate champions. Yeah, they were like almost the opposite.
The other thing is you might get accustomed to it.
Yeah.
So we in Germany, and we've seen it over the last years, we've had summers with a lot of droughts. So we've had wildfires, forest fires, which normally are not so much a problem in Germany. Now we've had them for the last years. And in the beginning, it was a huge media thing, wildfire somewhere. And now you have them, and it's a wildfire. The fire brigades are better equipped. And so we come to accept the wildfires in Germany. We come to accept these floodings, for example, even though there's huge damage being done. But in the psyche of people, it's not. It seems like people get used to seeing these kind of damages and also making the connection to climate change, but not the connection to saying this is how or this is something that we have to really fight with more strength.
Do we need to think about how to, as you say, we need to bring the people along, right, on this? I mean, this is absolutely critical to bring the people along, and perhaps does one feel looking at these results, again, accepting that these results are mixed? I mean, they're sort of positive in some directions and negative in others. But just going forward, we don't really want a repeat of this kind of European Union election, particularly in the big countries, right? So do we need to think more carefully, or the governments need to think more carefully, of how they demonstrate to the population as a whole that in general, combating climate change and the measures to do it could be good for themselves and for their children going forward? Is there a job now to be done by governments, but also by other groups, NGOs, cities, whatever, to start repackaging climate change as a positive, beneficial action rather than as something that may have negative connotations for your lifestyle or your, the price of your travel or whatever it is? Any thoughts on this?
Yeah. In France, for example, before the parliament election, the vision of the far right was really like punitive ecology. We saw that also with the farmer crisis. So we need to create hope. We need to create another future and involve people. And we can't talk only about climate. It's also about social. It's also about economy. So for sure, we need to have a bigger story, bigger hopes to tell to the people and work together on it. And for sure, NGO, they have a role on that, but also our government. And they need to think not just about the next 5 years. They need to think about more and project, have a more projection. Yeah.
Because the crucial thing about all this really is, perhaps maybe that you all indicated that somehow we probably think that Europe's green transition will continue and it will not be torpedoed by these elections necessarily. But I think probably the fear is, I mean, this show is called We Don't Have Time, right? So is that, we know that in, what is it, just over 5 years, we need to halve or at least halve emissions by 50% by 2030 to have a 50-50 chance of hitting the targets of the Paris Agreement by 2050. So we don't want any slowing down of action. And I think that's probably the greatest concern, is that things might just go a bit more slowly. Is that?
I mean, definitely, it's not enough, or it wouldn't be even enough to say, we just need to secure that the Green Deal continues as is. Yeah. And for example, we as Can Europe, have held a position for the years that we need to increase the European targets for 2030. I don't want to go into too much numbers here, but that the current target is not enough. A few months ago, we published a study where we basically looked into what might be the social and economic benefits of even higher ambition than Europe currently has. And we found out that by 2030, this could result in additional benefit and savings and so on of around €1 trillion across Europe. And in that regard, we're also trying to do these analysis and work with these arguments which are more impactful maybe on certain audiences. So I think there's definitely a continued need to accelerate, but probably there's also a task for us to start again to educate, or also share the experience and insights on what needs to be done with new parliamentarians, with parties. So that's an ongoing task I think we need to build on. And definitely there are also experiences learned, of course, from some of the communications maybe on climate policies in the last years. But I think we will also have a critical task, and we'll see a debate in Europe around that, how to bring climate policies together with some of the industrial and economic policies that the continent is looking to build a resilient economy. So that's not two different things, but we need to integrate them.
I would think, Nick, you were talking about narrative, but I think that's all true. But I think one has to be careful. This is not a PR thing,
right?
I mean, people are not stupid. It's not like you have to only get a good PR company to sell them climate policy. I think people are as clever as, or people are clever when you explain them as Sven sagt, those might be your benefits, those might be the avoided costs that we're having with climate. But I think what's also imperative, and there I think there is a huge gap in German, but also in European climate policy. You need to install things that really make or that secure people from these things. People have to see that it pays off to be more climate friendly. It has to be.
It has to be real, doesn't it?
It has to be real.
Yeah.
Yeah. You don't have to. It's not only a narrative, but you have to see it in your checkbook at least after 2, 3, 5 years.
Yeah.
That if you insulate your house, if you drive an electric car or something, at a certain point, it makes economic sense, not only ecologically, and that is quite an issue with all the governments, I think.
What does it mean? I mean, can we learn anything from these EU elections in terms of what it means for the national elections that might be coming? I mean, you've got a national election coming almost tomorrow, you know? Germany's got national elections. Is it?
Next year a bit.
Next year?
Next fall.
We've got a UK election, but I know that doesn't count in the European elections anymore, but that country's going to go left, so that's quite good. Or certainly no longer the Conservative Party. But what does it mean for national elections? Can we draw any threads in this? Or is the EU election more like a protest vote against certain policies, that people would vote differently in national elections?
I think the time is really short for France, so I don't know if the people will vote differently, but it's a big concern for us, for sure. And I would like to rebuild on what I said at the beginning, the abstention. We have to work on the abstention and maybe build more trust in our institution. And like this, maybe we will have a better climate policy at some point. So, yeah.
If I can add, I think we've seen in many countries that it's been elections against the ruling government, sometimes against the left-wing government, sometimes against the more right-wing, sometimes against pro-climate action, sometimes against others. So I think there has been a component where people in the multiple crises they see feel just unsatisfied with what the government is doing, how it's dealing with it, and if it had been a different government, the results might have been for the different side. So I think that's an important component, but there have also been examples where parties who very proactively worked with their climate and energy manifestos and the plans they had in a positive way were also able to show to the voters this is the right direction to go. So maybe it's also about not being too timid, and I think some of the parties have been very timid about the climate and energy context, and I always see these together. And if you have a clever strategy on how to very proactively demonstrate, as we discussed here, how this can help, how this can have benefits, how it's important to secure more resilient and also more just let's say, economy for those countries, I think there are ways to make use of that.
I think if I were someone to give some kind of advice to people in the German campaign that's going to start at the end of the year on terms of climate, I would say 2 things would be important. One is right now in Germany, but I think also in other parts of Europe, the term climate is coined with a lot of people negatively. So you have to get rid of that somehow. So you have to at least make it neutral, that it's not like something that sticks to you. If you say climate, everybody runs away. So that's the first task, because otherwise you won't get far. And the second thing is, and that is in Germany, but I think also in other countries, it's imperative that people demand that climate is something that has to be considered by all parties. It's not the unique selling point of one ecological or 2 small ecological parties, but it is something that everybody, and especially the big and the ruling parties, have to address. And this is something that in Germany that hasn't happened yet, even though a lot of people say, or all the parties say, we are for climate policy, but then if you look behind it, it is basically a very small fraction of the party landscape that really is serious about it. And as long as that doesn't happen, as long as other parties can always say, yeah, we want to protect you from these guys who want to take away your car or money or something because they do climate policy, as long as that is happening, it's a losing game. So you have to overcome these hurdles, I used to think that if you have only enough natural disasters, that would happen by itself, but it's not. It's as I said, it's people get
It becomes
accustomed
a
to
new normal, doesn't it? People get used
Right.
to being
Yeah.
very hot in May or something. Oh, and then people complain it's not warm enough in May because, and I say, actually, no, that's really what Berlin should be like in May. It shouldn't be hot. It should be quite cool. That's quite normal, right? I suppose we can only dream of having a UN intergovernmental panel on climate change scientist as the new president or prime minister of our country, as they have in Mexico. But that's quite remarkable, isn't it? I don't know. My heart beat a little bit when I heard that. I thought that was quite special. But then, of course, Angela Merkel was also apparently
exactly
in climate
That's what I
science,
was
and that
saying.
didn't quite.
Let's
Yeah.
wait, but comes out of it.
I don't know about Macron and science. We're coming pretty soon towards the end of this session, and we've got about 4 more minutes. I know it's Can Europe, and I know, Bernard, you cover this, although you cover international stuff too. We have another big election, another elephant in the room, in this case, in the United States. And do you lie awake at night imagining what might happen with that? Does that something that concerns? I think it should concern the entire world, shouldn't it? With the way the United States goes. Is this a nervous moment as well in climate policy as we look towards the next elections in the US?
Definitely.
Yeah.
I mean, I think everybody's lying awake at night at that in the climate. And again, it will be as 4 years ago. It will hit us when we're at COP, right?
Yeah, in Marrakesh.
Or right before.
Right before. This time it's
the
before.
COP, yeah. Yeah, I think this is a huge danger in a way, and one has to see how. To put it the positive side, I think the climate system is 4 years later is more waterproof against shocks from the US, but still the US is one of the biggest elephants in the room, and if that goes in the wrong direction or even stalls or even stops, that's a huge blow to the process. No problem.
But isn't one of the lessons we've all learnt from all the years of climate politics is that it's quite interesting that even when you get somebody in power who is like really wants to kill the climate story, there's other institutions around in a country. I mean, in the USA, it was California and other states, cities. In Canada, you remember when they had the Harper government, which was very anti-climate action. You had Montreal standing up and other, they're not called states in Canada, are they? They're called
Provinces.
something else. Provinces, yeah, and cities. So it seems like somebody always picks up the baton in the relay race to try and keep things moving, yeah? But I suppose we get back to that issue that it can slow things down. And I suppose even more importantly, for some of the viewers watching this show right now, certainly when the European story, is that it can lead to the other thing that the EU is very important for, which is helping poorer countries to get on track with their climate targets. And money seems very tight in the public purse. So just reflect on that just 1 second. Is that another barometer of whether this election has been good or bad for the climate if we find that Europe as a whole starts investing less in adaptation and also mitigation, cutting emissions, supporting the climate action plans of the poorer countries?
I mean, what the exact policies will be that the EU will pursue, that's now one of the next steps to discuss, right? And at the moment, I think there's quite some pressure to continue and with the climate policies, at least as they are, maybe with some minor let's say adjustments. We'll see. We have to push for that as well. But I think it's still across the groups in the parliament which are really relevant. The international reputation of the EU, I think, is still something which is very critical. And the partnerships that the EU also wants to pursue from various perspectives, whether it's through trade, whether it's through, resources, and of course these need to be as good and just as possible. But I think there's a legitimate concern that EU or some member states might cut down climate finance. I think we need to achieve the opposite, also to get to the acceleration of action in developing countries. Of course, not all of those countries necessarily need resource, but many need those, and we have the negotiations going on here and until the end of the year on the new climate finance goal. That will be definitely a main message from us to the EU policymakers, this is something which is very critical for your role in the global climate policy.
Briefly, any comments on this foreign dimension?
Yeah, I mean, public money is short, is tight, and I think that is another aspect that they have to be creative and I mean, there's a lot of money out there, just not public. To go into private, I mean, talk about taxes, talk about any kind of new instruments.
Scraping money off financial transactions from
fossil fuel,
takes on fossil fuel and whatever. So there's a lot of money out there. You have to be creative to get it.
Good. We've come to the end. Thank you very much indeed for all your time here on We Don't Have Time TV. It was very interesting to hear your perspective. I think the viewers will have enjoyed it too. I certainly did. Thank you so much for being here. It was very good indeed.
Thank you very much.
Okay. So let's now connect with our Stockholm studio and Ingmar Rentzhog. Ingmar, how are things in Sweden? What does the media say about the election in your part of the world? Oh, I think you might be muted, Ingmar. Let's just see.
In Sweden, we are.
Let's just try and deal with that little hiccup.
You hear me?
Have another go, Ingmar.
Yes.
Great.
You hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. You before you were a bit like an echo.
I think no echo on our side, at least. So in Sweden, we have a little bit. It's I mean, the EU election, it was not bad for the climate side. So here it's more a worry about where is Europe as whole going, in what direction, I would say. And it's a little bit unknown. We don't really know if we are going backwards or continue forward, or if we are just slowing down climate action in Europe.
Yeah. I mean, I think it was interesting, whether indeed, Ingmar, some of the voting for the European elections was in fact a kind of protest vote against certain government policies, and then you'll have to see what happens when it comes to the next national elections.
Yeah, I think here in Sweden we have kind of, I mean, the downside with democracy is very much that if you don't like the current government, you vote against them. And if you have a green government, you vote on someone that are not green the next time if you don't like what happened. And here in Sweden, we don't have a green government. It's quite opposite. So here people voted for something that were on the other side. So we are a little bit ahead of this cycle of back and forth. I would say.
Good. Ingmar, I'm going to hand the show over now to Stockholm and over to you. Thanks a lot.
Yes, thanks, Nick. And we will not talk about election here. Instead, we will talk about something much more exciting, actually. Because if we're going to be able to transform our society to a fossil-free society, we need to replace the way we are producing energy, but we also need to do a lot of different things regarding what we're building houses with, what we are packaging things with, etc. And we have many times here on We Don't Have Time talked about fossil-free cement, fossil-free steel. And in Sweden, we have amazing leading companies doing both, working both on fossil-free cement, fossil-free steel, etc. And we also have another leading company that are working on fossil-free plastic. That is very exciting because plastic is a little bit where the oil industry have their last hope. When people are driving their cars electric, when people are flying with biofuel, etc., I mean, there will not be that much consumption of oil. But where we have seen a growth of oil consumption is actually in the plastic industry, because when you produce things, when you produce plastic, you can do it with oil and you can do it with recycled plastic. And if you produce recycled plastic, you often need new oil to kind of get the mix together. But you have a solution for that. And I would like to introduce you. So warmly welcome to this show, Carl-Erik, CTO and founder of Lignin Industries. Tell the audience who you are and what you do.
All right. Who I am, I'm coming from the traditional Swedish type of industry, which is the pulp and paper industry. I have an enormous passion for chemistry and to utilize what we have here in Sweden and basically in the entire world, which is lignin and cellulose and trees. The bad thing about this industry is we're using simply half of the tree and burning the other half of the tree, which is lignin. And this is what we are all about. This brown part that is removed when we're making white paper out of brown wood is our raw material. And if we take Sweden as a raw material supplier, we're burning 6 million tons of this lignin every year, and we're consuming 1 million tons of plastics. So we have an enormous amount of raw material. And what we do at Lignin Industries, we're taking this lignin and we're converting that into a thermoplastic, and then we're basically shortcutting that dependence to fossil fuel when making plastics by replacing it with waste materials from the agricultural industry.
Basically, you can produce plastic out of woods.
Yes, this is what we do.
Can you tell us, you told me also, how did you come up with this? Because you're the inventor as well.
Yeah, well, I'm the inventor, the founder. So I was at home so again, I'm passionate about this. So I took the chemistry back at home in my kitchen, did the reaction between lignin and oil, and then forming a thermoplastic lignin, which is bio-based material. And then I used my oven and this, what's called these ice cube trays that you can play around with and make funny figures. And then I happened to have some Star Wars items, and then I did Star Wars figures out of this modified lignin. And then I realized, and some of my friends said, well, this is an innovation. You need to start a company on this, and down that road.
And for how long have you been?
6 years.
6 years. So as old as we don't have time.
Yeah.
And what are the biggest challenges? I mean, it seems like it's a no-brainer. Everyone should just replace fossil when they produce the plastic.
I think the main challenge so we're into this transition. We're transitioning from this traditional plastics into something that is more sustainable, and when convincing the plastic industry to change. That's an issue from the very start. It's a conservative industry. So just giving or having hope or courage from the plastic industry is one thing. The other thing is why make this change? So we're making net zero plastics, which is a fantastic thing to do, but there is zero or very little incentives to use sustainable materials today in EU as a whole. I would say we're now pushing for recycled plastic. Is fantastic. But beyond that, there are also ways of utilizing biomass, and it's slow. It's an unwillingness to change, no incentives or very few ones. So I think it could go faster if we generate clearer incentives.
So is it that by producing plastic with your raw material, it's more expensive?
Yes. So we're about 50% more expensive than traditional plastics. However, we're very competitive in the bioplastic field, and that is where we're positioning ourselves.
I see. And when you also explained something, a downside with your technology is that you can't produce it. It's brown.
Yes.
And you can color it in dark color, but you can't color it white.
No, transparent as white is something.
And you told me that when you were talking to the plastic manufacturer, they were really upset about this.
Yes.
But you get a different reaction when you talk to the end consumer, the kind of the middle, the producing side. They're selling the consuming products, but they said like around this color problem.
Yeah. So the first mistake we did was to listen to the plastic industry a little bit too much. So the product is brown or dark and it smells like wood. You also said it when smelling the product. So these two are things that are completely out of the box from a plastic industry perspective. Brown color and it smells like wood. It should smell like plastic. So what we did was we took this material and went all the way to brand owners and we tried to make it white in different ways. And then the brand owner said, well, we like the brown and we love the smell of wood. So these are things that we learn as we go, but the true ones to commit and doing this change is the brand owners. It's not the plastic industry. Why is that? Because they don't need to.
Yeah, and you gave me this.
Yes.
To show it, we can have it here in the studio. Here's some of the plastic products. And it's a
an e-commerce bag.
And it's also some, I don't know, some plastic.
ABS, PP, and polyethylene bags. So only recycled materials.
So it's not white. It's a little bit darker.
Almost, yeah.
And what you can't see is that it actually smells green. And as a marketer, because that's my background, okay. I agree. I mean, when you have some product that are a little bit more expensive, you want to show that for the end consumer. And I can't, a better way to have a distinct color and also a quite good smell. That is the proof that it's not just, you know, greenwashing. It's actually fossil-free plastic.
Yes.
And you can see it and you can even smell it.
Yeah.
But so I think you're on to something here. And I think I also talked a lot with, you know, these fossil-free cement manufacturers and fossil-free steel. And they're all saying that one of the challenge is a very conservative industry. So doing something different often are met with skepticism. But there is also this challenge with making money. If you're selling something that have the same, you know, same functionality, but are more expensive, it will not work in their business model. But when you see this, if we can take fossil-free steel as example, if you produce like a car, like a Volvo car, and if they use fossil-free steel, it's just a couple of $100 more expensive, the end product. So I think do you see that you need to educate kind of the end consumer, not the end consumer, but the production line that are selling to the end consumer?
Yeah, of course. It's a total cost of ownership is what we typically measure this on, and that's the final object. Right now, people that wants to pick up this material is typically where we have an acceptance for perhaps a cent more expensive when selling a product that is $10. So you know those when the marketing story becomes strong enough, you typically convert. But I don't like that game because I like the game since it's so much raw material. Why not force this in or at least promote it on a global or mass? Because we can make polypropylene, polyethylene, and ABS. Those are big plastic components, and we make them with the same functionality, and we make them with recycled plastics. Our material is recyclable, so there are materials that truly can make a global and high impact instead of just being a marketing story, because today that's the case for us. And we can avoid that by creating incentives for us. So the business or the plastic industry is so locked or chained to this 300 million years old raw material that they're using. And we're all about stopping that, or at least presenting an alternative. Here is something that grows in 30 years. We can utilize it by, you know, stopping this dependence on 300 million years old plastic by changing, and it is possible.
And how big volume can you produce? Can you replace all virgin plastic with this material?
No, so today we have limitations. So when we do the best formulations we do is with PP, polypropylene, and then we can mix in up to 30-40%. The reason why we stop at 30-40% is because of the recycling. So we can recycle the material up to 30-something%. So when going above this, the recycling system and the sorting system doesn't identify it anymore as PP. And then it, will be incinerated, and we don't want that. So it's a recycling technology type of thing, and also material properties. When we go too far, the materials become too brittle and we have issues. So those things we chemically update. But it's a sorting thing and it's a material. But today we make identical.
But I think the raw material, the forests that are growing, is it enough forest to?
Today we are not chopping down a single tree to make lignin, to use lignin. So we're chopping them down to make paper.
Yeah.
And this is simply something we burn. So we just want to avoid burning that raw material and utilize it in plastics and cut the digging of oil. And that's essentially what we do. So utilization of that biomass to a higher degree.
And if you see another problem with the plastic, it's not that it's only consuming fossil fuel, it's also this plastic waste and microplastic, etc. Is this the same problem for your product, or are you also addressing that problem?
We are designing for recyclability, so that means also stability in nature. Our material will degrade in 10 years.
Instead of like 1,000 years?
Instead of 4 or 5, I don't know, plastic, but super long time. So from a regulatory point of view, if you need to be biodegradable, it needs to be within 2 years in natural environment. Our material takes 10 years. So we will be classified as a microplastic for 8 years. But then it will be gone. But from regulatory point of view, there is either you degrade fast or you degrade super slow.
But it's quite a long difference between 500 years and 10 years.
Yeah.
So what's your biggest challenge? Are you needing more investments to you have a factory today. Tell us about your size of the business.
So today we can produce 2,000 tons of this product, and that's a very good starting position. So we can provide quite large commercial volumes of this. However, we would like to expand. So today we're selling about 300 tons, 400 tons, but we would like to fill that factory, obviously. So investments we are seeking. Once we have done that, we would like to tap into the already existing infrastructure of plastic production. So we do not need to build another unit and scale this and raise super much money, which is typically the case in the bioeconomy. So we would rather use the plastic infrastructure and come with a formulation and say, this is how you could produce our material. We pay you, of course, to produce it. And then we would like to shift the entire, or at least parts of the plastic industry to produce our material. So we don't need to build it, is what I'm trying to say.
So you're not replacing the plastic industry, you're just replacing the fossil fuel.
The feedstock.
That are feeding the plastic industry.
Yeah.
And I think that's a very good strategy, because it's much harder to replace an industry compared to replace what's feeding the industry. And if we
speed as well.
And we need to phase out oil.
Yeah.
We're still going to need some plastic material, and you have a great solution for that. Do you have any kind of last thing to say to the viewers? You're looking for investors.
Yes, we are.
How much money?
We're looking for 5 million euros, 5 plus 5 million euros.
And for that, what do they get?
They get shares. So the valuation is 30 million euros. So they get up to 20-30% of the company.
And what's your dream investor?
Dream investor, I would love to have a plastic company committing, because they sit on the problem, we sit on the solution. So if they commit, if they're serious about the 2030 agenda, we could provide such a solution. So
I have a tip for you.
Yeah.
BASF.
Yeah, that would be fantastic.
They have high climate ambition.
Yeah.
And they need to deliver on it.
Yeah.
But if we have other plastic manufacturers watching this, here you have the man to reach out to. I wish you a lot of success with what you do. And I'm looking forward actually to invite you one more time, where I want to have all the players in this material space: fossil-free cement, fossil-free steel, and fossil-free plastic. And perhaps you viewer out there can tip us on more fossil-free material. We have the solutions. We just need to fund them and scale them. Thank you so much for coming here.
Thank you.
And I think we're going to the next segment, back to Bonn.
With the ongoing reporting of rising temperatures and sea levels, record heat in many regions, and more frequent storms and hurricanes, it's easy to feel overwhelmed, especially for the younger generation. So how do we keep our and their hopes up? And what role can storytelling play in driving positive change? A person who has given a lot of thought to this is joining us now, and it's Bill Weir, Chief Climate Correspondent for CNN, the broadcaster, and Executive Producer of the acclaimed CNN original series, The Wanderlist with Bill Weir. Welcome to the broadcast, Bill.
Thank you, Marcus. Hello, Bonn. It is so good to be with all of you from the other side of the planet on such an important topic. Thanks for having me.
Thanks, Bill. Yeah, actually, Marcus is in the room, but I'm actually Nick, so it's okay. It doesn't matter.
Oh, I'm sorry, Nate.
It's sorry. It's all right. It's just I'm more handsome than Marcus and a better musician, so that's the only difference. He's also Swedish. I'm British. Bill, I think you're coming to us from Silicon Valley in California, and rumor has it that you're doing some interesting filming there. Can you give us a little clue into what you're up to?
Yes, absolutely. I'm actually in Truckee, California, a little mountain town in the Sierras, on my way to interview Governor Gavin Newsom of California, which is an interview that just sort of popped into our radar, and we're treating it sort of as breaking news, going to make as much news from this interview, get as much as we can learn from him as this state roils with everything from insurance crisis because of intense wildfire, to the solar markets being squeezed by this governor's own appointed utility commission.
Right.
It's interesting that the red Republican states of Texas and Florida are outpacing California when it comes to clean energy installation. It's a really interesting time in politics and the energy 2.0 that we're going through right now. But I'm breaking away from an hour special I'm working on that is really tied to the themes of my book, which is really around adaptation. And,
okay.
I started in 2020 when I became a new old dad at the age of 52. I looked at my little bundling of joy there, my little son River, and realized this kid's going to live to see the 22nd century. And so much happened in the first couple of years of his life, including mass protests, including democratic, crisis, including the biggest climate bill ever signed in the United States. I just started writing it down in these Earth Day letters, sort of an apology to my little boy. Sorry for the planet we broke for you, but we're glad you're here because we need all the good helpers we can get. And so much good stuff is happening. And so I'm shooting this hour with innovators and dreamers and doers. I was just at an electric truck startup called Tello. I was at 12 yesterday, a carbon removal company. They can take CO2, turn it into CO, the building block of aviation fuel, clean aviation fuel.
Yeah.
And so there's so many exciting ideas happening around the world. And I don't think we talk enough about the complexity of the problem, how big it could be and how bad it could get, but also how good things could be with a clean energy future. And so that's really the conversation I'm trying to start.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right, Bill. I mean, this is kind of our mandate as well as a broadcaster, is to kind of showcase the excitement of this and the human creativity that's going behind creating this transition to a better, cleaner world. But let's go back to your book. It's called Life as We Know It, and then in brackets Can Be, and these are letters to your son, yeah. And how old is he? And what's his name?
He is now 4 years old.
Yep.
His name is River. He's 4 years old. I also have a daughter, Olivia, who is 20. So
right.
I use my children as living, breathing units of time measurement. And to think about that in my son's lifetime, by the time he's old enough for a mortgage, these changes are predicted to have happened. So we have to rethink everything from shelter to temperature to food to security. to really rethink our pyramid of needs in ways that I took for granted, but this generation really has to build for this mistaken world that we built for them.
Yeah. So I know they're letters to your son, to River, but of course it's a book. So in a sense, it's actually letters also to a wider world, is it not? To get them to think about what will it mean for their children if we don't deal with climate change, and what it could mean to their children if we do. So, I mean, the book is actually more than just letters to your son, it's letters to the parents of America, if not the world, and their young children as well.
Absolutely. And it's a letter to myself.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't talk enough about the psychological toll of this story and how we kind of go through the 5 stages of climate grief, which is, you know, denial and anger and bargaining and depression and acceptance, until you get to acceptance that these are the new laws of physics that we have to work around. That's what makes you from survivor to thriver. And I call it life as we know it can be, because life as we know it, sadly, is gone. The Goldilocks Earth I grew up on has changed so much. We don't know how this new planet works. And all the energy streams are changing. We're going through this industrial revolution right now. So life as we know it can be is actually full of hope and promise and abundance. We have to build our way out of this problem. There's plenty of folks who argue for degrowth, but we have to build our way into new solutions right now, which means there are future millionaires walking around in sectors we haven't thought about. Everyone who's thinking about better, stronger, more sustainable ways to build every material you can see in your eye line right now is the future. And I talk to these people, you know, when I'm tired of drinking from the fire hose of peer-reviewed dread about how ecosystems are crashing in alarming speeds, I need to go refresh myself and talk to some folks who are trying to work out water problems, temperature problems, you know, urban cooling, transportation. And the best advice I ever got in the United States, we had this beloved children's television host named Mr. Rogers, whose mother taught him that when he saw a scary event on TV, look for the helpers. There's always helpers. And now in the climate space, there are multitudes of helpers really trying to get us to a better place.
Yeah. Yeah, we're certainly not starting from ground zero, are we? I mean, the fact is there is, you know, the world has been working on this for some time. Renewable energy is doubling every 2.5 years across the globe. There are some really good positive things to celebrate. But I can't just say I had to, I mean, I'm a journalist myself by training. I used to cover the environment for the Times newspaper in London in the 1990s. And you have been a sports journalist once, and your book has this funny passage where you write that covering sports was so much easier than covering climate change because no one called the station to argue that Karl Malone is a Chinese hoax. And I mean, I love that because it's so true, right?
Yeah, Karl Malone, the former Utah Jazz great. I came up through small local stations, tiny little markets in the Midwest, and worked in Green Bay and Chicago and LA. At times when the Bulls were winning championships with Michael Jordan, I was in LA for Shaquille O'Neal, Kobe Bryant. And life was a lot more fun, simpler. I was a lot more fun at parties when all I cared about was the standings in the, you know, the NBA. But yes, it's a window into, now I have family members who no longer talk to me because they think I've drunk some liberal Kool-Aid because I talk about climate change.
Yeah, right.
In the United States, the story has been so politicized and so demagogued, and there's been so much deliberate misinformation, which is the subject of dozens of lawsuits as big oil companies fight off claims that they hid the ball and the real cost of that. And so just talking about climate change can shut people down. But I think the way around, I found ways around that where we all share fondness for a hiking trail or a fishing hole or a special piece of nature, and we're watching the stresses that these places are under. So regardless of political stripe, we can connect over those things. You can talk about to other moms at drop-offs. Hey, I read about in Oakland, California, not far from here, they now have an all-electric school bus fleet. It comes to, you know, it brings our kids to school on sunlight. There's no fumes. And then they plug the school into the bus at the end of the day to light up the classroom. How cool would it be if we got a little of that? And so there's so much new emerging fixes, planet repair ideas that can make us healthier, wealthier, more sustainable. And we'll take sacrifices. And there's a lot of pain built into this story, obviously. But rallying around each other and innovation and nature is really the only way forward these days.
So I share what you're saying. In 2018, I drove with an electric car or 2 electric cars from San Francisco to New York. And we went to that town in America in the middle where a hurricane destroyed. It was a small town, destroyed the town, or a tornado, I think.
Tornado.
We met the pastor and we met, I think, the mayor. And we were interviewing them and said, so what do you think about climate change? They said, well, it's all bullshit. But he said, but you're building back with solar power. I went, oh, that's fine. Yeah, we love solar power, but we don't believe in climate change. And I think I was kind of left with, okay, that's all right. You know, you don't have to believe in climate change, but as long as you're investing in renewable energy, that's a good thing too. Listen, tell me, Bill, I don't know if you're going to be covering, we've been talking about the European elections. They had the European parliamentary elections here, and it was kind of a mixed result. Some right of centre parties gaining ground who seem to reject climate change, but in other countries, socialists, what Americans would call communists, socialist parties and green parties did rather well in some places too. So it was a bit mixed.
Yeah.
But, you know, whether you're a European or whether you're an Indian or whether you're from Japan or whatever, everyone's looking to the next election in the United States. And I think you write to your son about the man in the red hat. I don't know if he still owns a red hat or whether he should just have a red face from all the embarrassment of the last trial. But what do you hope to be able to write to your son after the US election?
Well, look, I'm a journalist, so, you know, by trade and nature, I have to be nonpartisan and ambivalent about these sorts of things, not tell, but there could not be a starker choice in human history when it comes to democracy and a livable earth. There's plenty of climate, very active youth Democrats who are really disappointed in the Joe Biden administration. The Sunrise Movement is withholding their endorsement because of the natural gas leases that, you know, the United States is now exporting more fossil fuels than any president in history because of liquefied natural gas and what's happening in Europe there as well. But at the same time, Joe Biden has signed the most ambitious climate legislation in history. A lot more carrots to lure investors than sticks to punish polluters, but it's brought tens of billions, $250 billion of private investment to follow this, and it's taking root now. And some of that will hold regardless of this. It'll be hard for President Trump in a second term to roll back the Biden's Inflation Reduction Act, and it's, you know, projects are broken ground in so many states. Many red states are reaping the benefits of this. He could gum it up. Donald Trump has already on the record has talked to oil company executives. He's basically asking them for campaign donations in exchange for whatever they want. When it comes to deregulation in the future and pulling us back out of the United States, back out of the Paris Climate Accords, signaling to the world that we're not serious about this, even, you know, as China and other developing markets add more solar and clean energy capacity. So it is such a fraught moment. It really is. And I'm not sure what happens. I give myself some comfort that my son is half Canadian, and Canada, you know, no place is safe from the rise, even populist. There's a backlash happening in Canada right now. But these days, when global trends are so scary, you know, the old trend used to be think globally, act locally. Now things are so scary globally. If you think about it too long, you can crawl up in the fetal position. But I argue that's the time to really act locally, lean across the fence, get to know a neighbor that maybe doesn't vote the same way, volunteer to work at a polling place at a time when democracy is under attack. These are earth repair steps these days. You know, saving functional democracies is step one towards figuring out a way to shift to a more sustainable future.
Well, let's
so we have to do a lot of the same.
Yeah, let's hope, Bill, that even if Trump comes back in, that we see the US states that have always been very, you know, forward-looking on climate change, the cities, and those sectors of the economy that are investing in a transition that they keep plugging away. I think it happened last time. Hopefully it'll happen again if Donald makes his way into the White House. Bill, we have to go. We've got some more guests coming. Thank you very much indeed. I hope our listeners picked up on the name of your book, Life as We Know It Can Be. And well done on the book, and well done for all your great work as a broadcaster. Thank you very much. And just to pick up on that last section, there are details about Bill Weir's new book on the We Don't Have Time website. That's wedon'thavetime.org. And talking about wedon'thavetime.org, we also want to go over to the founder and CEO of We Don't Have Time. That's Ingmar Rentzhog. Yeah. And but what is We Don't Have Time really? What is this organization that we're working for? What is this media solutions operation that we have? What does it do apart from organizing climate broadcasts like the one we're doing right now here from Bonn in Germany? So let's now see if we have Ingmar Rentzhog with us, the founder and CEO of We Don't Have Time in Stockholm. Ingmar, hi.
Hi, Nick.
Great. I'm going to leave the floor to you so you can inform the global public that we're more than just a broadcaster.
Yes, we are. And I would like to start with our mission. Our mission is to democratize knowledge about climate solutions in order to mobilize people around all the solutions and create a fossil-free and prosperous future. We have the solution, we need more people to embrace them. And part of what we do is exactly what you have been doing yesterday and today. Broadcasting, opening up UN meetings, climate meetings, where we are making sure that people all around the world can see what's going on. And where we also bring in a lot of leaders working on solutions to those meetings through the magic of Zoom and other technologies. And I'm very glad to say that we actually are currently almost at 10 million viewers that have tuned in yesterday or today during our broadcast from this UN meeting. So that's one example of what we do. We do many other things as a climate media platform that I will soon tell you about. But I would like to start by telling the story of how all this actually started. And it was 7 years ago. I was watching CNN, as we saw here just quite earlier, when Donald Trump won the US election. And on that moment, it became so clear to me that our world leaders will not solve the climate crisis for us. So I wanted to contribute, and I know that communication can be a tool of change. And I've been working with communication my whole career. Before I founded We Don't Have Time, I was running a financial communication firm in the Nordics. We were actually quite profitable, and we had almost all financial players active in the Nordic market as our clients, helping them with communication. So I wanted to use everything I learned about how to communicate. But instead of communicating finance, I wanted to contribute and communicating about climate action. So I sold my company and founded We Don't Have Time together with my co-founder David Olson, and now a team all over the world working with this mission. So that was how this story began 7 years ago. And so many things have happened in this time period. And we are still having this debate about Donald Trump. Are we moving? I mean, things are not moving fast enough. Many things are going in the wrong direction. But I think we need to start to actually look at the progress we also have we have made a lot of progress during those 7 years. I mean, not talking only about We Don't Have Time, but the world. So let's start with how the world looked like 7 years ago. We were heading towards 5 degrees of warming, end of century. And 5 degrees, that means end of human civilization. In my children's lifetime. 5 degrees, end of century. That's where we were heading at 7 years from now. And this has changed. So now we're actually at 2.7 degrees. That means billions of people will suffer, millions will die, and we will have so much harder life to live if we're able to live. But it's a big difference compared to this 1.5 degrees extinction scenario. So what we need to do now is just to speed up this progress. We need to get it down to 1.5 degree end of century. And we have the solution for that. We have seen this during those 2 days. We have the solutions. We will probably going to need to overshoot the 1.5 degree target, but end of century, it is absolutely possible to reach and limit the warming to 1.5 degree. And it's also possible to build a much better world, a brighter future, a better future for us all. And this is what We Don't Have Time is all about. We are communicating that we can do it, that we have the solutions, we just need to speed up. And in 7 years, what we have done is that we have created the world's largest media platform for climate action. We are amplifying all the action that are happening out there. And we're doing it together with our users of 100,000 climate professionals and leaders. They are looking for the solutions. They are working on the solutions. They are sharing those solutions in our network. And we're also working with more than 350 corporate partners that are in need of communicating what they do and help them to actually thrive and to get more green businesses. And we reach out because we can't just talk with those that are already doing things and already concerned. So we are partnering up and using social media. And we have a social media reach today of almost 200 million per month. And what we have built is that we have built our own tech platform supporting this infrastructure. So what you can do on We Don't Have Time platform is that you can look up companies, search for them, also leaders, and see what are they doing? Are they doing something great for climate? Probably other people are giving them climate love. Are they doing something bad? People are giving them climate warning. We also have the facts, the numbers. Are they reporting emission data? Are they making progress? Are they on track on delivering that climate target of net zero 2040 or whatever it can be? And is it a financial company? Are they investing in fossil fuel extraction or are they investing in the solutions? All this information is what you can see on We Don't Have Time. And you can also participate. So if you want to communicate to a leader, you can send them climate love and climate warnings, and they are answering. And we are getting responses from everything from presidents to global corporate leaders like Jeff Bezos, Mark Zuckerberg, etc. They are responding to feedback, positive and negative, on our platform that leads to change. So if you haven't downloaded We Don't Have Time app yet, do that and go to Google Play or Apple Store. And in order to reach out with what is happening in this space, we have built our own streaming service. It's a little bit like Netflix, but for climate solutions, where you can find all content we have broadcasted today and previous years, and also our partners, interesting conference about climate conversation, climate solutions, etc. And we have a monthly average 10 million viewers. We also have had so many interesting speakers. We have a speaker database with over 7,500 speakers. And one of them, as you see here, were actually Joe Biden that we had on our show last year. So who are tuning in to our broadcast? Who is watching? And who is using the We Don't Have Time platform? It's very interesting people, I will say. It's users from over 180 countries. It's very global, very spread out. And it's the doers, those that are acting and working with different things. So we are reaching policymakers, people working in governments and different organizations creating the policies for the future. We have a lot of journalists, like people like you saw just before me from CNN and other news outlets that are very interested to see what's going on in the climate solution space. We have climate influencers, business leaders, investors, academic scientists, and a lot of engaged consumers that wants to do things differently, that wants to have a future. They are all coming together on our platform. And what we do together with them is that we are creating and amplifying all other climate action that are happening out there. If you have a small wave of something positive, our platform can amplify that and create a ripple effect and a lot of waves moving in the right direction. And we're doing it together with our corporate partners that are paying for it. So it's free to use our platform, but if you want to communicate as a company with what you do, we help you with it. As you have seen here during this day, we had everything from Google, Microsoft, IKEA on our shows. They have talked about their own climate initiatives. And we're also working with smaller companies that have everything from plastic-free plastic to fossil-free cement or whatever it can be. And we're also working very closely together with a lot of non-profit organizations that are pushing for things, that are communicating what they do and what others need to do in order for the whole green transition to succeed. So there is a business in communicating climate action. And that is what we believe in. We believe that doing good for the climate, doing good for the future should also be the most profitable business idea you can do. So far, we have had a fantastic journey ourselves. We had a lot of recognition. So in 2022, we were the most innovative environmental startup. And 2023, Deloitte put us on the list of the fastest growing tech companies here in Sweden. And I mean, we have those giants as Spotify, Klarna, they have all been fastest growing tech companies in Sweden. So we are in quite good company. Earlier this year, Financial Times put us on their list of the fastest growing companies in Europe. In fact, we ranked number 4 in the media category. And just last week, Deloitte put us on another list, the fastest growing technology companies in Europe, Middle East, and Africa. So we have had a lot of growth, but we're not that big company. I mean, we are a big communication platform, but business-wise, we had a total operating income last year of 1.5 million euro. We're not profitable yet. We had expenses of 3.6 million euro. So our goal now going forward is to fill that gap and becoming profitable. To date, we have fundraised about 10 million euro. We had a company valuation of 50 million euro last year in a quite difficult market. And we have had an annual growth rate of 70%. And that is what we're actually standing out among other startups. So what are we doing with our growth? We are growing our influence. And by being a global media platform, we are doing a lot of influence. We are not creating the waves, we are amplifying them. And some examples where we're very proud to have played a role with our communication platform could be exemplified by some COP meetings. At COP29 in Katowice, we invited Greta Thunberg, or she actually asked us if we could fix so that she could get on stage at that COP meeting. And that changed the narrative around the climate crisis forever. What Greta has done for the world is actually educate that we are in a crisis. And that was a pivotal moment happening in Katowice. At COP25, we created, together with the Nordic governments, we created the very first digital no-fly hub so that people could speak at the COP conference in Madrid without even travel there, flying there. This was before Corona and everything, and we used the digital technology that we are using today. I mean, someone needs to do it first, right? At COP26, we worked very closely together with UNDP, pushing for ending fossil fuel subsidies. And for the very first time, the outcome of that meeting were that fossil fuel subsidies were mentioned in the agreement. You need to celebrate the small things, but that was actually a big thing, that for the first time fossil fuel subsidies were even mentioned in the COP agreement. At COP27, not so many people knows about this because you always know what happened, not what are not happening. But in Sharm el-Sheikh, there was actually in the first week of the negotiations, it was very close that the countries gathering there were thinking of canceling or abandon the 1.5 degree as a target. So together with Women in Business and a lot of big businesses, we gathered and pushed for, no, don't do that. This is important for the business community. You can't abandon the target, because if we had abandoned the target, all the investment in reaching the target will be in vain. So that didn't happen, and we're very proud that we supported this wave of businesses advocating for protecting the target. And at COP28, we gathered all the stakeholders pushing for a phase out. It was everything from NGOs like the Non-Fossil Fuel Proliferation Treaty to big businesses, science organization, and also some governments that all pushed for phasing out fossil fuel. The outcome was not a phase out, but it was a transition away. And I think that's a very, 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 very good thing, because if all the leaders in the world have agreed to transition away from fossil fuel, it becomes harder and harder for the finance industry to invest in fossil fuel expansion. And that is another example of some influence we have done quite recently. Early this year, we started to publish fossil fuel data together with the leading NGO Urgewald. So we have fossil fuel data about financial communication, financial institutes like pension asset managers and banks and those players. So if you look them up on our platform, you see what they do, what other people think of them, but you also see if they're investing still in fossil fuel. So in this example you see here, the largest state-owned pension fund, AP7, they have made a lot of investment in fossil fuel, $3 billion last year. $1 billion. And one of that investment were actually in Saudi Aramco oil. And Saudi Aramco oil is a state-owned Saudi Arabia company that is very hard to influence. That were resisting this COP28 agreement. So what we did, it was a lot of conversation around this topic on the We Don't Have Time platform. So we invited the head of ESG at AP7 to a conversation, to a dialogue on our streaming service at We Don't Have Time. And we broadcasted that to many, many viewers in our network. And we had a discussion around, is it even possible to be an active owner in those oil companies? They argued that they kind of had an influence, but we didn't really get any examples. And kind of the discussion we had, or isn't it better to move this money from the problem into the solutions, etc. It's a very interesting, honest discussion about this topic. We need to talk with those we don't agree with in order to actually change things and move things forward. What happened after this dialogue that we broadcasted on We Don't Have Time were that 4 other news outlets published this internationally. So it became a debate in the sustainable financial community that is it really possible to have an influence over a state-controlled oil company that is doing the wrong thing? And what happened? Last week, a couple of months after we done that interview, the state fund sold their holdings in Saudi Aramco and some other oil companies, and they are talking about that they're going to sell more oil. So this is a golden example where a dialogue can lead to change. And of course, it was not just only because of us, but we amplified the wave and we made people to listen to the facts. So that is where we are today. And if everything looks so bright, we have the influence, we have the growth, what is our challenge? And in fact, we have a big challenge. And it's not just us. It's almost all the companies we are working with. They are now entering the next phase of the green transition, where it's not only about talking and about what did they do, the ambition and growing the solutions. It's not enough. Now you need to show that you can do it in a profitable way, because in the end, businesses need to make profit, right? And it's a challenge market for doing that. I mean, right now we have the high inflation and high interest rates. That makes very, very difficult to attract funds to build your company in order to scale it as fast as possible. I mean, my time last year, for instance, I think I used more than 90% of my time as a CEO of WeDon Time talking to investors instead of talking with clients and developing the company. That is really frustrating. And we managed to raise 2.5 million, but I would rather have raised that money from our client base instead. So that's one challenge. The other challenge is the political climate right now. It's moving in the wrong direction. It's a lot of uncertainty. So many companies are in a little bit standby mode. We don't know what's happening. We need to wait and see what's going on in the US election, what's happening with the European Union, etc., etc. And that is increasing the risk to invest and do sustainable business. And the third challenge is that the market for all those amazing products, like you saw here, fossil-free plastic, fossil-free cement, fossil-free steel, fossil-free aviation fuel. I mean, there's so many fossil-free and also, environmental positive solutions out there. They need to find their market. And in order to do that, we need to educate the market and we need to communicate the advantages of doing things in a fossil-free way. So that's where WeDon Time come in. That's the challenge we have and our clients having. And our plan is actually by helping our clients to succeed with their green sales, we're becoming profitable ourselves. So we're now refocusing WeDon Time. Growth is not our number one goal anymore. Now our number one target is to reach profitability. And we're doing that quite classic. We are reducing cost and increasing margins. So that is what we are doing right now. And the business model is that we are helping our clients to communicate what they do. We are providing content marketing for purpose-driven companies. That is our business model, that we are now developing more formats to support all those solutions providers to become profitable. And this is a huge market that are growing a lot. The content marketing market is a global market of over $400 billion, and it's an annual growth rate of 17%. So we're tapping into this market, and we believe that what we can help our clients with will be essential in order to get the green transition to succeed with the next phase. And the next phase is profitability, not just for us, but for everyone active in the sustainable business community. And we want to do this with one more solution. And it's not really content marketing, it's more content education. We see a great need for, in order to really find a market, you need to educate end consumer. You need to educate the supply chain and everyone involved. And when they realize that doing things in a new way is not more expensive, it's maybe just a little bit more expensive in the beginning, but at the long run, it will be more profitable. But you need to do things differently. You need to think differently. So we have a lot of clients already that have those solutions, but they need to educate their key target group. So we're going to help them to do that by repurposing a lot of the broadcasts we have already made and new ones into online education. And we're going to provide everyone that are receiving, that are participating and watching those online education with a certificate so that they can show that they are constantly educated about the solutions. And that's very interesting because here in Europe, we have a new regulation called CSRD. And part of that is that you need to show that you have the competences about sustainability. And by showing that you're educated about solutions on WeDon Time, you fulfill that legal requirement. So this is something we see both as a big business opportunity, but also doing a lot of climate action for everyone that needs to become even better and deliver on their climate ambition and climate target. So what is my ask? What do we need? And I think you maybe have figured it out, because the theme of this UN meeting broadcast have been money, 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 money. That is what we need. And in fact, everyone that wants to change the world needs money to do it. And another person that is also on a mission to change the world, Donald Trump. A couple of weeks ago, he invited his network. It looks a little bit different compared to our network. He invited all the oil executives in the United States to his residence in Mar-a-Lago to a fancy dinner, fundraising dinner. And he had an ask. In order for him to be re-elected, he needed a lot of campaign money. He asked for $1 billion from the oil industry in the United States. And he promised to win the election with that money. And as once he's the new president of the United States, he will pay back by canceling all the climate legislation, like we heard here with the previous speaker from CNN. I mean, 1 billion to destroy the future. That was his ask, and be rich on the way doing it. But as you saw, I mean, if we end up end of century, or children will not, I mean, what should they do with the money in a destroyed world? So what's the difference between his ask and my ask? My ask is that we only need 1.5 million euro, not 1 billion, 1.5 million euro. That's the capital we don't have time need to do the shift, to focus on profitability, reach that within 1 year. And as soon as we have reached profitability, we will continue to scale as a profitable, sustainable, global climate communication platform. And what we are going to do with the money is to work on having a future for us all. And don't make people like Donald Trump have the power to destroy it. That is what we promise to do as a return of investment, more when doing a good investment. So we need you. We need everyone, in fact. If you're watching this, if you like what we do, you see the value of what we do, help us, become part, become an investor. If you're working today as one of our partners, you can also invest in us. We have a lot of rich partners, a lot of big companies that can do that. And we have a lot of users that can contribute and join our community of investors that believes that by saving the world and making sure that we can do businesses tomorrow is a very good business in itself. We are not a non-profit. We are a for-profit, for-climate company. And I believe that we can return your investment in many ways. And what you see on this slide is some of the existing shareholders we have that have built this company up until now. And now we ask you to join us all to take the next step, to take We Don't Have Time to profitability. And the way you can do that is that you can go to wedon'thavetime.org/invest and you can register your interest and we will get back to you. But hurry up, because we don't have time to wait.
So, Ingmar, thank you very much indeed. I had some questions for you, but I think your presentation has actually answered them all. And we're right on time for the next segment, if that's okay with you. I just would say for everyone out there, if you believe in climate action, We Don't Have Time is a powerful force to help that happen. And you can go to wedon'thavetime.org/invest and make sure that we're still up and running for the next 10 years. So thanks very much indeed, Ingmar. It was a great presentation.
Thank you, Nick.
Bye. we don't only need to invest in impact organizations like We Don't Have Time, we also need to invest in our youth. The least we can do is lend them our ears and for you to listen to them and what they're up to. And that's what we're going to do right now. So stay with us.
Viel Schwimmprobleme auf der Welt. Es gibt wirklich ganz viel, in den Leute alle betrifft, egal durch Wunden, das ist Great, so that was a super video that we just saw, and that's from Youth for Planet, and we've got with us Simeon Smolensky, right, there we go, who's come all the way from Luxembourg to this June meetings here in Bonn of the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change and Governments. Tell us a little bit about this video. What were we seeing there, Simeon?
So actually there we showcase like most of what Youth for Planet is doing, and we have like different perspectives where we are active, like for example the video part. So we go into schools, teach students project-based education, like instead of have a frontal education, you have the more I do my own project and you have to own your own research and then you do your own video. And this video is often made about projects that you're doing. For example, we have a lot of in schools climate action teams and they are changing things in the school. For example, we had a team that were focusing on the energy part in the school. So they were looking, okay, where do we waste energy? Where can we save energy? Then they changed also the things. So they didn't only learn the theory. So in the theoretical part, they also made it happen. Then they captured in the story and they inspired with the bike by cycling in other schools to take also the same action, and so it's actually to capture ideas and pollinate them also with other people.
Okay, so it's actually quite practical in its nature. It's about showcasing and young people learning, in a sense, from each other through video and through other things, what they're up to in terms of actually creating a more decarbonized economy, a more climate-friendly world, and so on. Is it happening just in Luxembourg? Or are you taking the bicycle and going to other communities beyond Luxembourg?
So we started in Luxembourg, and now we have expanded, for example, in not far away from Bonn, actually, in Sinzig, and there we have a new creative folio, and there the focus more like on local jobs, on promoting jobs, sustainable jobs, because they have like a lack of working power, and also to make like the jobs more available to known. And also we had last year in India, we had a challenge with universities, and they had to build up their own bike and also to do like their own campaign. And the interesting stuff is that was like engineering students. So mostly people think, okay, engineering students are more shy, not like that creative, but that was wrong. So every one of them make like had to make a music video to take part, and it was quite interesting. And also fun to exchange these videos.
Yeah.
And they had also to do a campaign about the topic. So they built a bike, made a campaign, raise awareness about the campaign. Like there was like a campaign about, again, safe energy also, or mobility, active mobility. And so they spread the message, but they had also like campaign to collect money to make also the campaign afterwards, enlarge it.
Okay.
So yeah, and fortunately we want this summer we start like a more global challenge in Luxembourg, in Germany, and in India.
Okay. We're going to come back to you. Stay with us. We've got another wonderful guest from the Youngo youth group here, which is affiliated with the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change.
Yeah.
Tell us who you are and where you're from.
Okay, I'm Beatriz. I am from Brazil, and I am a researcher of the Interdisciplinary Observatory on Climate Change, and also from Youngo Adaptation Working Group.
Okay, okay. And so is this your first time in the negotiations of the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change?
I was at the COP last year, so it's my first SB.
Okay, your first SB.
Yeah.
So you must be quite excited because, okay, we have a small interruption by going to Baku, Azerbaijan. It's not a small interruption, it's an important meeting, of course, where they're going to be focusing on climate finance, very important topic. But then the next year is what some people say is the big COP, which is happening in Brazil. Is there an excitement in the country among the youth about having the UN Climate Conference in Brazil?
Yeah, but it certainly raises some worries because they are already saying that Brazil COP will not be as big as Dubai, and we are really worried about how civil society will be able to participate, you know, because they are saying that Dubai was unsustainable, and Belém, where the COP will be held, doesn't support so many people, so it is really a problem, but we need to ensure meaningful participation of civil society.
Yeah, there is a big discussion about whether about reforming these UN climate conferences because they seem to have mushroomed into very large events. I suppose the question is, what is a good size for a UN climate conference? I mean, the Paris Agreement of 2015 was about maybe 45,000 people, maybe 50,000, but that was like a really amazing moment. Yeah, it's an interesting debate. Obviously, the whole world cannot be at a COP. There would be 8 million people. So the question is, who can go and why should they go? And what is an upper limit? And it's complex, very complex.
And this is actually about what my master's degree thesis is about, because I was at Dubai and I could see a lot of people and I was, they really know what they are doing. They are really focused on the negotiations topics. So I try to study how civil society can really influence the climate negotiations. And at Youngo, we try to engage youth people to the negotiation topics so we can put pressure on countries and we can really understand what is going on and we can really demand from parties what we want.
Right. So we've got two sides of the youth story here. By the way, I was just going to say, I mean, I spent a lot of years at the UN Environment Programme in Nairobi from 2000 to 2013, and then with the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change for 4 years. I have to say that the youth delegates and the youth organizations and the people in these youth organizations today are far more switched on and far more, you might say, learned or informed or capable of handling this complexity than was ever the case in the early 2000s. And I think there's been a revolution in young people ability to grasp these very complex issues. I mean, do you get a sense in your community in Luxembourg that the young people are more informed than perhaps you imagined when you first set out on this journey with the bicycles?
Yeah, so actually, I think it depends on where you are. Like we have like social bubbles. You have like now we have at SP60, so here come mostly only people that are engaged.
Yep.
And so yeah, that's right. I agree that we have a lot of people, young people that are engaged, that are really trying to make things work. But we have also like we saw in European elections, we have also big part of the society that isn't yet engaged, and so now we have like a part of society that goes more and more engaged, and we have a part of society that's less and less engaged, and that's actually the thing we are trying to solve with your campaign with the bicycle, for example, to take these two kinds of persons together and to exchange. So we have, yeah.
I think you're right. We have to keep the conversation up because actually there are some people in denial, and there always will be people in denial, or they just don't want to know. And yeah, but we need to keep the dialogue open so that people can at least go, okay, I met some interesting people, young people, they really think this is important. Maybe I should look into it a bit, you know, and see what's going on. What do you think? It's conversation, isn't it?
I think it's helpful if you can link these big negotiations with their daily lives.
Yeah.
So sometimes when you talk to periphery and you say, oh, climate change, and they don't even know what they are going to eat that day. So it's important to make this link, and you tell him, oh, when your house floods, it is because of climate change. When it's so hot in your house, it is because of climate change. So in this, you can engage everyone.
I suppose the other thing is that you're right. People, it has to be about it's about what's in it for them as well, right? So I think for a lot of people, it's like one has to persuade them to know there's something good for you if you actually get on board with this issue.
If I can say something with this, so often like environmental stuff, sustainable stuff are promoted or communicated like you have to do this, or then people take it up. I was busy all day working, and now you want me to say I have to do this and this. And so actually it's the part that we need to change. So as you say it, we have to make a personal connection that we are doing is for us, for the planet, not for like for you or someone else.
So we're coming to the end. It's a short session, but where's the bicycle going next? Is the bicycle going to go to Baku in Azerbaijan? Is there a chance of that, or Brazil next year?
So as we have many bikes, so and but like we at Dubai, we got invited by the mayor of Belém. He tested the bike, and he was like, "Okay, I want you in 2 years, also next year to Belém."
So maybe not this bike, but a bike that looks very similar to this bike could well be in Belém next year. Maybe you two can have a ride on it together, and yeah. Now, if you are going to take it to Belém, of course, another character has to come too. This is CAT. What does CAT stand for?
CAT is actually Climate Action Tiger.
It's a Climate Action Tiger. So I know the voice of the. I know it's got a very sore throat, so it's not really saying much today. But this is very important for, and I imagine lots of very, very young people like having CAT around.
Yeah, but not only young people. So we made like some weeks ago interviews with also highly ranked politicians, politicians.
Well, CAT interviewed some politicians.
Yeah, that's right.
I think I need to see that video. I think the others need to see.
Luckily, it's in German and Luxembourg, but CAT can also speak English.
Yeah. Do you think CAT can speak Portuguese?
Not yet, but
he will learn.
He will learn it, right. Listen, it's lovely to have you with us. Thank you so much for being on the show.
Thank you.
It's been a real pleasure. We should have had more youth on, but when your organization approached us, Youth for Planet, we thought we got to have some youth on at the end. And then we really wanted to have somebody from the Global South as well. And fantastic to have somebody from Brazil because of the big COP coming up in 2025.
Thank you.
So thank you
very
very much.
It was a pleasure.
And it's arrivederci from CAT. And now we go to the next section. Yeah, thank you.
This meeting in Bonn is, among many other things, a bridge between COP28 in Dubai and the COP in Baku, Azerbaijan, COP29. Therefore, it's a great pleasure to have with us in our studio a guest who is the chief negotiator for the United Arab Emirates at the COP28. A warm welcome to Johan Al-Hashimi.
Thank you, Katerina. It's a pleasure to join you.
So you were the chief negotiator for the United Arab Emirates at the COP in Dubai. So what would you say are the main takeaways? Did we really take a step forward in Dubai from your point of view?
Thank you for the question, Katerina. And I'm pleased to say that yes, we absolutely did. At COP28 in the UAE, the 198 parties came together and really brought faith back in multilateralism with many, many firsts. We charted a roadmap to keep 1.5 within reach and build resilience towards the means of implementation that are necessary, towards slashing emissions, boosting resilience, and ensuring that we are able to deliver on commitments that were made. This was the response to the first ever global stocktake, and it is now the thing that will inform nationally determined contributions over the next year through Baku and towards Belém. Some of the firsts that were achieved is, of course, the agreement to phase out fossil fuels, the first ever agreement to triple renewables in the energy mix, the first ever commitment to double energy efficiency while halting deforestation, all by 2030. In addition, on the very first day of COP28, parties for the first time ever adopted a decision that they had been trying to figure out for 30 years, which was to operationalize the fund and funding arrangements for losses and damages. As you know, Katerina, climate impacts are already impacting the most vulnerable around the world. And so coming up with the fund, but not just operationalizing it, also capitalizing it with $800 million in pledges almost in the first 48 hours of COP itself, really boosted momentum. I think it brought a fresh perspective. I think we're already seeing this 6 months on here in Bonn, that there is trust that the system can deliver when parties come together, when they can chart a joint vision for what it is that it will take and a joint goal for how it is that we'll get there together.
Thank you. We've been a few days already into the COP, the SB60 here in Bonn, and you've been, of course, very much active during these days. What would you say has been the legacy from Dubai, and how has it been implemented and pushed forward here in Bonn so far?
So far, I think it's really that spirit of cooperation that we're bringing out of the UAE consensus, this package of delivery across mitigation, adaptation, and means of implementation. But there's also a true sense that we really have to get into delivery mode and that we really have to get into the weeds on how it will take. And although finance is not formally an SB agenda item in the Bonn conference, it is happening here. It is very present in how it is that we get this new goal right this year. We absolutely need a joint narrative for how it is that we're not just going to come up with ambitious plans, but we're really going to implement it. The COP president said in the closing plenary in Dubai that an agreement is only as good as its implementation. That sense is very present here, but you do feel the commitment of all to get it right, to feel that we have, science tells us that we have a closing window of opportunity to act. You do get that sense of urgency, although you don't see it in every negotiating room when you go through every line, but generally the sense is there. And importantly, the signals that this process has sent outside of the negotiating rooms has been catalytic. We mobilized, as you know, in COP28, $85 billion in finance for climate action, in addition to the launch of Altera, which is a catalytic fund for $30 billion that's focused very much on driving the energy transition in developing countries. We also mobilized a new finance principles for a new finance framework that perhaps parties can look into as they're looking towards a new goal. There were calls on the entire international financial system to be able to adapt and deliver what the world needs for us to be able to deliver on climate action. And increasingly, there is a sense that climate action is no longer something that's happening in a vacuum, but is very much linked to sustainable development policy, to charting the path forward to the future that we all need jointly, and to ensure that we're moving towards a more equitable world where you're leaving no one behind in that pathway.
So when you leave the Bonn meeting behind, which would you think are the biggest winnings that have been achieved during these 2 weeks?
Well, it's soon to tell. Of course, Bonn is always a technical conversation. However, we have seen very constructive engagement on topics such as just transition. This last year was very much focused on, well, what is it that we talk about? How do you define it? But increasingly, as we're looking between the link between climate action and sustainable development, just transition goes into, well, what are the economic and social implications? How is it that we can create development models out of climate action? We're also seeing positive momentum in the gender discussions, positive momentum on Article 6 and development of carbon markets, positive momentum in the development of indicators for the first time for the global goal and adaptation. A global resilience, a UAE framework for global resilience was agreed in the UAE, and we now have the UAE Belém work program to come up with indicators on how to track how it is that countries can adapt to the impacts of climate change, how it is that we can continue these places. So there is some progress. There's a lot of work still to be done in how it is that we're following up on the mitigation targets and where the right place is for that, whether it's nationally determined or whether this is the space to follow up on it. However, I think the parties are engaging constructively. There's a lot of work still to be done, of course, on finance itself and broader means of implementation. That said, the spirit is there, and we do look forward to this building a positive foundation for the Baku COP.
Thank you. So what can you say about the troika that you formed in Dubai? So the impact it can have on this negotiation?
Thank you so much. Thank you for asking. The troika was mandated by parties, recognizing that there is this moment in our process where we had the delivery of the roadmap to 1.5 and resilience through the global stocktake in the UAE. We have the delivery of a finance goal and the enablers for that pathway in Baku, and we need to deliver the 3.0, the third generation of nationally determined contributions, well ahead of Belém by February 2025. With those three, parties asked the three presidencies of COP28, 29, 30 to work together in driving ambition and support for implementation and the articulation of new NDCs. The Troika has been a really interesting mechanism. They've focused very much on, they've been laser focused on the NDC aspect, but also on how it is that our system can support developing countries in this articulation of new NDCs and can boost ambition among developed countries in being early movers in that as well. We've called on the Secretary General to mobilize the entire UN system around this. Just today we had a dialogue with how it is that the UN can deliver as one to support not just the articulation of plans, but implementation of these plans so that it's not just words on paper, but again, we're moving towards delivery on the ground. We're also looking at how it is we can engage with countries on what are the opportunities and challenges at a ministerial, at a political level for this. We had an initial dialogue on energy in the Petersburg dialogue back in April. We'll have one on resilience and adaptation in China in July, and one on finance on the sidelines of the annual general meetings in October, as well as looking at how we can start to get early announcements of NDCs and start to show that the system can bring forward these updated plans and show that the global stocktake has actually informed policy and moved the needle on climate action.
It sounds like this formation of the Troika is really sort of making the process a little bit more tight and sort of moving it further ahead faster. Could that be true?
It is the hope that it will help us to deliver in this critical window that we have. And then it's up to parties if they continue the mechanism or not. But at least for now, we really want to get it right.
It's a tool.
It's a tool, absolutely.
Yes. So the final question here is, of course, what are your hopes for COP29?
I really hope that that spirit of solidarity, of global solidarity, international cooperation that was born or born again in the UAE continues, and that we can really get to what it will take to leave no one behind and ensure that we're creating slashes in emissions, boosting resilience, and having the just, equitable, orderly transition that we need through adequate means of implementation, particularly for those who need it the most. We need to come together as an international community, ensure that our finance systems are able to deliver on the UAE consensus in a way that demonstrates that we're serious when we come together and agree on things. So I think it is that narrative of how and of enabling the outcomes that we have that will then take us to a new era of climate action that we've already begun. I think in the UAE, it has been our privilege to work with the incoming Azeri presidency from the get-go. They are doing an excellent job of engaging with everyone, understanding what success looks like, and we very much urge everyone to support them in that endeavor in making sure that Baku is a success, and so is Belém and every COP thereafter, because that's what we need.
Exactly, that's absolutely what we need. Thank you so much, Hannah Al-Hashimi, for joining us here
Thank you,
in our
Katarina.
broadcast. And best of luck with your important work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Pleasure to have you. Thank you.
Well, that was great to have this special envoy on our broadcast, wasn't it? So, Nick, it's time to summarize these 2 days. And with us, we have Ingmar Rentzhog from the studio in Stockholm. So, let's start with you, Ingmar. What are your main takeaways from these 2 days?
I mean, the main takeaway is that it's really a consensus about that we all need to move the money. We need to finance the transition. It's the biggest challenge, but it's also where we have the solution. So it's not about the targets anymore. It's not about the action anymore. It's about how to finance the solution we know we can scale, we can implement, and that we need to make this work in a just way so that we are not leaving people behind, so they will resist the change. So it has been very interesting to learn, to hear all those discussions that, I mean, in one way or another has been around how to finance this. And we also see that we know what to do. So we need more leaders that are implementing those things in the political space. It's a very interesting interview we just heard here. We need everyone to take part and just do it.
Thank you, Ingmar. So, Nick, you've been working hard these 2 days. So, reflections.
I think the clue to all this came, in a sense, just before Bonn, when Simon Steele, the executive secretary of the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, said, because of the UN process, instead of facing a 5 degrees centigrade world, we are now facing a 2.7 degree centigrade world. But what it means is to actually achieve 1.5 degrees centigrade or less means that the really heavy lifting now has to begin, because we've actually dealt with some of the low-hanging fruit.
Exactly.
But now the real effort comes in. And that's where, getting back to what Ingmar's saying, this is where finance is the only thing that's going to solve this issue by kicking in now. And I think this is going to be a big challenge to overcome the financial system as it stands right now. But it is not impossible. And I think the Move the Money campaign of We Don't Have Time, some of these creative ideas coming through that we heard about, wealth taxes. I had no idea. I sort of suspected it, but I had no idea in black and white terms the fact that the very, very rich actually pay far less in tax than, say, a poor person or a middle class person. These things need to be addressed now. These are difficult challenges politically, but we need our politicians to do that because they need to bring the people along. The people have to be brought along. And most people are not super rich. Most people are middle class or poor. And they need to be brought along on this story. And these are the big political challenges, but also the heavy lifting that now has to happen to deliver that sustainable world. Yeah.
Indeed. So any disappointments so far that you would like to reflect on, Ingmar?
I mean, it's a lot about talk about the money, but where is the money? So we need to stop talking and start investing, start doing, and doing things that are not the easy choice, that are not the most profitable choice today, but will be the right choice and the best choice in the end. We have had some examples of people leaders doing just that on the show, but overall, still too many people think that this will be easy and that they just tapping into the trend, and they are very glad and celebrating that we have a trend now. But it's not enough to tap into the sustainability trend. We must lead the sustainability trend, and we must do it not with words, but with action and our money.
I think that's key. I mean, I think it was good news that we had representatives of the 17 banks that don't invest in fossil fuels. And we learned from the Global Alliance for Banking on Values that more are joining that alliance of fossil-free banks and fossil-free banking. But it's only going to be probably by the end of the year about 20 plus banks. And we still got to deal with the 60 big banks with the trillions of dollars of investment to start decarbonizing their operations. So the challenge is there. The only other disappointment was that puppet cat that was on
didn't speak
had
Portuguese.
had a sore throat and hasn't learned Portuguese yet, but we can do something about that, I think. And what about you, though? Was there anything that you want to just point out?
Well, I think one of the youth here at the end framed it for me about making it personal. They're really sort of hitting home, and I'm talking about the heart, not just the brain. And we've had some discussions here about the coral reefs, the weather report, also, of course, personal as in your pocket in terms of money, that we really have to make sure that we implement feelings into this race to zero here.
You're absolutely right on that. And actually, Sandrine Dixon de Kleb said exactly the same when she was talking about the Earth for All report. We has to be about, I don't mean me, but it has to be, why should I as a person be doing this at this moment in time? Not just the science, but why should I be doing it and what's in it for me? And actually, there's a lot in it for me. And that's something that we need to sell very hard to the global public. There's a lot in it for them.
That, because this is so absurd when it comes to how people are investing their own money. Often they don't know about it, so many people don't know about it, but some actually know about what their pension investments are going to. I mean, how can you invest in something to save for your future pension 20, 30 years from now that will destroy your future 20 to 30 years from now? How can a sane person do that? And the reason are often like, yeah, but we don't think the transition will happen fast enough, so we just go with investing in oil or investing in what's giving the best profit here now. But the problem is that if we invest in the things that are destroying the world, and if we believe that we will not change that, why invest in oil? I mean, use the money today, because there will be no tomorrow to use that money in a good way.
Yeah.
So,
but we don't have time. We're optimists, aren't we? We're optimists, aren't we, Ingmar? We wouldn't be doing this if we weren't optimists. We think we can change it.
It's just that people are not seeing their future. Actually, there's a lot of science in this, and maybe we need to have a longer conversation, but I will do it quick. When you see your future self, and if you scan the brain activity, you have almost no empathy with the future self. You have more empathy with your cat than you have with your future self, according to neurological science. So we need to get people to have empathy for their future self. And I believe that communication is key, but how to communicate, I'm still figuring out.
Well, I think that's where the children comes in too, and the weather report campaign, of course, is a brilliant example of that. So this marks the end of these 2 days, but we're not finishing off our reporting from Bonn, because we have our eminent partner, Climate Home News, that will keep you updated via our app, right? And of course, much more is happening on the We Don't Have Time and the We Don't Have Time context next.
Yes, and we are going to see you all again. I mean, obviously September is New York Climate Week and the UN General Assembly, and a big conference on the future, reflecting what Ingmar said. We need to think about the future. We need to have imagination about what the future can be. And of course, we're very much hoping to be in Azerbaijan, in Baku, as we were in Dubai and in the years before at the other UN climate conferences, COPs, to bring you all the latest and the interesting people who will be at COP29. So, yeah.
Over and out. And thank you for watching, and keep joining us on the platform and on the app.
And bye-bye to Stockholm. Bye, Ingmar.
Bye, Ingmar.
Bye.